They say knowledge is power. The more you have, the more control you wield. Imagine knowing tomorrow's winning lottery numbers. Not just guessing, but knowing with absolute certainty. You'd sprint to the nearest convenience store, fill out that ticket, and cash in big. Same goes for the stock market. If you had insider-level intel on the next skyrocketing stock, no hunches, no rumors, just cold, hard facts, you'd call your broker, buy low, sell high, and retire before lunch. Sports betting, horse races, the Oscars. If you could see the future, you'd be unstoppable. But here's the dark flip side. Knowledge can be just as dangerous as it is lucrative. Take murder, for example. If you wanted to kill someone, you'd need to know exactly how to pull it off. There are plenty of methods. Sure, some messy, some clean, but the real challenge isn't the act itself. It's the aftermath. You'd have to outthink the cops, anticipate their moves, leave no trace. And let's be honest, for someone like you, sharp, methodical, trained, that's just another puzzle to solve. You plan meticulously, obsess over details, because getting caught? That's amateur hour. Which brings us to Jack Reacher, sitting alone at a half-empty Italian joint in Tribeca, nursing a glass of whiskey while his girlfriend burned the midnight oil at her office. The place was too new for the critics or the paparazzi to have discovered it yet, which made it perfect for a quiet meal and apparently for a couple of low-level enforcers shaking down the owner for protection money. Reacher watched them from across the room, their hushed conversation at the bar barely audible over the clink of silverware. Life's full of choices, and Reacher had a habit of weighing them even when they weren't his to make. Right now, he was debating whether a simple warning would send these guys packing, or if he'd have to get hands-on. Because in a city like New York, certain things were inevitable, like a new restaurant drawing the wrong kind of attention. And Reacher? Well, he was just the kind of guy who'd end up right in the middle of it. The bar was a sleek, angular structure, tucked into the corner of the room, more of a design statement than a functional space. With its sharp triangular shape stretching about 7 feet on each side, it wasn't meant for patrons to belly up and order drinks. Instead, it served as a stylish backdrop, lined with glass shelves stacked 3 deep with liquor bottles, all reflected in sandblasted mirrors. The credit card machine and register sat on the bottom shelf, barely used. The owner, a wiry man with jittery energy, had retreated into the tight point of the triangle, his back pressed against the cash drawer. His arms were crossed defensively, his eyes flickering between disbelief and panic as they darted around the room. The space itself was massive, 60 feet square, with a soaring 25-foot ceiling of pressed tin, its dull metallic sheen hinting at the building's century-old history. Back when the city was young, this place might have been a factory, its tall windows flooding the floor with light for industrial work. Later, it could have been a department store or even a car dealership. It had the square footage for it. Now, it was an upscale Italian restaurant, the kind with minimalist decor that cost a small fortune and served tiny, artfully arranged portions. Reacher had eaten here 10 times in the last month and always left hungry, but the flavors were so sharp he couldn't help recommending it, high praise from a guy who usually didn't care about gourmet food. Mostro's Italian for monster was an odd name for a place that served such delicate dishes. The pale maple tables, white walls, and brushed aluminum accents gave it a cool, modern vibe, and the staff moved with quiet confidence. Opera music swelled from hidden speakers, adding an air of sophistication. Despite its potential, the place was practically empty tonight. Just one other couple sat 5 tables away, picking at their food in tired silence. The man had sandy hair and a light brown suit. The woman was thin, dressed in a skirt and jacket, her fake leather briefcase propped against the table. They looked like they'd had a long day. Meanwhile, the real action was at the bar. 2 large men in identical dark wool coats loomed over the counter, leaning in aggressively while the owner recoiled like they were caught in a wind tunnel. Their olive skin and sharp features suggested Middle Eastern heritage, maybe Syrian or Lebanese, but with the rough edges smoothed out by American life. They were talking fast, their voices low but urgent, and the owner looked like he wanted to disappear into the register. Reacher watched their reflections in the mirror, his instincts humming. Something was off. Then, just as the tension peaked, the restaurant's door swung open, letting in a burst of cold air and a woman in a red coat, her entrance so sudden it made everyone pause. For a second, the whole room held its breath. The two men were deep in their intimidation tactics, their movements exaggerated for maximum effect. The one on the right swung his arm in a wide arc, mimicking a bat smashing through the bottles behind the bar. Then he switched to sharp, downward chops, illustrating how easily the shelves could be splintered with a single strike. The owner's face drained of color as his eyes flicked nervously toward his stock. Then, with a flick of his wrist, the guy on the left checked his watch, signaling it was time to go. His partner lingered just long enough to drag his fingers across a table, sending a plate crashing to the floor. The sharp crack of porcelain against tile cut through the soft opera music, making the sandy-haired man and the dark-haired woman at the corner table tense but deliberately avoid eye contact. The two thugs strolled out, heads high, radiating arrogance. Reacher tracked them until they disappeared onto the sidewalk. The owner emerged from behind the bar, crouching to sift through the broken pieces with trembling fingers. "You all right?" Reacher asked, immediately regretting the question. The guy just gave a defeated shrug, his expression a mix of resignation and frustration. He scooped up the shards, hands shaking. Reacher pushed back from his table, grabbed his napkin, and knelt beside him to help gather the mess. The couple nearby watched in silence. "When are they coming back?" Reacher tipped his voice low. "An hour," the owner muttered, forcing a bitter smile. "Got a special introductory rate, $200 a week. Jumps to $4 when business picks up. You planning to pay?" The man exhaled sharply. "If I want to keep my doors open, yeah. But handing over $200 every week isn't exactly a winning business strategy." The couple pretended not to listen, but their stiff postures gave them away. The opera swelled into a melancholy aria, the singer's voice thick with sorrow. "Who were they?" Reacher asked. The owner shook his head. "Not connected, just local muscle. Think they own the block." Reacher nodded toward the phone behind the bar. "Mind if I use that?" "Help yourself. You know any office supply stores still open?" "Broadway 2 blocks down." "Why? You got paperwork to file?" Reacher smirked. "Something like that." He slipped behind the bar, picking up the untouched reservation book before dialing. The line clicked after 2 rings. "Jody," her voice came through, tired but alert. "Hey," he said. "Reacher, what's up? You gonna be stuck there all night?" A sigh. "Yeah. Client needs this legal opinion yesterday." "I'm sorry." "Don't be. Got some errands to run anyway?" "Might head back to Garrison after." "All right, be safe," she said. "Love you." The line went dead. He hung up, left $40 under his espresso cup, and tossed a good luck over his shoulder. The owner barely nodded, still crouched among the broken pieces. Outside, the night air was crisp with autumn, faint halos of mist forming under the streetlights. He turned his collar up against the chill, scanning Broadway's neon signs until he spotted the discount office supply store. Inside, everything was plastered with fluorescent star-shaped price tags. Perfect. He grabbed a label maker and a tube of superglue, then ducked back into the cold, heading north toward Jody's place. His SUV sat in the underground garage beneath her apartment complex. He fired up the engine, rolled up the ramp, and headed south on Broadway before looping back west toward the diner. Slowing as he passed, he peered through the floor-to-ceiling windows, Halogen lights blazed against the white walls and pale oak tables, but the place was a ghost town. Not a single customer in sight. Just the owner slumped on a bar stool looking defeated. Reacher exhaled and circled the block, finally pulling up illegally at the alley entrance near the kitchen doors. He cut the engine, killed the lights, and settled in for the wait. Cities had their own brutal logic bullies preyed on the vulnerable, pushing until someone bigger shoved back. Someone like him. No grand moral crusade here, no heroic mission. Out of 8 million people in this city, how many were getting pushed around right now? Hundreds? Thousands? He wasn't about to play vigilante for all of them. But letting it slide when it happened, right in front of him? That wasn't happening. Not today, not ever. He pulled the label maker from his pocket. Scaring off those two thugs was only step one. What really mattered was who they thought was doing the scaring. Some random do-gooder standing up for a diner owner? Please. Nobody fears a lone wolf, not when mobs can swarm them. Not when they might just vanish tomorrow. But an organization? That got respect. Reacher smirked, fiddling with the machine until it spat out his name in crisp blue letters. Reacher. 7 characters, barely over an inch. Perfect. The first guy's label would stretch about 5 inches, the second's a little shorter. He prepped the strips, then grabbed the super glue, puncturing the seal with a twist. Stepping out into the cold, he melted into the shadows. Funny how things worked. His mom had spent years warning him about cities, painting them as dens of predators. As a teen, he'd believed her, tense on every sidewalk, until one day it hit him. Wait, I'm the one they're avoiding. A quick glance in a store window confirmed it. 6'5", 220 pounds, dressed like he'd robbed a thrift store, with a stare that could freeze concrete. The realization cracked him up. After that, cities were just like anywhere else. For every guy who might give him trouble, there were 1,000 who'd cross the street to steer clear of him. The man wielded his knowledge like a weapon, the quiet certainty in his stride and piercing stare amplifying his presence. City rhythms pulsed around him as he stepped from the shadows exactly 55 minutes in, propping himself against the restaurant's brick exterior. The distant hum of opera seeped through the glass beside him, while car tires thudded through potholes below. Across the street, neon lights flickered over a bar's foggy exhaust vent, pumping steam into the chilly air as pedestrians hurried past, faces buried in scarves. He kept his hands jammed in his pockets, shoulders angled against the wall, tracking the approaching traffic with a hunter's patience. Right on schedule. The black Mercedes rolled up a block away, tires kissing the curb before its headlights cut out. Both front doors swung open simultaneously, revealing 2 men in long coats, who reached back to retrieve aluminum bats from the rear seat. Professional, calculated. They tucked the weapons under their coats, scanned the block once, then moved with the swagger of men who'd never lost a fight. 10 yards of sidewalk, a quick cross, then 10 more. Reacher pushed off the wall just as they reached his curb. Alley's quieter, he suggested, voice calm. Up close, they were exactly the type, late 20s, broad-shouldered, dressed in tailored suits that screamed expense account, not discount rack. The bats pressed against their ribs, grips hidden under coat linings. The hell you supposed to be? The right one snapped. Reacher smirked. Always the talker, the alpha. And in a 2-on-1, you drop the alpha first. Your payday, Reacher countered, shifting left to herd them toward the alley's mouth. Unless you'd rather explain to your boss why you scared off the customers. The guy hesitated, then jerked his chin. Fine, but we do this inside. Bad math, Reacher said, already walking backward into the steam-choked alley. You're getting paid to stay out. The scent of garlic and simmering tomatoes clung to the damp air as his boots crunched over scattered trash. He stopped, feigned impatience. 200. Take it or leave it. Backlit by the street's red glow, they exchanged a glance, Two predators sizing up prey. Then they stepped forward, shoulders nearly touching. Big guys, confident, right up until Reacher's elbow cracked into the first one's temple. Biology 101. Skulls outmatch fists, but elbows? Elbows win. And a side strike scrambles the brain faster than any frontal hit, evolution's cruel joke. The guy crumpled mid-stride, and Reacher was already pivoting. The alley just got a whole lot narrower. The strike was brutal and precise. Reacher's elbow smashed into the guy's temple with a sharp crack. For a split second, the man wobbled like a drunk on a tightrope before his knees finally gave out. The bat slipped from his coat, thudding against the pavement with a hollow clunk. Reacher didn't wait. Same elbow, same spot, and the guy crumpled like a puppet with its strings cut. The second thug was already moving, hands fumbling for the bat. He yanked it free and swung wildly, telegraphing his move like an amateur. Big mistake. A wide backswing meant wasted time, and aiming for the torso? Predictable. Reacher had seen it 100 times. The real danger was in speed mass times velocity. Simple physics, but up close, that speed died fast. Reacher stepped in before the swing even started, catching the bat mid-arc with both hands. No momentum, no threat, just a weak slap against his palms. Then he turned the guy's own force against him, twisting the bat upward and yanking him off balance. A sharp kick to the ankles, a quick wrench, and suddenly he was the one holding the weapon. No fancy swings, just a brutal jab to the ribs. The guy staggered, his skull cracking against the brick wall behind him before he dropped to his knees. Reacher planted a foot on the bat handle, pinning it across the guy's throat while he rifled through his pockets. A pistol, a fat wallet, a burner phone. Who sent you? Reacher growled. Mister? Petrosian, the guy choked out. Reacher barked a laugh. Petrosian? The name rang a bell, some Soviet chess grandmaster. Maybe a long-dead Nazi. But a New York crime boss? That was a joke. Seriously? He sneered, voice dripping with disbelief. That's the best you've got? Petrosian? He leaned in, pressing the bat harder. Tell him this is his message. The first guy twitched on the ground, limbs flailing weakly. Reacher gave him a warning tap with the bat. Stay down before turning back to the second thug. Now hold still, he muttered, pulling out a label and a tube of glue. The guy barely breathed as Reacher smeared adhesive across his forehead and slapped the label down. Not like the movies. No dramatic last stands. Just two men on the pavement, dazed and defeated. And one very clear message. Reacher dragged his thumb slowly over the label, feeling the adhesive's grip. Monstrose is already protected, it declared in bold letters. Stay down, he muttered, gripping the baseball bat tighter. He yanked the second thug up by his greasy hair, slapping another label across his forehead. Don't mess with our territory. A quick pat-down revealed the usual suspects. A Beretta, a wallet stuffed with cash, a burner phone, and the keys to their sleek Mercedes. The first guy groaned, twitching back to consciousness. Reacher smirked as the second one clawed at the label stuck to his face. Save yourself the trouble, Reacher called. That thing's on there for good. Tell Petrosian we said hi, then get yourself to an ER. He turned back, emptying the rest of the superglue onto the first guy's palms before clamping them together. A makeshift restraint, crude but effective. He hauled the guy to his feet, wobbling like a newborn fawn, and tossed the car keys to his partner. Looks like you're driving genius. The guy hesitated, eyes darting like a cornered rat. Reacher sighed. Try anything stupid, and I'll feed you your own ears. And don't come back next time. They'll send someone way less patient than me. A slow, wary nod. Good. Now scram. The duo stumbled off, one piggybacking the other like a bad action movie stunt. Reacher watched them vanish into the city glare before inspecting the Beretta's military grade, Serial numbers filed off with all the finesse of a drunk with a nail file. He dismantled both, dumping the parts in a nearby dumpster, then crushed the phones with the bat. The wallets? Cash went into his pocket. The rest got kicked into the shadows. Back inside the restaurant, the owner stood frozen behind the bar as an opera singer hit a soaring note. Reacher slapped a 10 on the counter for the broken plate. They had a sudden attack of conscience. The owner didn't reply, just stared. Outside, Reacher spotted the couple from earlier, the mustached guy and the woman with the briefcase lingering across the street, coats pulled tight. Watching, he ignored them, climbing into his SUV and firing up the engine. One last glance in the rear view, yep, still staring. Whatever their deal was, it could wait. The night wasn't over yet. He merged into the sparse evening traffic and hit the gas, the engine growling beneath him. Glancing in the rear view, he caught a glimpse of the woman with the briefcase, still standing on the curb, her eyes locked onto his car as it disappeared into the neon haze of the city. Then she was gone, swallowed by the glow of streetlights and storefronts. Cold Springs sat quiet along the Hudson's eastern bank, a sleepy town tucked into Putnam County, nearly 60 miles north of Tribeca. This time of year, with autumn settling in, the roads were nearly empty, just a lone toll booth and open stretches of highway where speed was only limited by nerve. But Reacher kept it steady, his grip firm on the wheel. Driving from point A to point B still felt foreign to him. Hell, having the point A or B at all was new. He stuck to the right lane, letting impatient commuters in their sleek sedans zip past him like he was just another cautious driver, not a man trying to stay invisible. The trip took him over an hour, the miles rolling by until his headlights finally cut through the thick darkness of his isolated street. No city glow here, just the crunch of dry leaves under his tires as he eased into the driveway, the beams bouncing off overgrown shrubs crowding the pavement. The garage came into view, and then 2 cars. Parked nose out, waiting. His foot slammed the brake, tires screeching. Before he could react, blinding high beams flared from both vehicles, while more lights erupted behind him, flooding his mirrors. Shadows surged forward, flashlights swinging, boots pounding gravel. Dog fists, guns. His car was trapped in a web of light beams slicing through the river fog, crisscrossing like searchlights. A figure stepped up to his window, small, deliberate, a sharp rap on the glass. A hand, pale and precise, pressed a badge against it. Gold. Official. The flashlight beam caught the raised lettering. Federal Bureau of Investigation. U.S. Department of Justice. The woman's voice cut through the chaos. Turn off the engine. He killed the ignition. Silence, except for the shuffle of boots and the low hum of tension. Hands on the wheel. He obeyed, watching as the door swung open, revealing the woman from the restaurant now holding a gun instead of a briefcase. The sandy-haired guy hovered behind her, tense. Out. Slowly. She stepped back, the barrel of her pistol never wavering. Reacher shifted, planting one foot on the ground, his muscles coiled, ready. The night air was thick with fog and the weight of whatever came next. The headlights illuminated 6 men standing in front of him, their shadows stretching long in the fog. More were likely behind him, maybe near the house or the driveway entrance. The woman took another step back, her badge glinting as she motioned for him to move. He stepped down from the truck, the damp night air clinging to his skin. Turn around, she ordered. Hands on the vehicle. The metal was icy and slick with condensation as he pressed his palms against it. Rough hands patted him down, yanking his wallet from his coat and fishing the stolen cash from his pocket. Someone shoved past him, reaching into the truck to snatch his keys from the ignition. Walk to the car, she commanded, gesturing toward one of the sedans parked near the garage. Headlights cut through the mist, barely missing his legs as he moved. A guy in a dark blue tactical vest stood waiting, swinging the rear door open. Inside, her cheap imitation leather briefcase sat upright, its fake grain glaring under the dim light. He slid in beside it, the door slamming shut behind him. A second later, the opposite door opened, and the woman climbed in, her coat flaring open to reveal a fitted blouse and a short dust-streaked skirt. The whisper of nylon filled the car as she leveled the gun at his head again. Up front, a wiry guy with sandy hair leaned in, flashlight in hand, rifling through the briefcase. Reacher caught a glimpse of pale wrist hair, a watch strap, before the guy pulled out a stack of papers. The beam flickered over the pages, landing on Reacher's name in bold print. "Search warrant," the woman said flatly. "For your place." The sandy-haired guy ducked out, slamming the door behind him. Silence settled in the car, broken only by fading footsteps outside. The dome light flicked on, casting a harsh yellow glow. She sat sideways, knees angled toward him, her Sig Sauer resting steady in her grip. "Feet flat on the floor," she instructed. He obeyed, twisting awkwardly to keep his back against the door, legs tucked under the seat, a position that left him no room to move fast. "Hands where I can see them." He stretched his arms, gripping the headrest in front of him, chin resting on his shoulder. The gun's muzzle never wavered, her finger tense on the trigger. Her face was unreadable. "You're not asking why you're here," she observed. He stayed silent. No way this was about what happened. Barely over an hour ago, this kind of setup took time. His eyes flicked to her knuckle, white with pressure on the trigger. One wrong move and things could go south fast. She arched a brow. "Really? No curiosity?" He kept his expression blank. "No cuffs, why?" She gave a slight shrug as if to say, "Fine, play it your way." Her face wasn't conventionally pretty, but it had character-sharp angles, faint lines from years of hard expressions. Probably more scowls than smiles. Her jet-black hair was thinning, pale scalp visible beneath. It made her look exhausted, like she hadn't slept in days. Then, just as the tension peaked, a radio crackled outside, a burst of static followed by a muffled voice. Her grip on the gun tightened imperceptibly. Reacher didn't flinch, but his mind raced. Something's off. This wasn't just a routine arrest. There was something else at play here. Her eyes gleamed with an unsettling brightness as she peered past him, out the car window into the night, where her team was busy tearing apart his place. A faint smile tugged at her lips, revealing that distinctive overbite, her right tooth slightly crooked, overlapping the left. It wasn't a flaw, it was a choice. She could have fixed it, but she wore it like a badge. It gave her face an edge, a defiance that matched her sharp demeanor. Beneath the oversized coat, she was lean, dressed in a black blazer and a faded cream blouse that had seen too many washes. The polyester fabric clung loosely to her frame, tucked haphazardly into her skirt, which had ridden up enough to expose her thin legs, encased in sheer black stockings. "Stop that," she snapped, her voice icy as the gun twitched in her grip. "Stop what?" Reacher replied, unfazed. "Staring at my legs." He shifted his gaze to her face, unimpressed. "When someone points a gun at me, I like to get the full picture. Seems fair, don't you think?" "You enjoy that?" she sneered. "Enjoy what?" "Eyeing up women like they're on display." He shrugged. "Better than staring at the barrel of a gun?" The weapon inched closer. "This isn't a joke. I don't like your vibe." "What vibe?" "You know exactly what I mean." He studied her, the thin hair, the permanent frown, the rigid posture, and that cheap corporate getup. "You think I'm hitting on you? Aren't you?" He smirked. "Not even if you were the last woman in Manhattan." The tension in the car thickened, the silence broken only by the hum of the engine. 20 minutes later, the mustached agent returned, sliding into the passenger seat. The driver climbed in, keys jingling, waiting for her nod before pulling away. "Do I get a phone call?" Reacher asked. "Or does the FBI skip the whole rights thing?" The sandy-haired agent stared ahead. Within 24 hours. We'll make sure you get your constitutional privileges. The woman kept the Sing Sauer trained on him the entire 58-mile drive back to the city. The underground garage was blindingly white, packed with dark sedans. She turned in a slow circle, shoes scraping against concrete, scanning the unfamiliar space before pointing toward a lone elevator in the corner. 2 more agents waited there, junior guys, but confident, like they owned the place. Reacher realized then she and the mustached agent weren't locals. They were outsiders, guests on someone else's turf. They shoved him into the elevator, surrounding him 5 agents, 5 guns. The doors closed with a soft chime. The 4 men positioned themselves at each corner of the elevator, while the woman stood close to Reacher, almost as if marking her territory. One of the local guys hit the button, and the doors slid shut with a mechanical hum. The elevator lurched upward, climbing for what felt like forever, before jerking to a stop at the 21st floor. The doors groaned open, revealing a sterile hallway, gray carpet, gray walls. Even the lighting had a dull, washed-out hue. The place was eerily quiet, like the kind of building where only the most dedicated night owls stuck around past midnight. They led him down the corridor, stopping at the 3rd door. Inside, the room was bare concrete floor, cinder block walls coated in thick battleship gray paint. The ceiling was unfinished, exposing metal ductwork and fluorescent lights dangling from chains, casting a harsh glare. A single plastic lawn chair sat in the corner, looking out of place. "Sit," the woman ordered. Reacher ignored it, walking instead to the far corner and sliding down the wall, settling onto the cold floor. The cinder blocks were rough under his fingers, the paint slick. He crossed his arms, stretched his legs, and tilted his head back, locking eyes with the group by the door. Without a word, they stepped out, shutting him in. No lock clicked, but the lack of an inside handle made it clear he wasn't going anywhere. The silence was thick, broken only by the faint hum of air vents. 5 minutes passed before the first visitor arrived, a heavy-set man with a flushed face, his expression dripping with disdain. He stared at Reacher like he was sizing up a problem, then vanished just as abruptly. 5 minutes later, another face appeared, younger, sharper, dressed in a shirt and tie. Same unspoken challenge. "So you're the guy." Reacher held his gaze until the door slammed shut again. This time, the quiet stretched longer. 20 minutes ticked by before the 3rd man showed up, older, graying, with thick glasses and the air of someone who made decisions. His eyes were calculating, like he was already running scenarios in his head. No words, just that same assessing look before he disappeared. For nearly an hour, nothing happened. Then, all at once, the hallway erupted with noise, footsteps, murmurs, the restless energy of a group unsure of what came next. The door swung open, and the gray-haired man stepped in, hovering near the threshold. "Time to talk," he said. Behind him, 2 younger agents moved in like backup, their postures stiff, ready for anything. Reacher took a deliberate pause before pushing off from the wall and straightening up. "I need to make a phone call," he said flatly. The older agent with salt and pepper hair barely glanced at him. "Phone privileges come later," he replied. "Right now we talk." "Got it?" Reacher gave a half shrug. The frustrating thing about having your rights ignored was that, unless someone actually saw it happen, it might as well have never occurred. And the 2 rookies standing there? They weren't seeing a thing. Hell, for all he knew, they'd swear under oath, they'd watch the 10 Commandments materialize in midair. "Move out," the gray-haired agent ordered. Reacher was herded into the hallway, where a tense cluster of agents waited. The woman was there, arms crossed, alongside the mustached guy with the sun-bleached hair and the older agent whose flushed face suggested a blood pressure problem. Then there was the lean, sharp-eyed guy in rolled-up sleeves, bouncing on the balls of his feet like he'd just chugged 3 espressos. Late as it was, They were all wired that giddy high of finally making progress. Reacher knew the feeling. He'd ridden that wave more times than he cared to count. But the group wasn't united. Two factions had formed, the tension between them thickening the air. The woman stayed close to Reacher's left, flanked by the sandy-haired guy and the red-faced agent Team 1. On his right, the lean guy hovered, isolated and visibly annoyed at being outnumbered. Reacher felt fingers brush near his elbow, like the guy was itching to yank him away from the others. They moved down a narrow, industrial gray corridor that felt like the inside of a submarine, finally spilling into a dimly lit room dominated by a long, curved table. 7 plastic chairs lined one side, all angled toward a single seat dead center on the opposite end. Reacher stopped in the doorway, real subtle. He circled the table and dropped into the designated chair, which creaked ominously under his weight. The cheap plastic dug into his back, and the uneven legs wobbled. The walls were cinder block, the same dull gray as the hallway, but the ceiling was finished with yellowed acoustic tiles and harsh track lighting aimed directly at him. The table's glossy varnish reflected the glare right into his eyes. The junior agents took up posts along the walls, jackets open to reveal their holsters, hands resting casually near their waists. Across from him, the two teams arranged themselves in the 7 chairs, 5 bodies, but the divide was clear. The gray-haired agent claimed the center seat, his glasses reflecting the light into opaque white discs. To his right sat the high blood pressure guy, then the woman, then the sandy agent. The lean guy planted himself alone in the middle of the left side chairs, outnumbered and scowling. The gray-haired agent leaned forward, palms flat on the table, marking his territory. "We've been arguing about you," he admitted. Reacher didn't blink. "Am I under arrest?" "Not yet. So I can walk out?" The older man peered over his glasses. "We'd prefer you stay. Keep things polite." Silence stretched. Reacher exhaled. "Then start being polite. The name's Jack Reacher. Mind telling me who you are?" Reacher asked, squinting against the harsh light. "Introductions first," the man in charge snapped. "That's how this works. Polite society and all that. We exchange names, maybe toss around some small talk about baseball or the latest market crash." Silence stretched before the man finally gave in. "Alan Deerfield," he said flatly. "Assistant Director, FBI. I run the New York field office." He jerked his chin toward the guy beside him, waiting. "Special Agent Tony Polton," the sandy-haired agent muttered, barely glancing up. "Special Agent Julia Lamar," the woman added, her tone clipped. "Agent in charge Nelson Blake," the red-faced man grumbled. "We're from Quantico's Serial Crimes Unit. These two work under me. We flew up here to have a word with you." Another pause. Deerfield turned to the man on his left, who didn't hesitate. "Agent in charge James Kozo, Organized Crime. New York office. Been tracking protection rackets." Reacher let the silence hang before Deerfield finally broke it. "Happy now?" Reacher scanned the lineup: Polton, Lamar, Blake from Quantico, Deerfield running the show, and Kozo from the OC squad. All eyes locked on him. He took his time, letting the tension simmer before flashing a grin. "Nice to meet you all. So, Yankees think they need to shake up the roster?" 5 faces twisted in irritation. Polton flinched like he'd been smacked. Lamar let out a derisive snort. Blake's face darkened another shade. Deerfield exhaled hard, while Kozo shot him a look that screamed, "Do something." "We're not here to discuss baseball," Deerfield ground out. "Fine. How about the stock market? Crash coming or what?" Deerfield's patience snapped. "Cut the act, Reacher. Right now, I'm the closest thing you've got to a friend in this room." Reacher smirked. "Nah, my best pal's Ernesto Miranda. You know Miranda v. Arizona? Supreme Court, 1966. Cops gotta warn you about your rights before they start grilling you. So unless you're planning to read me mine, this conversation's over before it starts. The Quantico agents exchanged amused glances, like he'd just handed them proof of something. Your lawyer's Jody Jacob, right? Deerfield pressed. Your girlfriend. Reacher's smirk vanished. What's she got to do with this? We know everything about her, Deerfield said smoothly. Just like we know everything about you. Then why bother talking to me? She's at Spencer Gutman, isn't she? Deerfield continued, ignoring him. Big shot firm. Word is they're considering her for partner. Yeah, I heard. Could happen soon. Yeah, I heard, Reacher repeated, jaw tight. Everything is, Deerfield mused. You're not exactly the kind of guy who helps a corporate career. Spencer Gutman's a white shoe operation. They care about image. And let's be honest, your resume doesn't scream boardroom material. You really want her representing you here? A financial firm's not exactly stacked with criminal defense experts. Reacher leaned forward. Representing me for what? Deerfield's smile was razor thin. For the situation you're in. What situation? Miranda was an idiot, you know, Deerfield said casually. Guy was borderline incompetent. That's why the court coddled him. You telling me you need that kind of hand-holding? Reacher? You a moron too? You some kind of idiot? The cop sneered. Maybe, Reacher shot back. Considering I'm still sitting here listening to this crap. Rights are for people with something to hide, the guy countered. You admitting guilt already? Reacher stayed silent, arms crossed. Old Ernesto still did time, you know, Deerfield said, leaning in. People forget that part. They retried him, locked him up for 5 years. Then guess what happened? Reacher just stared. I was working homicide in Phoenix back then, Deerfield continued, smirking. January 76. We get a call some dive bar, a guy bleeding out on the floor with a knife sticking out of his chest. None of the patrons bothered calling 911. Turned out to be Ernesto Miranda himself. Died right in front of us. And, Reacher muttered, and stop wasting my time, Deerfield snapped. I just spent an hour breaking up these clowns arguing over you. Now you owe me. You'll answer their questions, and I'll decide if you need a lawyer. What's this about? Reacher asked. Deerfield grinned. What's anything about? Stuff we want to know. Like what? Like whether you're worth our time. Reacher exhaled, spreading his hands on the table. Fine. Ask. Blake, the overweight Fed with a fast mouth, jumped in. You know Brewer Vive. Williams, Duckworth 5. Aiden, Polton, looking like a grad student who never aged, chimed in. Illinois Reeve. Perkins. Reacher glanced between them. What is this, a law school pop quiz? Minnick Vive. Mississippi. Blake pressed. McNeil Vive. Wisconsin. Polton added. Lamar leaned forward, the table's orange glow making her look skeletal. Arizona V. Fulminante. Ring any bells? Reacher frowned. More Miranda rulings. Brewer in 77, Duckworth in 89, the rest in the early 90s. All tweaking the original decision. Good boy, Blake said mockingly. Lamar's grin widened. You knew Amy Callan pretty well, didn't you? Reacher froze. The name hit him like a punch, an old memory flashing back. Lamar's smirk deepened. But you didn't like her much, did you? Silence thickened. Kozo, impatient, cut in. Who's paying you? Reacher turned slowly. Nobody. Don't play dumb, Kozo snapped. Us means more than one. Who's the us, Reacher? There is no us. Is Bull? Petrosian strong-armed that diner. But you were already there. Who sent you? Reacher stayed quiet. Lamar wasn't done. What about Caroline Cook? Knew her too, right? Reacher's jaw tightened. Callan and Took, Blake repeated. Start talking. Reacher met his stare. About what? Kozel leaned in. Last chance who sent you. Maybe I can make a deal. Reacher didn't blink. I don't work for anyone. Kozo shook his head. Yeah, right. You're sitting pretty in a $500,000 riverfront house in Garrison, cruising around in a brand new 45K SUV, yet the itches thinks you haven't made a dime in 3 years. And when someone needed Petrosian's top guys taken out, guess who got the call? That doesn't add up to a solo act, so who's pulling your strings? Reacher shook his head. Nobody's pulling anything. Blake smirked. So you're telling me you're just a lone wolf? Something like that? Reacher muttered, glancing away. Blake's grin widened. Knew it. When you leave the army? 3 years back. How long were you in? Since birth? Army brat, then an officer. MP, right? Right. Climbed the ranks? Made major. Decorations? A few. Silver Star? 1. Spotless record? Reacher stayed silent. Blake leaned in. Don't play humble. Admit it. Yeah, it was solid. Then why'd you bail? My reasons. Got something to hide? You wouldn't get it. Blake chuckled. 3 years out, what have you been up to? Reacher shrugged. Enjoying the freedom. Working? Not really. So just drifting? Call it what you want. How's that funded? Savings? Which dried up 3 months ago. We checked. That's how savings work. Reacher shot back. Blake smirked, turned smug. Now you're mooching off your lawyer girlfriend, huh? How's that sit with you? Reacher eyed Blake's tight wedding ring, digging into his pudgy finger. About as well as your wife tolerates living off you, I'd guess. Blake stiffened, then regrouped. So since the army, you've done squat? Pretty much. Always solo? Mostly. Happy with that? It works. Because you're a loner. Kozo cut in, bull. He's got a boss. Blake snapped. He said he's alone, damn it. Deerfield's head swiveled between them like he was watching a ping-pong match, light glinting off his glasses. He raised a hand for quiet and locked eyes with Reacher. Tell me about Amy Callan and Caroline Cook. Reacher frowned. What's there to say? You knew them. Yeah, back in the army. Describe them. Callan was petite, dark-haired, a sergeant in ordnance at Fort Wythe. Cook was a tall, blonde lieutenant in war plans over in Belgium. Lamar interjected, Did you sleep with either? Reacher turned slowly. Seriously? Simple question. No. They were attractive, right? Reacher smirked. More than you, that's for sure. Lamar flinched, and Blake's face flushed crimson. Did they know each other? Doubt it. Army's huge, and they were stationed continents apart. No flings with either? Nope. Ever try? No. Why not? Scared they'd shoot you down? Reacher snorted. I was seeing someone else both times. One woman's plenty. Would you have wanted to? Reacher almost grinned. Could have been worse. Think they'd have said yes? Ever served? Blake shook his head. Then you wouldn't get it, Reacher said. In the army, people aren't exactly picky. So rejection wasn't a concern? Reacher held Blake's stare. Not high on my list of worries. The room fell silent, tension thick enough to cut. Deerfield leaned forward, his thick glasses catching the fluorescent light. So, Reacher, what's your take on women serving in combat? Reacher barely glanced at him. What kind of question is that? The kind I'm asking. You got a problem with it? Reacher exhaled, impatient. Why would I? You were in Vietnam. Tell me, did you ever see a woman miss a shot? Deerfield blinked. How would you know I was in name? Because you're sitting here, Reacher said. Homicide detective by 76. FBI not long after? Back then, that didn't happen unless you served. And with those glasses, you weren't flying jets. You were boots on the ground infantry, getting outmaneuvered by teenage girls with rifles. A slow smirk spread across Deerfield's face. So you're saying they're effective? Effective? Reacher scoffed. Ever seen Israeli women in uniform? I wouldn't bet against them in a firefight. The real issue isn't whether they can fight. It's whether the guys next to them can keep their heads straight when things go south. Lamar cut in. You saying men can't handle women getting hurt? Reacher shrugged. Stats don't lie. A soldier's 10 times more likely to stop for a wounded woman than a man. That hesitation gets people killed. It's not about chivalry. It's about mission failure. Lamar smirked. So if I got hit, you'd just leave me. Reacher didn't hesitate. You? I'd toss you a bandage and keep moving. Deerfield shifted gears. Let's talk about Amy Callan. How'd you two cross paths? Reacher's jaw tightened. You already know. Humor me. She came to me about harassment in her unit. I believed her, so I arrested the guys she accused. And then? Then the system did what it does, let him walk. Callan quit. His career tanked anyway, which wasn't justice, just fallout. Deerfield pressed. You feel bad for him? Reacher's voice turned sharp. I feel bad for the Army. 2 careers wrecked over something that should have had one clear answer. Caroline Cook, then. Different story? Night and day, Reacher said. She slept with a colonel for a year, then cried harassment when she didn't get promoted. That's not abuse, that's bad judgment. Lamar raised an eyebrow. Or an unspoken deal gone wrong. Reacher snorted. Then take it to small claims court. But I still arrested the colonel because rules are rules. A beat passed. Somewhere outside, a car backfired, the sound muffled through the walls. Reacher didn't flinch. Relationships between military personnel of different ranks was strictly forbidden, a rule that carried serious consequences. So what happened? The guy got a dishonorable discharge. His wife left him, and he ended up taking his own life. Cook resigned not long after. And you? I got reassigned out of NATO HQ. Because you were upset? No, because they needed me elsewhere. Why you specifically? Because I was damn good at my job. Belgium was too quiet for me. Nothing ever happened there. Did you see more harassment cases after that? Oh yeah. It blew up into a huge deal. A lot of careers destroyed over it? Lamar pressed. Reacher turned to meet her gaze. Some, it turned into a witch hunt. Most cases were legit, but a few innocent people got caught in the crossfire. Suddenly, normal relationships were under scrutiny. Some men got burned, but so did some women. A real mess, huh? Blake chimed in. All thanks to women like Callan and Cook stirring the pot? Reacher stayed silent. Kozo drummed his fingers impatiently on the polished mahogany table. Let's circle back to Petrosian, he said. Reacher shifted his focus. There's nothing to circle back to. Never heard of the guy. Deerfield stifled a yawn and checked his watch, pushing his glasses up to rub his tired eyes. It's after midnight, you realize that? He muttered. Did you handle Callan and Cook professionally? Blake asked. Reacher squinted against the harsh overhead light, reflecting off the dark wood, making Blake's flushed face glow crimson. Yeah, I treated them with respect. Ever see them again after handing their cases to the prosecutor? Maybe in passing once or twice. Did they trust you? Reacher shrugged. Had to. My job was earning their trust, getting them to share the ugly details. You had to do that a lot? Hundreds of cases. I handled maybe 24 before they created specialized units. Give me another name, Blake demanded. Reacher leaned back, mentally flipping through memories, different bases, different desks, women struggling to recount their trauma. Rita Samika, he said finally. Random example. Lamar pulled a thick file from her briefcase and slid it over. Blake scanned the pages, nodding. Okay. What happened with Lieutenant Samaka? Fort Bragg, North Carolina. The guys called it hazing. She called it gang rape. Outcome, she won. 3 men did time and got booted. And Simika? At first, she felt vindicated. Then the army felt tainted, so she left. Where is she now? No clue. Blake leaned in. Say you ran into her at a coffee shop. What then? Probably say hello, catch up over a drink. Should be happy to see you? Happy enough. Because you were the good guy? Reacher nodded. It's hell not just the assault, but reliving it during the investigation. You have to be their ally. So victims become friends? If you do it right. Blake smirked. What if you showed up at her doorstep? I don't know where she lives. But if you did, the tension in the room was thick enough to cut with a knife. Think she'd actually open the door for you? Someone asked. Reacher shrugged. Hard to say. Would she even remember you? Most likely. And she'd still consider you a friend? Suppose so. The agent leaned in, painting the scene. So you knock, she answers, sees an old buddy boom, you're in. Coffee's brewing, stories flowing, just like old times. Reacher exhaled. Could happen. Blake gave a curt nod and fell silent. Lamar's fingers brushed his sleeve, pulling him close as she murmured something. His expression shifted, and he relayed it to Deerfield, who shot a glance at Kozo. The Quantico trio leaned back in eerie unison just a fraction, but the message was clear. We're listening. Kozo's eyes widened, darting between them. Deerfield adjusted his glasses, locking onto Reacher like a laser sight. This whole thing's a mess, he stated. Reacher stayed quiet, letting the silence stretch. Walk us through the restaurant, Deerfield pressed. Nothing went down, Reacher replied. Deerfield scoffed. Try again. We've had eyes on you for a week. Holton and Lamar tailed you tonight. They saw everything. Reacher's jaw tightened. A week. 8 days, Deerfield corrected. Why? Patience. Lamar reached into her briefcase, pulling out a file. The papers inside were dense with type every move he'd made, every corner he'd turned, down to the minute. She slid them across the table with a frosty smile. The pages fanned out, stopping neatly in front of him. Reacher skimmed the report, subject, Reacher, J. Then met her gaze. Guess I should have brought snacks for the surveillance team. Never spotted a thing. Dead air. The restaurant, Deerfield repeated. Reacher weighed his words. Truth simpler? He glanced at the agents. Your law school pals would call it imperfect necessity. Small crime to stop a bigger one. Just your Kozo cut in. Only me. Then what's with the turf war crap? Had to sell it. Mate Petrosian, whoever that is, think he was dealing with a crew. Deerfield snatched the surveillance log back, flipping pages. Says here your only contact was Jody Jacob. She running rackets now? He smirked. Phone logs. You tapped my calls? Garbage too, Deerfield said cheerfully. Clean, Polton confirmed. Just Jacob. Quiet guy. That accurate, Reacher? Deerfield prodded. You some kind of hermit? Usually. So, no gangster pals? No secret calls, Deerfield mused, eyeing Kozo. You buying this, James? Kozo sighed. Not like I've got a choice. Concerned citizen, huh? Deerfield pressed. Reacher gave a single nod. Prove it. Reacher smirked. Could have kept their guns. Connected guys would I've. I didn't. Left 'em in a dumpster. After jamming the slides with dirt. Useless now. Deerfield leaned back. So you're what a vigilante, with a heart of gold? Reacher held his stare. Call it whatever you want. Reacher gave a slow nod, his expression unreadable. If you say so. Deerfield leaned forward, the fluorescent lights casting sharp shadows across his face. Somebody's gotta stand up when things go sideways, right? Sure, Reacher replied, his voice flat. You got a thing about fairness, don't you? Most people do. But you don't wait around for permission to act. Not usually. Deerfield smirked. So explain why you took their cash. Reacher shrugged. Call it a souvenir. They lost, I won. Part of your personal rule book? Something like that. You wouldn't rob a grandma, but a couple of tough guys? Fair game. If they cross the line, yeah. Deerfield's grin turned sharp. And you decide where that line is. Silence stretched between them, thick enough to cut. Then Deerfield shifted gears. Ever heard of criminal profiling? Reacher raised an eyebrow. Bits and pieces. Not my field. It's science, Blake cut in. Quantico's finest. Special Agent Lamar here? Top of her game. Polton's her right hand. Lamar folded her arms. We analyze crime scenes patterns, psychology, the kind of mind behind it. Polton nodded. Victims matter too. Who they'd trust, who'd have access. Reacher's gaze didn't waver. What crimes? Lamar's lip curled. You know what crimes. Blake stepped in. Amy Callan and Caroline Cook. Both dead. Same method, same precision. First one, tragic. Second one, a pattern. Polton tapped the table. We dug for connections. Found one, both were Army harassment complainants who walked away. Lamar's voice turned icy. No forced entry. Killer waltzed right in, like an old friend dropping by for coffee. The room went still. Blake leaned in. Someone they trusted. Someone with a grudge. Maybe a guy who thinks women shouldn't ruin careers and then bail. Polton added, someone with a real clear sense of justice. The kind who doesn't need a badge to settle scores. Lamar's smile was razor thin. Someone who'd buy a label maker just to tidy up loose ends. Reacher said nothing. Blake exhaled. Army records. Callan and Cook barely crossed paths. But you knew them both. Lamar tilted her head. Funny how that works. Serial killers used to have a thing for Volkswagen Beetles. Almost every single one of them drove one. Weird, right? Then they moved on to minivans, and now? Big hulking SUVs with four-wheel drive, just like yours. Talk about a red flag. Lamar leaned forward, snatching the stack of papers back from Deerfield's spot. She tapped them sharply. These guys are loners, she said. They barely interact with anyone. Maybe one person tops. They mooch off others' relatives, friends, usually women. They don't do normal things. No phone chatter, just quiet, sneaky behavior. Polton chimed in, oh, and they're obsessed with law enforcement. Know every obscure legal loophole to protect themselves. Blake nodded. Profiling isn't guesswork, it's solid science. Enough to get warrants in most states. Lamar smirked, flashing her crooked teeth at Reacher. Never fails, she added, leaning back like she'd just dropped the mic. The room went dead silent. So? Reacher finally broke the tension. Deerfield sighed. 2 women are dead. Bend? Deerfield gestured toward the agents. They think the killer fits your profile. Maybe is you. Reacher scoffed. Yeah, no. Wasn't me. Blake grinned. That's what they all say. Reacher locked eyes with him. You are full of it, Blake. 2 dead women and you're fixated on the Army connection? There are thousands of women pushed out of the service. Why zero in on that? Blake stayed quiet. Reacher pressed. And why me? Because profiling says so? That's just a hunch dressed up as science. Lamar cut in? No evidence? Exactly. The guy was smart, left nothing behind. So we looked for a smart guy. You saying you're not smart? Reacher glared. There are millions of smart guys. Millions, you arrogant prick, she shot back. But then we narrowed it down loner. Army ties, knew the victims, no alibi, violent tendencies. That whittles it down to you. Reacher turned to Deerfield. You buying this? Deerfield shrugged. Bureau trusts its experts. And let's be real, you did put 2 guys in the hospital. That's not helping your case. Reacher clenched his jaw. Innocent until proven guilty? Ring a bell? Deerfield smirked. Come on, Reacher. Let's not pretend the world works that way. Silence again. Give me dates. Locations, Reacher demanded. Blake obliged. Callan was 7 weeks ago. Cook 4. Reacher mentally rewound. 7 weeks late summer. He'd been buried in yard work, battling overgrown weeds like some suburban warrior. Jody had been swamped with cases, even spent a week in London. He barely saw her. 4 weeks ago, fall hit, and he'd shifted to indoor repairs. A solitary stretch, just him versus nature, then home renovations. Not exactly a rock-solid alibi. Reacher had handled everything solo, while Jody climbed the corporate ladder back in the city. Their time together was sporadic late nights here and there, but nothing more. No shared vacations, no souvenirs, no paper trail. Just him alone, with no alibis to back him up. He scanned the 7 agents, staring him down, and demanded, I want my lawyer. The local guards escorted him back to the interrogation room, but this time they didn't leave. They flanked the door, silent and motionless, while Reacher slumped into the flimsy plastic chair and tuned out their presence. The hum of the ventilation ducts overhead filled the stale air, 2 systems working in tandem, one pushing in fresh oxygen, the other sucking out the room's exhaustion. He traced the airflow with his eyes, picturing the massive rooftop fans, spinning lazily, making the whole building inhale and exhale like some mechanical beast. His breath, heavy with tension, probably lingered in the damp Manhattan night, trapped in the fog instead of drifting out to sea. 2 hours later, footsteps echoed in the hallway. The door swung open, and Jody walked in like a burst of sunlight against the drab walls. She wore a soft peach dress under a darker wool coat, her hair still kissed by summer, her skin glowing. Even at this ungodly hour, she looked effortlessly radiant. Hey, Reacher, she said, her voice steady but her eyes tight with concern. She leaned in, pressing a quick kiss to his lips, her perfume, something floral and light, a stark contrast to the sterile room. You talked to them? He asked. She shook her head. I'm a financial lawyer, not criminal. This is way out of my league. She shifted her weight, arms crossed, studying him. Every time he saw her, she took his breath away all over again. He stood, stretching the stiffness from his limbs. There's nothing to handle. Don't play dumb, she shot back. This is serious. I didn't kill anyone? She scoffed. Obviously. If they thought you had, you'd be in shackles on your way to Quantico. This is about the other thing, the 2 guys you put in the hospital. They saw you do it. Reacher shook his head. They moved too fast. This was planned before that even happened. And Kozo doesn't care about street brawls, he's after organized crime. Jody sighed. Kozo's thrilled 2 less thugs on his radar. But here's the problem. The more you play the lone wolf, the more you fit Quantico's profile. Now they don't know what to do with you. The profile's garbage. Not to them. Then it's wrong. It pointed to me. She tilted her head. No, it pointed to someone like you. Reacher smirked. Semantics. I should just walk out. You can't, she said firmly. They saw you take those guys down. That's enough to keep you here." He exhaled, glancing back at the ceiling vents. Somewhere up there, his breath still hung in the air, stubborn as he was. The FBI agents were on duty, actual federal officers, for crying out loud. "Those guys had it coming," Reacher muttered. "Why?" she pressed. "Because they were hassling someone who didn't deserve it." She sighed. "And now you're just proving their point. Acting like some lone wolf vigilante, with your own twisted sense of justice." He shrugged, avoiding her gaze. "I'm not the right person for this," she repeated, frustration creeping into her voice. "I don't handle criminal cases. You need someone who actually knows what they're doing." "I don't need any lawyer," he shot back. "Reacher, wake up. You absolutely need one. This isn't some parking ticket, it's the FBI. They don't mess around." A heavy silence settled between them. "You have to take this seriously," she insisted. He exhaled sharply. "I can't. It's all garbage. I didn't hurt anyone. But you fit their profile perfectly. And now proving you didn't do it? That's the hardest part. You need a real lawyer, not me. They told you I'm ruining your career, didn't they?" He said, smirking, "that I'm not exactly corporate husband material." She rolled her eyes. "That's ridiculous. And even if it were true, I wouldn't care. I'm not saying this for me, I'm saying it for you. Still don't want a lawyer. Then why did you call me?" His grin widened. "Thought you might brighten my day." She stepped forward, grabbed his face, and kissed him hard. "I love you, you idiot," she whispered. "But you need a better lawyer. I don't even know what's going on here." The room fell quiet except for the hum of the air vents, the faint metallic creaks of the building settling. He listened, absorbing the stillness. "They gave me the surveillance report," she said finally. He nodded. "Figured they would. Why?" "Because it clears me." "How?" "Because this isn't about two women," he said. "It's three. Has to be." She frowned. "What?" "Whoever's doing this is on a schedule. 7 weeks ago, then 4. The next one was this week. They were watching me to rule me out. Then why drag you in if you're already cleared?" He shrugged. "Maybe the pattern broke. Maybe he stopped at 2. Serial killers don't just stop at 2, Reacher. Maybe he got sick. Maybe he's in jail for something else entirely. Who knows?" She rubbed her temples. "You still need a lawyer. A good one. This isn't going away. You were supposed to make me feel better, remember?" "No. I was supposed to give you advice." He hesitated, suddenly unsure. "And then there's the other thing," she added. "The 2 guys you put in the hospital. That's not going to disappear just because they deserved it. They should be thanking me. That's not how the real world works, Reacher. This isn't the army. You can't just rough people up and walk away. This is New York. There are rules. I didn't do anything wrong." "Yeah, you did. You hospitalized 2 men. On camera. Doesn't matter if they were scumbags, you broke the law." Before he could argue, heavy footsteps echoed in the hallway. 3 men, moving fast. The door swung open, and Deerfield strode in, flanked by the local agents. "Your little chat is over, miss." "Jacob," he said coldly, ignoring Reacher entirely. Deerfield led the way back to the interrogation room, the agents boxing Reacher in as they followed. Jody trailed behind, blinking against the harsh lights. A second chair waited on the far side. Deerfield pointed at it without a word. She met his gaze, then walked around the table and sat down beside Reacher. Beneath the polished mahogany table, his fingers tightened around Jody's hand. The 2 local officers leaned against the walls, arms crossed, while Reacher squinted through the harsh fluorescent glare. Across from him sat the familiar lineup: Polton, Lamar, Blake, Deerfield, and Kozo. isolated between empty chairs like an afterthought. A sleek black recorder sat in the center of the table. Deerfield leaned in, pressed the red button, and rattled off the date, time, and location before listing everyone in the room. Alan Deerfield speaking to suspect Jack Reacher, he said, hands folded. You're under arrest on 2 counts. A deliberate pause. First, aggravated assault and robbery against 2 unidentified individuals. Kozo cut in, his voice sharp. Second, aiding and abetting a criminal organization involved in extortion. Deerfield smirked, reciting the Miranda warning with exaggerated precision before stopping the tape. Did I get it right, expert? Reacher stayed silent. The recorder buzzed back to life. Understand your rights? Deerfield asked. Yes. Anything to say? No. Deerfield clicked the machine off with a satisfied nod. I want a bail hearing, Jody demanded. Deerfield waved a hand. Not necessary. We're releasing him on his own recognizance. The room went still. What about the other case? Jody pressed. The women. Ongoing investigation, Deerfield said. Your client's free to go. By 3A. Reacher was out. Jody hesitated, torn between staying with him and rushing back to her office to finish her all-nighter. He nudged her toward work. One of the locals drove her to Wall Street while the other sped him back to Garrison, the car's red beacon slicing through the fog. 58 miles in 47 minutes, tires hissing on wet pavement. The driver stayed silent, braking hard at Reacher's driveway before vanishing into the mist. Alone, Reacher trudged toward the house Leon Garber's old place, now his. The summer had been a whirlwind of shocks, reuniting with Jody, learning about her failed marriage, discovering Leon was gone, and inheriting this place. He'd loved Jody since she was 15, back in the Philippines, but buried it deep she was a CO's daughter after all. Leon had been like a father to him, and that made Jody feel like family. And you don't think like that about your sister. The night air was thick with river damp, the kind that clung to your skin. He exhaled, watching his breath curl into the dark. Somewhere in the distance, an owl called a lonely sound, fitting for the hour. The house loomed ahead, full of ghosts and memories, and for the first time in years, Reacher wondered if he was finally in over his head. Fate had a funny way of working first. It dragged him to Leon's funeral, then it threw Jody back into his life. For 2 tense days, they danced around each other, guarded and hesitant, until she finally cracked and confessed she'd been hiding the same emotions for the same stupid reasons. It hit him like lightning, a burst of pure joy in a week already packed with wild twists. Jody's return? The best surprise. Leon's death? The worst. But the house? That was a mixed bag, a $500,000 waterfront property staring across the Hudson at West Point. Gorgeous, but suffocating. The place was solid, sturdy, but it pinned him down in a way that made his skin crawl. He wasn't built for staying put. His life had been a blur of bunkhouses, dingy motels, and military-issued bungalows, owning nothing, carrying everything. As a kid, a scuffed-up baseball was his only treasure. Later, he spent years with nothing but a pair of boots and a wallet some woman had given him, complete with her photo tucked inside. He'd tossed the picture but kept the wallet, adding only a folding toothbrush and a stolen army watch over the years. That was it. Clothes on his back, cash in his pocket, and 0 attachments. Now, a house. A whole damn house. And not just any house, a creaky, mysterious beast with a basement straight out of a horror movie. Concrete walls, exposed pipes, a furnace growling in the dark. Upstairs was friendlier, but still full of quirks, stubborn windows, finicky light switches, a stove that might as well have been a spaceship. Worse, the place came with paperwork, taxes, insurance, garbage bills, all stuffed in a kitchen drawer he avoided like the plague. The only thing he'd bought for the place? A reusable gold coffee filter. No more running out for paper ones. At 410A, bam. He loaded it up, poured water into Leon's ancient machine, and leaned against the counter, watching the sluggish drip. The thing took forever, groaning like it might quit any second. Then halfway through, tires crunched on the wet driveway. Jody, he figured. She'd probably bolted from work early just like her, to show up unannounced. The flicker of hope lasted barely a heartbeat before the car's headlights sliced through the fog, painting his kitchen window in alternating flashes of red. The rhythmic glow swept left to right like a lighthouse beam before vanishing, leaving only the hum of an engine that sputtered into silence. 2 doors clicked open, followed by the crunch of footsteps on gravel. Reacher killed the kitchen light and peered through the window. 2 silhouettes hesitated at the edge of the mist, searching for the path to his door. The doorbell chimed. He fumbled for the hallway switch, guessing right on the first try. The porch light flickered to life, casting a sickly yellow glow that first illuminated Nelson Blake's strained expression, then Julia Lamar's sharp features, half hidden in a shadow. Her eyes burned with the same disdain she'd carried since their last meeting. "You're still awake," Blake observed, his voice flat. Reacher shrugged. "Come in. Or don't. Your call." Lamar crossed her arms. "We'd rather not." Blake shifted uncomfortably. "Anywhere we can grab breakfast." "At 4:30 a.m.? Reacher scoffed. "Not in this town." "Then the car?" Lamar suggested. "Hard pass. A standoff." Blake scuffed his shoes while Lamar glared at the river, her jaw tight. Finally, Reacher stepped back. "Fine. Coffee's fresh. Black only, no cream, no sugar." Blake edged inside like he was trespassing, while Lamar lingered in the doorway, scanning the kitchen with the judgmental curiosity of someone who'd never owned a chipped mug. "None for me," she muttered. "Drink it, Julia," Blake snapped, exhaustion fraying his patience. "It's been a long damn night." Reacher raised an eyebrow at the uncharacteristic edge in Blake's voice, but poured 3 mugs anyway. The coffee tasted like dishwater. His machine was probably clogged with lime scale. He leaned against the counter, waiting. Blake exhaled. "We need to talk." Reacher cut straight to it. "Who was the 3rd victim?" "Lorraine Stanley. Quartermaster Sergeant. Stationed in Utah. Found dead in California this morning. Same pattern? Down to the last detail. Harassment case 2 years ago, left the Army a year later. 3 for 3 now. This isn't random." Reacher took a sip, grimaced, and led them into the dim living room. The blinds rattled up to reveal nothing but darkness beyond the windows. No moon, no stars, just the faint ripple of the river below. The sofas, arranged around the cold fireplace, still held the ghost of Jody's father's last winter fires. Blake sank into one, facing the void outside, while Lamar perched stiffly on the edge of another, her pale skin nearly blending with the ashes in the hearth. "She didn't waste time. We stand by our profile." Reacher smirked. "Of course you do." Blake gave a tight smile. "Nice try, but we both know that's not true." The old house groaned around them, pipes hissing as the heat kicked in. Outside, the fog pressed against the windows, like a ghost trying to listen in. Reacher leaned back, arms crossed. "So what, you're recruiting me now? After dragging me in like some 2-bit suspect?" Lamar cut in, her voice sharp. "We stand by our profile. A disciplined killer with a grudge, someone who thinks he's cleaning house." She tilted her head, the kitchen light turning her into something skeletal. "Sound familiar?" "Only in your head, Julia," Reacher shot back. Blake rubbed his temple, his expensive suit wrinkling like he'd slept in it. "Look, we need someone who speaks Army. Someone who can tell us if we're chasing shadows or stepping on toes." Reacher snorted. "You mean someone to take the heat when the brass starts screaming? Call it what you want. but 3 women are dead, and the next one won't be the last. A draft slithered through the room, carrying the scent of old wood and damp wool. Somewhere upstairs, a loose shutter banged like a distant gunshot. Reacher studied them Blake, the bureaucrat playing tough, and Lamar, all angles and cold certainty. Fine, he said finally. But here's the deal. I ask the questions. And when I say jump, you don't waste time asking how high. Blake exhaled, relief flickering behind his eyes. Deal. Lamar didn't look convinced. Just remember we're watching you too. Reacher grinned, slow and dangerous. Wouldn't have it any other way. The furnace roared to life again, drowning out whatever Blake muttered under his breath. Outside, the fog swallowed the world whole. Reacher finished his coffee and pushed the mug away, the ceramic scraping against the wooden table. Blake leaned forward, his voice low, but insistent. You're the one who could pull this off. Me? Reacher scoffed. Yeah, you. You still remember how things work, don't you? Not happening. Why not? Reacher crossed his arms, stretching his legs out in front of him. Because I don't care to. You could, though. Sure, but I won't. Blake tapped the file in front of him. Your service record speaks for itself. You were one of the best investigators they had. That was a lifetime ago. People remember you. Favors might still be owed. Reacher shrugged. Or maybe they've forgotten. We need your help. Not my problem. Blake's jaw tightened. Don't you feel anything? Women are dying. That shouldn't sit right with anyone. Reacher exhaled. There are millions of vets out there. Some get lucky, some don't. I can't lose sleep over every bad hand dealt. You knew Callan. You liked her. Callan, yeah. Not Cook. So help us find who did this. No. Lamar's voice cut in, sharp as a blade. You selfish bastard. Reacher shot Blake a look. You really expect me to work with her? And does she have any other insults in her repertoire? Blake sighed. Julia, go make more coffee. Lamar's face flushed, but she shoved herself off the couch and stalked to the kitchen. Blake lowered his voice. She's under a lot of pressure. Should I care? Reacher muttered. She's drinking my coffee and calling me names. Blake leaned in. The victims fit a specific profile, women who reported harassment and left the service. Defense says there are only 91 who match. So, if this guy's working through them, he's got 88 left. He's already killed 3. Reacher stayed silent. Julia's sister is one of those 88. The room went quiet except for the clatter of a coffee pot in the kitchen. She's scared, Blake admitted. Not panicking yet, but close enough. Makes it personal. Reacher nodded slowly. Then she shouldn't be on the case. She's compromised. Blake shrugged. She insisted. My call. Pressure can sharpen focus. Or blow the whole thing apart. She's my lead profiler. She's running this. And she needs you as a liaison. So cut her some slack. Reacher studied him, the sweat on his brow, the stubborn set of his jaw. A man who needed answers. Lama returned, her composure regained, coffee pot in hand. My profile stands, she said coolly. The killer is someone like you. Maybe someone you served with. Reacher met her gaze. Sorry about your sister. I don't want pity. I want this guy caught. Good luck with that. She poured Blake's coffee first, then moved to Reacher's mug. He nodded. Thanks. Changed your mind yet? She asked. No. Blake tried again. What about consulting? Just background intel. Reacher shook his head. Not interested. Then just sit back, Blake pressed. No field work. Just talk. Reacher stayed silent. The air between them crackled with frustration. Blake leaned forward, his fingers drumming on the table. Just throwing ideas out there, but we think you might know this guy. Or at least someone like him. Reacher shook his head. Not my scene. The room went quiet. Then Blake tried again. Ever consider hypnosis? Might help jog your memory, something you overlooked before. Reacher raised an eyebrow. Hypnosis? Seriously? Works more than you'd think, Blake said. Julie is certified. She could guide you through it. Reacher smirked. Yeah, no thanks. Last thing I need is her convincing me to streak through Times Square. Another beat of silence. Blake exhaled, shifting tactics. Look, Reacher, the Bureau's asking officially. We bring in consultants all the time. You'd even get paid. So that's why you dragged me in here. Blake nodded. Sometimes the pressure works. How? Blake hesitated, then went for honesty. People panic when they think they're suspects. Then we tell them they're not suddenly. They're eager to cooperate. Gratitude or something. Reacher crossed his arms. Never took Psych 101. It's the job, Blake said. You play the angles. Kind of messed up, don't you think? Blake shrugged. We do what works. Reacher's expression darkened. Well, your little mind game failed. Try again. Blake pressed on. Give me something for the record. Why the hard no? Reacher shot a glance at Lamar. Her? She's insufferable. Swap her out. Maybe we talk. Lamar's glare could have melted steel. Blake shook his head. Not happening. My call. Then my answer's still no. Blake's jaw tightened. We cleared this with Deerfield. As a courtesy. He's willing to drop the racketeering charge if you help. Reacher scoffed. That's supposed to scare me? I shut that scam down. A jury of downtown business owners would thank me. Blake wiped his mouth, lowering his voice. One of those guys might not make it. Skull fracture. If he dies, it's murder. Reacher barked a laugh. Nice try. If I wanted to crack a skull, you'd know. What else you got? Blake leaned in. We'll go as far as we need to. Hers audit. Your girlfriend, too. Reacher just grinned. Audit me. Maybe they'll find money I forgot about. The coffee in his cup was better than his usual brew, stronger, smoother. Maybe she'd gotten the ratio right. Or maybe it was the satisfaction of watching Blake scramble. Either way, he wasn't budging. Jody was a high-powered Wall Street attorney, on the fast track to making partner at one of Manhattan's most prestigious firms. If the REs came knocking, she'd dismantle them before they even finished their opening line. We're dead serious, Reacher, Blake warned. Reacher scoffed. Doesn't feel that way yet. Blake's gaze dropped to the floor, his voice lowering. Kozo's got undercover guys out there. Petrosian's gonna want answers about what happened to his crew last night. If Kozo's boys drop your name, and? Reacher cut in. They could give him your address. Reacher leaned forward, unimpressed. You think that scares me? Take a good look, Blake. There are maybe 10 people on this planet who could make me sweat. Odds are, Petrosian ain't one of them. If he wants to come at me, fine, I'll ship him back to the city in a pine box, floating down the Hudson. Blake hesitated. Word is he's ruthless. Kozo says he's got a sick streak. His kills always have some twisted sexual angle. Bodies left naked, mutilated, staged like some horror show. Deerfield briefed us on it. Reacher shrugged. I'll roll the dice. Blake exhaled. Figured you'd say that. We're pretty good at reading people comes with a job. So we asked ourselves, what if it's not your name they leak? What if it's your girlfriend's? Jody's voice cut through the tension. What are you going to do? Reacher clenched his jaw. I don't know. Can't believe they'd pull this. They stood in Jody's sleek Tribeca kitchen, 4 stories above the hum of downtown Manhattan. After Blake and Lamar left him stewing in Garrison, Reacher had driven straight to the city, restless and pissed. Jody had stumbled in at dawn, exhausted but sharp, only to find him waiting in her living room. "Are they bluffing?" she asked, pacing in her peach dress, her coat slung over a chair. "Probably not," Reacher admitted. She let out a frustrated breath. "This is insane. They're desperate," he said, "and arrogant. Winning's everything to them. I've seen it before elite units get like this. They'll do whatever it takes. How long do we have? Gotta call them by 8. Decide by then." Jody dropped into a chair, shaking her hair back. Even after 23 hours awake, she looked flawless, just a hint of fatigue shadowing her eyes. She was everything Lamar wasn't: poised, magnetic, the kind of woman who turned heads without trying. "They can't just do this," she muttered. Reacher nodded. "Maybe they're bluffing. But it's a gamble either way. We'll always wonder." She crossed her legs, thinking, "So get them to back off. Play nice?" He shook his head. "Threatening me? Fine. Threatening you? That's a line they don't get to uncross." But were they really going to? "Assume they were," he said flatly. She swallowed. "Then I'm scared. Even if they take it back, I'll still be looking over my shoulder." "Exactly," Reacher said. "No going back now." "But why?" She pressed. "Why go this far?" "History," he said grimly. "You know how it is. Everyone's got a grudge. Blake said it himself. MPs wouldn't piss on Quantico if it was burning. Vietnam left scars." Jody exhaled, staring at the ceiling. Somewhere outside, a siren wailed, just another morning in the city. But inside that kitchen, the stakes had never felt higher. Your father could have explained this whole mess. He lived through it. What went down with Vietnam? "Back then, we had a simple system. Draft dodgers were FBI territory, while deserters were our problem. Different beasts entirely. We knew how to deal with runaways. Some got locked up, others got a softer touch. Let's face it, the jungle wasn't exactly a vacation spot for foot soldiers, and enlistment lines weren't exactly wrapping around the block. So the MPs would smooth things over, ship the decent ones back, only for the Bureau to snatch them up again at the airport. Drove the military cops up the wall. Hoover, impossible to work with. The turf war was legendary. Guys like Leon, they swore off the FBI for life. No calls, no letters, no favors. And that's still how it is?" He gave a slow nod. "Institutions hold grudges longer than your ex. To them, it might as well have happened last week. No forgiveness, no forgetting. Even with women's lives at stake?" He shrugged. "Since when has bureaucracy ever made sense? So they're desperate, if they want results. But why you? Plenty of reasons. I've got history with some of these cases. They know where to find me, and I've got enough clout to pull strings. Plus, the new crop probably still owes me a beer or two." She exhaled. "So they're not bluffing." He stayed quiet. "What's the play then?" He let the silence stretch. "We could get creative," he finally said. "How?" "You tag along." She shook her head. "They'd never allow it. And I can't, not with work. The partner vote's coming up." He drummed his fingers. "There's another way." "Which is?" "I'd take Petrosian off the board." Her eyes locked onto his. "No more problem," he said. "Cut the head off the snake." She tilted her head back, staring at the ceiling before answering. "At the firm, we have a rule, the so what else test. Say we've got a client hiding assets. First question, what else is he lying about? Your point. What if this isn't about the women at all? Petrosian's slick, right? No paper trail, no witnesses. Maybe Kozo's using Blake and Lamar to manipulate you into handling him. They profiled you, they know how you operate. Dangle me as bait, and boom, you go straight for him. No trial, No messy paperwork. Just a clean, deniable hit. Reacher said nothing. "Oh," she continued, "maybe it's the other guy, the killer." No evidence means no conviction. But you don't need a jury. If they feed you just enough to convince you, they get their solution without dirtying their hands. You're their magic bullet point, shoot, and let gravity do the rest. The room went still. Outside, the city groaned awake, tires hissing on wet pavement. "Could be both," Reacher muttered. "Petrosian and the killer." Jody's voice was quiet. "They're not stupid." He nodded, jaw tight. The tension in the room was thick enough to cut with a knife. "They're dead serious," he muttered, running a hand through his hair. "So what's your move?" She pressed, her voice tight with worry. He exhaled sharply. "No clue. But I can't just bail to Quantico, knowing Petrosian's still out there, breathing the same New York air as you. That's not happening." She crossed her arms. "But what if it's all a bluff? Since when does the FBI play mind games?" "Come on, you're stuck in a loop," he snapped. "The whole point is we don't know. That's their power move, keeping us guessing." Her laugh was bitter. "Smart people, huh? Why not just ask you to take Petrosian out?" "Because that's not how this works," he shot back. "It'd be illegal as hell, and even if they hinted at it, you can't play their game. One wrong move and they own you. 2 vigilante hits with the Bureau's silent approval, you'd be their puppet forever." He braced his hands against the window frame, staring down at the city below like it held answers. The weight of the situation pressed down on them both. "You're in deep," she murmured. "Yeah, and so are you." Silence stretched between them until she broke it. "So, what's the plan?" His jaw tightened. "I need time to think. Got till 8. She gave a slow nod. "Better think real careful." As Jody headed back to her high-powered law firm partnership looming, Reacher stayed behind, pacing her apartment like a caged animal. 30 minutes of furious deliberation, then 20 on the phone calling in favors. Blake's words echoed, "Maybe someone still owes you." At 7:55, he dialed Lamar. She picked up instantly, like she'd been waiting. "I'm in," he growled. "Not thrilled, but I'll do it." He could practically hear her smirk through the phone. "Pack a bag. I'll be at your place in 2 hours." "Not happening. I'm seeing Jody first. Meet you at the airport." Lamar's chuckle grated. "We're not flying." "I don't do planes." "Road trip to Virginia, 6 hours tops." "6 hours in a car with you?" He scoffed. "Hell no. Tough. You follow orders now, Reacher. See you at Garrison's." The Wall Street skyscraper loomed, its lobby buzzing with round-the-clock security. Jody was buried in London market reports when he found her. "You good?" he asked. "Exhausted," she admitted, rubbing her temples. "You should go home." "Like I'll sleep," she muttered. He moved to the window, dawn creeping over the skyline. "Relax. It'll work out." She joined him, pressing into his chest like she could memorize the feel of him. "Just don't be stupid," she whispered. Their kiss was fierce, lingering a silent promise neither of them could voice. Jody broke every speed limit, getting him home with minutes to spare. He grabbed his toothbrush, locked up the house, and unplugged everything like a man erasing traces. Out back, the Hudson River glinted under the morning light, cold and indifferent. One last look before the storm. The morning was dull and heavy, the air thick with mist that clung to the riverbanks like a damp blanket. Across the water, the trees were shifting into their autumn wardrobe, faded, greens giving way to rust and gold. The distant silhouette of West Point barely pierced the haze. The sun crawled over the rooftop, weak and indifferent, offering no comfort. Reacher turned away, hands shoved deep in his coat pockets, as he cut past the garage and onto the driveway. He didn't glance back. Some things were easier left behind. At the curb, he propped himself against the mailbox, scanning the empty road until Lamar's sleek Buick rolled up, its Virginia plates gleaming. The car was spotless, almost too polished, like it had just rolled off the lot. She sat small behind the wheel, her fingers tapping the leather as the trunk popped open with a quiet click. Reacher tossed his non-existent luggage into the void, just his own shadow, before sliding into the passenger seat. "No bag?" she asked, blinking. "Travel light," he said. She exhaled sharply, like she'd stepped into an awkward conversation at a party, and pulled away. At the first intersection, she hesitated. Best route south. "Sky," he deadpanned. She ignored him, turning left then another, until they were rolling north on Route 9. "I'll catch I-84 in Fishkill," she muttered more to herself than him. West to the Thruway, then south on the Palisades to the Garden State. Reacher stayed quiet. "Just making conversation," she snapped. "Don't." Her grit tightened on the wheel. "You're not exactly a team player." He shrugged. "You wanted Army expertise, not a GPS." She pressed her lips into a thin line, disappointment flashing in her eyes before she focused back on the road. The heater blasted, turning the car into a sauna. Reacher reached over and cranked his side down. "You trying to bake me?" No response. Just the hum of tires on asphalt as they crossed the Hudson, Newburgh fading in the rear view. Lamar shifted in her seat, settling in for the long haul. "Never fly?" Reacher asked. "Not anymore." "Why?" "Phobia," she admitted flatly. "I freeze up." He smirked. "You packing?" She tugged her jacket aside, revealing the stiff leather of a shoulder holster. "You'd use that?" "If I had to?" "Then you're an idiot for fearing planes. Statistically, you're way more likely to die in this car in a shootout." She stiffened. "I know the numbers. So it's irrational." "Yeah," she muttered. Silence settled between them, thick as the morning fog. Reacher studied her profile, the tight jaw, the faint flush creeping up her neck. Maybe he pushed too hard. "Sorry about your sister," he offered. Her knuckles whitened. "Stepsister, and it's not personal. Could have fooled me." "Blake talked to you while I was gone?" "Mentioned it." She scoffed. "Figures. But don't confuse professional concern with family drama." Reacher leaned back, watching a highway stretch ahead. "You expected me to care about Amy Cowan just 'cause I knew her. But your profile's off. Way off. And you're an expert on profiling?" "Nope," he said. "Just common sense." The road swallowed the rest of the words, leaving only the steady drone of the engine. Somewhere ahead, the case waited, but for now, the miles rolled on, silent and unresolved. "I didn't murder those women, never would." "So you're barking up the wrong tree, chasing someone like me." "The facts back that up, don't they?" "You a fan of facts?" she asked. "Way more than I am of nonsense," he shot back. "All right, chew on these facts," she said. "I nailed a killer in Colorado without setting foot there. Victim was a young, attractive woman raped, beaten to death with a blunt object, left on her back with a cloth over her face. No forced entry, no mess. A crime of passion, impulsive. I pegged the killer as a local, older guy who knew her, lived close, had been in her home before, and had some twisted fixation on her. And local cops picked him up in an hour. Confessed on the spot. Reacher nodded. Handyman. Used his hammer." Her grip tightened on the wheel as she cut him a sharp glance. "That's impossible. No way you could know that it hasn't hit the papers here." "Just connecting dots." The cloth over her face? Guilt. He knew her. Couldn't bear to look at what he'd done. Suggests low intelligence, superstition, like he thought she was watching him from the afterlife. No forced entry. He'd been inside before. Easy to piece together. Why easy? Because what low IQ guy gets regular access to a smart, pretty woman? Not a gardener, they work outside, usually in teams. Had to be a handyman, simmering with frustration. One day he snaps, makes a clumsy pass, she shuts him down, maybe even laughs. He loses it, rapes her, kills her. A guy like that? He'd use what's in his toolbox. A hammer fits. Lamar fell silent, her pale skin flushing. You call that profiling? Reacher scoffed. That's just logic. That was a straightforward case, she muttered. He laughed. You get a paycheck for this? They teach it in school. The highway smoothed as they crossed into New Jersey. The roadside suddenly manicured. Every state spruces up its borders, like a first impression matters more than the last. Reacher smirked. Shouldn't they fix the exits instead? Then you'd leave with a better memory of the place. We need to talk, Lamar said. Sure. Tell me about college. Not about college. Why not? What you major in profiling for dummies? Indiana State, she clipped. Psychology? No. Criminology? Landscape gardening, she snapped. My training's from Quantico. Reacher grinned. Landscape gardening. No wonder the FBI recruited you desperate for that expertise. It teaches patience, seeing the big picture, and how to grow things. Handy skill for waiting around while your profiles go nowhere. Silence. Any phobid gardeners at Quantico? He pressed. Bonsai lovers scared of spiders? Orchid nerds who avoid sidewalk cracks? Her knuckles whitened. Real proud of yourself, Reacher? Joking while women are dying. He turned to the window, the smirk fading. The car surged forward as Lamar pressed the accelerator, tires hissing against the rain-slicked highway. Dark storm clouds loomed ahead, swallowing the horizon. Walk me through the case details, Reacher said, shifting in his seat. Her fingers tightened around the wheel. You already know the victim profile specific, deliberate. He gave a slow nod. Seems that way. Locations are scattered, but the killer's method is consistent. Every crime scene was the victim's home, single-family houses, different levels of seclusion. Reacher smirked. Nice houses, though? Army buyouts, right? Big payouts to keep scandals quiet. Bet they all splurged on real estate. Lamar kept her eyes on the road. Yeah, and all in decent neighborhoods. They wanted stability after years of bouncing around. What about their personal lives? He pressed. Callan was separated, no kids. Cook dated around, no commitments. Stanley kept to himself. Reacher arched a brow. You cleared Callan's ex? Obviously. First rule, always check the spouse. But he had an alibi. Then Cook's case made the pattern obvious. This wasn't domestic. Reacher exhaled. So, how's he getting in? No signs of forced entry. Lamar shrugged. 3 victims isn't enough for solid patterns, but I'd bet he stalked them first. Needed them alone, no witnesses. He's careful no cigarette butts, no trash left behind. Neighbors see anything? Not a peep. And all 3 murders happened in daylight? Different times, but yeah. None of these women had day jobs. Reacher chuckled. Like most ex-army folks. What's the deal with that? Lamar shot him a look. Why don't you people work? Us people, he echoed. In my case, couldn't find anything worth the effort. Thought about landscaping, but where's the challenge in that? The car plunged into a downpour, wipers slapping furiously. Lamar eased off the gas, knuckles white on the wheel. You gonna keep needling me the whole ride? She snapped. Reacher grinned. Compared to you accusing me of murder? Yeah, I'd say I'm being downright polite. Apologize, and maybe I'll ease up. She scoffed. Not happening. My profile stands if it's not you, It's someone just like you. Outside, the storm raged, turning the highway into a river of brake lights. Traffic slowed to a crawl. Lamar swore under her breath as she hit the brakes. Reacher reclined his seat, stretching out. Wake me when we're moving again. We're not done, she warned. He closed his eyes. We had a deal. Talk later. The rain drummed harder, drowning out her reply. Reacher leaned back in the seat, the rain drumming against the roof like a relentless metronome. Wonder what Petrosian's up to right now, he mused, glancing past Lamar toward the blur of Manhattan, barely visible through the downpour. The highway was a mess cars, inching forward, brake lights glowing like angry eyes in the storm. All right, keep talking, he said, shifting his focus. Lamar's grip tightened on the wheel as she navigated the crawl. Where'd we leave off? She asked. He scoped them out enough to know they're alone. Broad daylight, just strolls right in. Then what? Then he kills them. Inside? Probably. Probably? You don't know? Reacher exhaled. There's a lot we don't know. That's the problem. Lamar scoffed. Fantastic. Guy leaves zero evidence, she added. It's a nightmare. Reacher stretched, locking his hands behind his head. That's not easy to pull off. Tell me about it, Lamar muttered, eyes fixed ahead. We've got tech that blow your mind, and this guy's still ghosting us. No prints, no fibers, no DNA, nothing. Reacher smirked. So how's he doing it? Beats me. How long you been in this car? Feels like a lifetime. An hour, she corrected. And already your DNA's everywhere, door handles, seatbelt dash. Fibers from your clothes, dirt from your shoes. And you're just sitting here. Now imagine the mess after a violent crime. Reacher nodded. So maybe he's not killing them inside. But he leaves the bodies there. Which means he's dragging them back in. Exactly. And we know he spends time in the house. There's proof. Where's he dumping them? Bathroom. In the tub? Up ahead, flashing lights cut through the rain. A wrecked station wagon plowed into the back of an SUV. The windshield was shattered, doors pried open. Reacher's gaze lingered. Not his car. Jody wouldn't be out in this mess. In the tub? He repeated. Lamar nodded. All three. Like a calling card? Yep. Reacher frowned. How's he know they all have tubs? You live in a house, you got one. But what if they don't? I used to live in motels. Some places only have showers. Lamar shot him a look. You live in Garrison now. In a house. Reacher glanced down, as if remembering for the first time. Right, but before that? Point is, how's he know his victims aren't transient? Lamar shrugged. If they were homeless, they wouldn't be on his radar. To be a target, they've got to live somewhere he can find them. Still, not every place has a tub. Most do. Takes a real shoebox to skip one. Reacher conceded. Real estate wasn't his forte. Fine. They're in the tub. Naked, Lamar added. The wipers dragged across the windshield, slow and steady, like the case itself methodical, frustrating, going nowhere fast. The woman sped away from the wreckage, windshield wipers slapping against the downpour. Their clothes are gone, she confirmed, gripping the wheel tighter. Seriously? He steals her outfits? Reacher frowned. What's the point? Trophies, most likely. Serial offenders? Do that take something personal? Maybe it's symbolic for him. Stripping them of their civilian identity, like they never left the service. Anything else missing? She shook her head. No valuables taken? Wallets, cards, all untouched. Just the clothes. Reacher exhaled. So he strips them clean and leaves nothing behind. A pause. Then quieter, not nothing. He leaves paint. Paint? Military-grade camo green. Gallons of it. Reacher's eyes flicked to the storm outside. In the tub? Yeah. Naked bodies submerged in paint. Not drowning them, they're dead first. Then he pours it over them like some kind of sick ritual. Reacher pictured it, bodies floating in thick green sludge, hardening over time. So they're encased? Like some twisted souvenir? She nodded. Every victim. Found just like that. Silence settled between them as the car raced toward clearer skies. The rain faded behind them, sunlight breaking through. Reacher felt an unexpected surge of energy, the road stretching ahead, the thrill of movement. For a second, the grim case faded, replaced by the raw satisfaction of being on the move. "You love this," a voice in his head teased. "The chase, the open road. Almost makes you forget we're stuck in the middle of nowhere." "You good?" Lamar's voice snapped him back. He forced his focus onto her sharp features, that skeptical twist of her mouth. "Tell me about the paint," he said. "It's standard Army issue. Flat green, mass-produced in Illinois. Untraceable beyond that." Reacher grunted. "Messy stuff?" But the scenes were spotless, no spills. No struggle, no mess. But hauling 30 gallons? That's not subtle. Means a big vehicle. Serious exposure. Lamar shrugged. "No witnesses?" Door to door turned up nothing. Reacher's jaw tightened. "The paint's the key. Where's he getting it?" "Your guess is as good as mine." A new detail struck him something off. "Wait. He's meticulous, but Army paint's regulated. How's he scoring that much without raising flags?" Lamar's fingers drummed the wheel. "Maybe he's got connections. Or he's stealing it in bulk." Reacher stared at the horizon, mind racing. The paint wasn't just a signature, it was a trail. And trails led somewhere. Let's see where this one goes. The military wasn't exactly bending over backward to assist. "Not shocking," Reacher muttered. "They've never been your biggest fans. And let's be real, this whole thing is a PR nightmare. Odds are, it's one of their own. Who else has access to that much camo paint?" Lamar stayed silent, hands steady on the wheel as she pushed south. The rain had stopped, leaving the windshield wipers screeching against dry glass. With a sharp flick of her wrist, she shut them off. Reacher's mind wandered to the killer, some soldier, methodically stockpiling paint cans. 91 names on his list, each one earmarked for gallons of the stuff. Do the math, and you're talking literal tons. Enough to fill a cargo truck. Maybe the guy was Supply Corps. "How's he doing it?" he asked abruptly. Lamar's fingers tightened around the wheel. She swallowed hard, eyes locked on the road. "We don't have a clue," she admitted. "You don't know?" he echoed, incredulous. She shook her head. "They're just dead. No clear cause. 91 targets, 6 down, 3 to go. So what's next?" The answer was simple. Think. Obsessively. Because this wasn't about brute force. It was about outsmarting them all. The women, sure, but more importantly, the endless parade of investigators. Local cops, state troopers, the FBI, their so-called experts. Every new angle, every fresh lead. They were closing in, hunting him. But the women, easy, exactly as he'd predicted. No arrogance here, just cold, calculated precision. They opened their doors, let him in, practically tripped over themselves to trust him. Pathetic, deserving even. And the act itself? Not difficult. Not when you planned every move like a surgeon. Step 1, step 2, step 3, flawless execution. A science. 3 more and he'd be done. The hard part was over. But complacency killed. So he kept thinking. Think, think, think. No room for error. "You really don't know?" Reacher pressed again, snapping Lamar from her trance. She blinked, exhaustion etched into her face, her grip on the wheel white-knuckled. "Know what? How they died?" She exhaled sharply. No, not definitively. He studied her. You holding up okay? Do I look not okay? You look like you're about to face plant into the dashboard. She stifled a yawn. Long night. I'll manage. Great. Because if you nod off, we're both roadkill. Never happened before, she muttered. Reacher turned away, fingers tapping the airbag cover. You sure you're good? I said I'm fine. Drop it. So, explain this, why can't you ID the cause of death? She shrugged. You were a cop. You've seen bodies. And you look for wounds, right? Bullet holes, blunt force trauma, the usual. But these women. Bathtubs full of dry paint. Forensics pulls them out, cleans them up, and nothing. No obvious injuries. They cut them open, still nada. No water in the lungs, no paint. Just dead. The silence between them thickened. Somewhere ahead, a highway sign flickered in the sunlight. 3 more to go. And the clock was ticking. The forensic team combed through every inch of the bodies for external trauma, but came up empty. No needle marks, no bruises, nothing. But keep in mind, Lamar added, they were covered in that military-grade paint. That toxic sludge wouldn't pass a single safety inspection, loaded with chemicals that eat through skin post-mortem. Could have masked minor injuries, but whatever killed them left no obvious trace. Reacher frowned. Internals? Clean. No bruising under the skin, no organ damage, no toxins in their systems. Stomach contents were normal, they didn't swallow the paint. Sexual assault? Lamar shook her head. Blake was convinced both Callan and Cook would have been willing partners if you'd asked. No resentment, no motive there. The nudity? Pure humiliation. This was punishment, not passion. Reacher exhaled. Weird. If it's a soldier, why not just shoot or stab them? This is too calculated? Lamar rubbed her temples. Exactly. No rage, just cold precision. But the victims fit military women, targeted for retribution. Who else but another soldier? Silence settled between them as the highway stretched ahead. Lamar's grip on the wheel was tight, her knuckles pale. Reacher watched the gray sky blur past, forcing down the odd flicker of contentment. Then Lamar yawned hard. Reacher shot her a look. I'm fine, she muttered. He didn't buy it. You're a wreck. Pull over. Coffee? No. She hesitated, then sagged in defeat. A mile later, they rolled into a rest stop, a relic of 1950s federal design, now hijacked by neon fast food signs. Reacher climbed out, stretching in the damp chill while traffic roared behind him. Lamar stayed slumped in the car, so he headed for the men's room. When he returned, she was gone. He found her inside, glaring as he joined the sandwich line. You vanished, she snapped. Bathroom break. Not a felony. Protocol says I track you. Reacher smirked. Next time, want me to hold the door open for you? No laugh. Just a frosty, heads up would suffice. The line inched forward. He swapped his order from cheese to crab, figured if she was footing the bill, he'd make it worth her while. He grabbed a large black coffee and a plain glazed donut, sliding into a booth while she rummaged through her purse. When she finally sat across from him, he lifted his cup with a dry smirk. Cheers to a couple of wild days ahead, he said. She didn't miss a beat. Try a couple of weeks at least. However long it takes. He took a slow sip, the bitterness of the coffee mirroring his thoughts. Why 3 weeks, though? That's not a natural cycle, not lunar, not seasonal. What's the angle? She picked at her turkey and Swiss on whole wheat, delicately brushing a crumb from her lip. Honestly, we don't know. But 91 targets, spaced like that? That's over 5 years of hunting. Nobody plans something that long unless they're forced into a schedule. Reacher leaned back, piecing it together. So he's on some kind of rotation. 2 weeks on, 1 week off scouting, prepping, then executing. Exactly, she said. Now, what kind of soldier operates like that? Rapid response units, he mused. Marines, maybe. Some infantry. And did the pause hang watching her? Special forces, she finished, eyes sharp. They'd know how to kill quietly. But would they care about making it mysterious? Reacher tore into his sandwich crab salad that tasted suspiciously like canned tuna. Special forces. Nah. Their job is efficiency, not theatrics. Dead is dead. They don't leave puzzles behind. She set her sandwich down, frustration flickering. Then what are you saying? That I've got no idea who's doing this or why. And frankly, neither do you, landscape architect. Her grip tightened around her cup. We need more from you, Reacher. And you know what happens if we don't get it. Yeah, threats. But hurt her, and you'll learn real quick why you shouldn't have. She smirked, leaning in. Threatening a federal agent? That's Title 18, Section 4702. You're digging yourself deeper. He met her gaze, unblinking. Ethics ever cross your mind? She faltered just for a second. It used to, but the Bureau knows what it's doing. Greatest good, greatest number, sometimes you push to get cooperation. Reacher stayed silent, his expression flat. Look, she sighed, softer now. Using your girlfriend wasn't my call. That was Blake. I wouldn't have gone there. Why not? Because we don't need more collateral damage. But this job, it's about enforcement. Still, I wanted you to know. An apology? He scoffed. Close as you'll get. He shrugged. Whatever. Friends? She tried. Reacher drained his coffee. Not a chance. Lamar exhaled sharply, shaking her head. Forget it. That's not happening. You don't even like me, she muttered. You want the truth? Reacher asked, watching her reaction. She gave a half-hearted shrug. Not particularly. I just need your help. Fine. I'll play messenger, he said. That's the deal. But you gotta give me something to work with. She hesitated, then nodded. Special forces, that's where I want to start. Do your thing, see what you find. Reacher turned his face toward the window, biting back a smirk. The rest stop had stretched into a full hour, and by the end, Lamar had finally loosened up only to stall when it was time to leave. Need me to take the wheel? Reacher offered. She shot him a look. Bureau car. You're not cleared. Still, the question snapped her back into motion. She grabbed her bag, pushed away from the table. Reacher tossed their trash and caught up with her at the door. The walk to the Buick was quiet, the tension hanging between them. The engine roared to life, and soon they were back on the highway, the hum of tires and rush of wind filling the silence like they'd never stopped. Lamar sat rigid behind the wheel, while Reacher slouched in the passenger seat, watching the landscape blur past. Tell me about your sister, he said suddenly. Stepsister, she corrected. Fine. What's her deal? Lamar's grip tightened on the wheel. Why? If I'm helping, I need context. Where she served, what went down all of it. Lamar scoffed. She was a spoiled girl chasing excitement. So she enlisted? Bought into the recruitment ads, you know. The ones that make it look like some action movie. She tough physically. Yeah, rock climbing, skiing, all that adrenaline junkie stuff. Thought the army would be non-stop commando raids, with a knife in her teeth. Let me guess it wasn't. You know how it was back then for women. They stuck her behind the wheel of a transport truck. Why not bail? If she's loaded? Because she's stubborn. Aced basic, fought for a better assignment. Even went toe-to-toe with some sleazy colonel who suggested she'd get further If she showed up naked next time. Reacher raised an eyebrow. And she reported him. Got her transfer, close support infantry. As close to the front as they'd let a woman get. But you know how rumors work. Everyone assumed she'd slept her way up, even after the guy got canned. The whispers got to her. Eventually, she walked. What's she doing now? Nothing. Wallowing, mostly. You too close? Lamar hesitated. Not really. My fault, I was young, bitter. My dad died. We were broke. Then this rich guy swoops in, marries my mom, adopts me. I resented the whole damsel in distress thing. Told myself I didn't have to like her just because we were stepsisters. Never got over it? She shook her head. Mom died early, left me feeling adrift. I didn't handle it well. Now we're more like friendly acquaintances. Polite, distant. Reacher smirked. So if she's rich, does that mean you are too? Lamar shot him a sideways glance, flashing a crooked grin. Why? You got a thing for wealthy women? Or just think we shouldn't have jobs? Just passing time. She laughed. Let's just say my stepdad's wallet is deeper than you'd guess. He treats us both equally, even though I'm not his biological daughter and she is. Lucky you, Reacher muttered. She hesitated, then added, and we're about to come into a lot of money. Not that it's good news, he's really sick. 2 years battling cancer, but the old man's finally losing the fight. So yeah, big inheritance coming. Sorry to hear that, Reacher said. She nodded, gripping the wheel tighter. Yeah, it sucks. The car hummed along the highway, the silence between them thick. You warned your sister? Reacher asked. Stepsister, she corrected sharply. He shot her a look. Why do you keep stressing that? She shrugged. Because if Blake thinks I'm too emotionally invested, he'll bench me. And I don't want that. You don't? Hell no. If someone you care about is in danger, you want to handle it yourself, right? Reacher turned his gaze out the window. Damn right, he muttered. She exhaled. And the whole family thing? It's messy for me. After my mom died, they could have shut me out, but they didn't. They treat me like I'm theirs, fair, loving, generous. The more they do, the worse I feel for ever calling myself Cinderella. Reacher stayed quiet. You think I'm overreacting again, she said. Still nothing? She kept driving, eyes locked ahead. Cinderella, she scoffed. Though you'd probably say I'm the wicked stepsister. He ignored that, watching the road instead. Either way, did you warn her? He pressed. She snapped back to reality, glancing at him. Yeah, of course. The second Cook's pattern became clear. I called her nonstop. She should be safe. She's either at the hospital with her dad or locked down at home. I told her not to open the door for anyone. She listening. I made damn sure of it. He nodded. Good. Only 87 more to go. After New Jersey, Maryland stretched ahead, 80 miles of rain-slicked highway that took forever. The sky darkened early, heavy with storm clouds. They skirted D. C. The city lights a blur in the rain, then crossed into Virginia for the final stretch to Quantico. The rain eased, the clouds thinning as forests replaced urban sprawl. Lamar sped up, then suddenly braked, swerving onto an unmarked road twisting through the trees. The pavement was smooth, but the turns were sharp. A half-mile in, they passed a clearing with military vehicles and dark green huts. Marines, she said. They gifted us 60 acres. Reacher smirked. I bet they'd say you swiped it. Another half-mile, another clearing, same setup, same eerie green paint. Camouflage base coat, Reacher noted. She shuddered. Creepy. 2 more turns, 2 more clearings, and they were 2 miles deep into the woods. Reacher leaned forward, curious. He'd never been to Quantico before. The car rounded a final bend, and suddenly the trees gave way to a checkpoint, a red and white barrier, a bulletproof guard booth. An armed sentry stepped out as Lamar rolled down her window, digging for her ID. Beyond him, low honeystone buildings sprawled across manicured lawns, looking more like a quiet college campus than an FBI stronghold, except for the razor wire and the rifle in the guard's hands. The guard recognized her immediately, but protocol demanded he check her ID anyway. He gave a quick nod as she pulled her badge from her bag, then shifted his attention to Reacher. "He needs authorization," Lamar said flatly. The guard shrugged. "Already handled by Mr. Blake." He disappeared into his booth and returned with a visitor's pass, a laminated card dangling from a chain, stamped with Reacher's name, and an old military photo, all overlaid with a faded red V. "V for visitor," Lamar said, tossing it to him. "Keep it on you. Always." Reacher looped it around his neck. "Or what? Or they put a bullet in you. And no, I'm not joking." The guard hit the gate release, and Lamar rolled up her window, gunning the engine as they passed through. The road twisted through dense forest, revealing scattered parking lots tucked into the terrain. In the distance, the sharp crack of gunfire echoed handguns, probably a couple 100 yards off in the trees. "Training drills," Lamar said, her energy suddenly sharper, like the place itself was charging her up. Reacher could see why. The facility was massive, hidden in a secluded valley, miles from civilization. It had that secretive, elite vibe, the kind of place that bred fanatical loyalty in those lucky enough to get inside. She slowed over speed bumps before pulling into a spot outside the main building. Killing the engine, she checked her watch. 6 hours and 10 minutes. Slow trip. Blame the weather and that long lunch stop. Silence settled between them. "So what's next?" Reacher asked. "Work," she said simply. Just then, the glass doors slid open, and Polton stepped out, sandy hair, mustache, now dressed in a crisp navy suit that made him look less like an afterthought and more like someone who belonged. He scanned the lot, spotted them, and headed straight for the car. Lamar popped the trunk and grabbed her own bag, a sleek black suit carrier that matched her briefcase. "Come on, Reacher," she called over her shoulder. He adjusted the visitor pass, stepped out into the biting wind, and heard the rustle of dry leaves mixing with distant gunfire. "Grab your bag," Polton said. "I don't have one," Reacher replied. Polton shot Lamar a look, and she rolled her eyes like she'd been dealing with this all day. Without another word, they turned and walked toward the building. Reacher hesitated, taking in the scene, the rolling landscape, the trainees and FBI branded sweats, jogging in formation, the whole operation looking unmistakably civilian to his military-trained eye. Then it hit him. A good chunk of them were women. A small, uncomfortable twinge of outdated instinct flared before he shoved it aside. Lamar pushed through the doors, Polton lingering just long enough to say, "I'll take you to your room. You can drop your things." Reacher sighed. "I don't have any things." Polton hesitated, clearly thrown off by the deviation from his precious schedule. "Well, I'll show you anyway." Lamar vanished down the hall, and Polton led Reacher to an elevator. They rode up to the 3rd floor, stepping out into a quiet hallway with thin carpet and faded fabric walls. Polton stopped at an unmarked door, fished a key from his jacket, and swung it open to reveal a depressingly generic motel room queen bed, cheap furniture, beige walls. But the similarities ended there. The door clicked shut behind him, revealing no interior handle. The window offered a view of dense pines, but the frame was sealed tight, the latch removed. Reacher tossed his coat into the narrow closet, then tested the landline on the nightstand. A dial tone. He punched in Jody's office number. 18 rings. Her apartment went to voicemail. Her cell? Dead air. He splashed water on his face. ran fingers through his hair, and perched on the edge of the bed. The lock rattled, but instead of Polton, a woman stepped in. Tall, maybe 6'1", with sun-streaked hair tied back, wearing a sharply tailored men's suit. Her grin was all confidence, until Reacher's silence made it falter. "Hi," she tried again. Reacher just stared, her cheeks flushed. "So, FAQs now or later?" "The what?" "Frequently asked questions. Every new guy grills me. It's exhausting." She rolled her eyes, but there was humor in it. "Try me." She sighed dramatically. "Lisa Harper, 29, yes, really. Aspen native. Quantico 2 years. Yes, I date men. No, this isn't a costume. Single, no boyfriend, and no, I won't have dinner with you." She flashed a smirk. "Tomorrow, then. Nice try." She crossed her arms. "I'm FBI. Your Sue status unknown. Could be friendly, could be trouble. Usually means a mob rat. I'm not mob. File says maybe. File's wrong." She nodded. "Petrosian Syrian. His rivals? Chinese. They don't hire outsiders. Especially not a guy who looks like you. You tell your bosses that? They know. They want you scared. Should I be?" Her smile vanished. "Yeah. Especially about Jody." Reacher stiffened. "She's in the file?" "Everything is." "Then why no door handle?" "If I'm clean?" "Because your profile screams risk. The real threat. Probably your twin. You a profiler? Operational. Temporary assignment." She jerked her chin toward the hall. "Let's move." The elevator buttons told the real story, 5 basement levels below the lobby. Harper pressed the lowest one. The doors slid shut, sealing them in. Reacher stood next to Harper, careful not to let her perfume distract him. The elevator jerked to a stop, and the doors opened onto a dimly lit hallway, buzzing with fluorescent lights. "Welcome to the bunker," Harper said with a smirk. "Back in the day, it was a fallout shelter. Now, just another bureaucratic graveyard." Reacher chuckled. "Behavioral science, huh? That joke's older than the furniture." She guided him down the cramped hallway, its stale air thick with the lingering ghosts of burnt coffee and printer toner. Bulletin boards cluttered with memos lined the walls, while cardboard boxes of office supplies slumped in the corners like tired sentinels. Harper stopped at a numbered door, rapped twice, then pushed it open. "I'll be right here," she said, stepping aside. Inside, Nelson Blake sat buried behind a desk, drowning in paperwork. The walls were plastered with crime scene photos and maps, meticulously arranged like some morbid collage. No guest chair, just Blake, his face flushed with frustration, eyes glued to a muted TV where the FBI director was testifying before Congress. "Budget hearings?" Blake grumbled. "Like watching a dog beg for scraps." Reacher stayed silent. Blake didn't bother looking up. "Conference in 2 minutes, so listen close. You're not a guest here, but you're not exactly a prisoner either. Got it?" Harper already covered that. "Good. She sticks to you like glue everywhere, all the time. Don't get any ideas, though. She might look sweet, but cross her and she'll make your life hell." Reacher smirked. "Noted." Blake finally tore his gaze from the TV. "Anything else?" "Is my phone tapped?" "Obviously." Blake flipped through a stack of papers, scanning a log. "You tried calling your girlfriend office, home, cell. No luck. Where is she?" "How the hell would I know?" Blake shoved a thick brown envelope across the desk. "Courtesy of Kozo." Reacher opened it. Inside were glossy crime scene photos, 8, by tens of women posed grotesquely, their bodies mutilated, missing parts. "Petrosian's work," Blake said. "Family members of people who crossed him." "And he's still free because?" Blake exhaled sharply. "There's proof, and then there's proof." Reacher clenched his jaw. "So where's Jody?" Not our problem. We're not babysitting her. Petrosian can find her himself if he even cares. Breaking her neck would be illegal too. Blake leaned back unfazed. Say the tough guy act. You'll play along because, deep down, you think you're one of the good guys. Reacher grinned. And here I thought profilers were supposed to be insightful. Blake's smirk faltered. 3 weeks is a messy time frame. No accident you picked it. The tension hung thick, like the scent of old coffee in the stale air. Obsessing over a 3-week gap will drive them crazy. They'll need to dig impossibly deep, to even glimpse what you're doing so deep it becomes meaningless. The interval is a dead end, a safety net. But does it need to stay that way? Patterns matter, sure. They expect precision, rigid repetition, that's textbook. And yet 3 weeks is a long time. Predictable, almost boring. Maybe it's time to shake things up. Tightening the schedule would mean back-to-back work. Relentless, exhausting. Not everyone could handle that kind of pressure. But you thrive on it. The case conference took place in a dim, windowless room, 1 floor above Blake's office, a space designed to feel academic, with its faux windows and muted lighting. The walls were lined with cheap fabric, worn smooth from years of impatient elbows. A silent TV flickered with budget hearings, nobody watched, while a sleek blackboard, the kind you'd find in a well-funded university, dominated the far end. The air was stale, thick with the weight of serious discussions. Harper guided Reacher to the back of the room, the farthest seat from the board, while she positioned herself closer to the action. Blake took his place at the head of the table, waiting as Polton and Lamar entered, heads bent over their files, ignoring everyone else. With a practiced motion, Blake flipped the blackboard, revealing a sprawling U, S, map dotted with flags mostly red, but 3 stark black ones. Opposite it, a blown-up snapshot of a woman squinting into the sun, her smile frozen in time. Lorraine Stanley, Blake announced. Found dead in San Diego. Below her photo, crime scene images lined the board, professional shots of a Spanish-style bungalow, the front door, the hallway, the bedroom. The bathroom mirror reflected a forensic photographer, anonymous in his sterile gear. The tub, filled with green paint, was the focal point. She was alive 3 days ago, Blake continued. Neighbor saw her taking out the trash. Cleaner found her yesterday. Time of death? Lamar cut in. Best guess? Sometime on day 2. Any witnesses? Blake shook his head. She brought her trash can back inside. After that, nothing. Same MO as the others? Identical. Evidence? Not a damn thing. The room fell silent, the weight of another dead end pressing down. Then, from the back, Reacher leaned forward, his voice cutting through the tension like a blade. You're missing the obvious. The paint isn't just a signature, it's a taunt. A beat. Blake's eyes narrowed. Explain. Reacher smirked. He's not just killing them. He's making art. Reacher studied the photo of the hallway, a tight, cluttered passage stretching past the living room toward the bedrooms. On one side, a narrow shelf held miniature cacti in tiny clay pots, while the opposite wall was lined with uneven shelves crammed with delicate porcelain figurines. Each one looked like a souvenir, the kind someone collects when imagining their perfect home. What exactly did the cleaner do when she found the scene? He asked. Blake flipped through a file, scanning a faxed interview transcript. She screamed, then dialed 911. Before that, Reacher pressed. She had her own key? Obviously, Blake shot back. Did she head straight to the bathroom? Blake hesitated, then nodded. Yeah, she did. She dumps cleaner in the toilet first, lets it soak while she tidies the rest of the place, then circles back to scrub it last. So she stumbled on the body before she even started cleaning? Blake confirmed with a nod. Reacher exhaled. All right. All right, what? Blake snapped. How wide is that hallway? Blake squinted at the photo. 3 feet, maybe. It's a tiny house. Reacher crossed his arms. Then where's the struggle? Where's the rage? This guy forces her backward through that narrow space, past all that fragile junk, into the bathroom, then hauls in 30 gallons of paint, and not a single knick-knack gets knocked over. He shook his head. No way. I couldn't drag someone down that hall without wrecking half of it. Neither could you. Blake dismissed it. He doesn't touch them. Autopsies show no signs of a fight. It's quiet because there is no violence. You really buying that? Reacher scoffed. Your profile says this guy's a furious soldier out for revenge, but he's sneaking around like a ghost? If I were pissed enough to kill someone, I wouldn't be tiptoeing. I'd leave a mess. Blake leaned forward. You'd do it differently? Damn right. If you crossed me, I wouldn't just quietly end you. I'd make sure you felt it. Blake rolled his eyes. And the paint? How's he hauling 30 gallons without anyone noticing? That's not a quick trip. He'd need a vehicle parked outside for half an hour. Why is no one spotting it? Maybe it's a Sov, Blake said pointedly, like yours, or identical. But still, how's it invisible? We don't know, Blake admitted. How's he killing them without a mark? We don't know. Reacher smirked. That's a whole lot of not knowing for a team with 18 days left. Blake's jaw tightened. We'll figure it out. Especially with your brilliant help. If he sticks to his schedule, Reacher countered. What if he doesn't? He will. Or you're just hoping. Silence hung heavy until Lamar cut in. I still trust my profile. Right now, I want Reacher checking Special Forces rotations. They're off duty 1 week out of 3. Blake turned to Reacher. Where first? Reacher eyed the map's black flags. Could be anywhere. But Fort Dix makes sense. There's a colonel there, John Trent. If anyone'll talk, it's him. Fort Dix? Blake frowned. New Jersey? Last I checked, Reacher said dryly. Blake exhaled. Fine, smart guy. Get moving. Let's get Colonel Trent on the line. Make sure he knows what's coming. Reacher gave a slow nod. Drop my name a few times. He won't bite unless he hears it. Blake smirked. That's why you're here. You and Harper head out at dawn. Reacher's gaze lingered on Lorraine Stanley's sharp features. Maybe it was time to shake things up. Shorten the gap between moves or scrap it entirely. That rattle them, expose how clueless they really were. Keep the rest intact, but twist the timing. Make it erratic. Let them sweat. Or better yet, let the rage simmer to the surface. Because this wasn't just strategy, it was payback. Time to stop playing nice. A little chaos never killed anyone. Hell, it might even spice things up. So what'll it be? Faster strikes? More spectacle? Or both? Think fast. Harper led Reacher outside just past 6, the evening air biting. They followed a pristine walkway lined with glowing path lights, their glow cutting through the dusk. Harper's stride was deliberate, either trying to keep pace with him or some polished habit from who knows where. Either way, it worked. He caught himself imagining her in motion, sprinting, or maybe stretched out bare under dim light. Cafeteria's here, she announced, holding the door as he stepped inside. The warmth hit him first, then the clatter of trays and the scent of steamed vegetables. The room buzzed with trainees in navy sweats and senior agents in crisp suits. Reacher loaded his tray thick filet, fries, black coffee, while Harper hovered close. Bureau's treat, she reminded him, shrugging off her jacket to reveal a fitted shirt with no backup plan underneath. She rolled her sleeves up, exposing toned forearms. Nice tan, he remarked. She exhaled. Let me guess FAQs? Yes, it's real. No, I won't prove it. He grinned. Just small talk. Her eyes locked onto his. Stick to the case if you want conversation. He sliced into the steak better than some overpriced downtown cuts. You sound invested, he said. Those women had guts. She shook her head. Not guts. Fear. I've never stood up like that. The admission hung between them, sharp and unexpected. Outside, the windows reflected the cafeteria's glare, turning the world beyond into a void. Not yet, at least. He studied her face. You dealing with harassment? She gave a small laugh, cheeks flushing pink. Seriously? Though now I sound like I'm full of myself, don't I? You're allowed to, he said. In your case, it's justified. She sighed. It's not overt, no threats, no quid pro quo nonsense. Just the usual garbage sly remarks, suggestive questions. But it wears on you. That's why I dress like this now. Trying to blend in, prove I'm no different. His grin was knowing. Except it's escalating? A nod. Yup, a lot. Silence settled between them. He sipped his coffee, gaze lingering her crisp white Egyptian cotton shirt, collar stiff, tie knotted just right, the fabric subtly curving over her frame. Tailored slacks nipped at the waist, golden skin, sharp cheekbones, that sunlit hair. You got a hidden camera in my room? He asked abruptly. She blinked. What? Surveillance. Video. Just wondering if this is Plan B in case Petrosian doesn't cooperate. Her confusion seemed genuine. I don't follow. Sure you do. Why else would Blake assign you? Get cozy with me. Play the damsel in distress angle. Then bam, caught on tape, something to dangle over my head if needed. Her face burned. I'd never do that. But he suggested it, didn't he? A long pause. He turned away, gulping the last of his coffee, watching his reflection warp in the dark window. He practically dared me, he muttered. Called you the Ice Queen, warned me off. Like I'd be dumb enough to hand them leverage. Another stretch of quiet. Then she met his eyes, a tentative smile forming. Truce, truce. But you can button up now, no need to keep proving a point. Another blush. It was hot. That's all. Not complaining, he said, turning back to the night outside. Dessert, she offered. More coffee, too? She left, the room hushing as every head tracked her to the counter. When she returned with sundaes and fresh cups, the collective stare followed like a spotlight. Sorry, he said. For what? She set the tray down. For staring. You must hate that always being watched. Her smile turned wry. Look all you want. I'll return the favor. You're not exactly hard on the eyes. But that's where it ends, deal? Deal. The ice cream was rich, the fudge molten. The coffee could strip paint. For a second, with the crowd blurred out, it almost rivaled Mostro's. What's the nightlife here? He asked. Most people go home, she said. But you, straight to your room. Blake's orders. We're obeying those now? Her grin was sly. Selectively, then let's move. At his door, he listened to her footsteps fade, the elevator's groan, then silence. He grabbed the phone, dialed, and got Jody's voicemail again. He grabbed the phone and punched in her office number. Nothing. Tried her cell straight to voicemail. The bathroom had been stocked like a hotel. Fresh toothpaste, a razor, shaving cream, even shampoo perched on the tub's edge. Fluffy towels, a bar of soap. He stripped, cranked the shower to scalding, and stood under the spray until his skin turned pink. 10 minutes later, he shut it off, to weld dry, and caught his own reflection in the fogged-up mirror. Naked, he yanked the drapes open and scanned the ceiling. There it was, a tiny black lens no bigger than a nickel, tucked into the molding. Back to the phone. Her apartment? Answering machine. Office? Silence. Cell? Dead air. He tossed and turned all night, the stiff sheets leaching warmth from his body. By 5:45 a.m., he gave up, flicked on the lamp, and tried her numbers again. Same result. Outside, the rain hammered against the windows, the sky still pitch black. He shaved slow, methodically, then lingered in another blistering shower, letting the heat seep into his bones. Dressed by the bed, ID badge dangling, he waited. 45 minutes later, a knock. The door swung open, and there stood Harper, backlit by the hallway, grinning like she knew something he didn't. Her charcoal suit hugged her frame, the red tie a bold contrast. Hair loose golden under the lights. "Rise and shine," she said. "Breakfast briefing." He grabbed his coat and they bolted through the downpour to the cafeteria. Lamar, Blake, and Polton were already there, clustered around the too small table. Coffee steamed in the carafe, donuts sat untouched. Blake smirked. "Sleep well." "Like a rock," Reacher lied, reaching for the coffee. Harper poured, her sleeve brushing his arm. "Fort Dix called last night," Blake said, stirring sugar into his mug. "Things are moving fast." Outside, the rain kept falling. Reacher took a sip, the bitterness sharp on his tongue. Whatever was coming, it wasn't good. Colonel Trent had given them the whole day, which was more than enough time. "He must like you," Lamar remarked. Reacher shook his head. "Nah, he just owes me." "Big difference." Lamar smirked. "Then use it. Focus on the dates, find someone whose leave lines up. My bet, he's striking late in the week, but not the final day. He'd need time to cool off before returning to base." Reacher grinned. "Brilliant, Lamar. They pay you for that." She just stared back, amused, like she had a secret. Blake cut in. "Keep the attitude in check." "You got a problem with her theory?" Reacher shrugged. "If we go by dates alone, we'll drown in 1,000 names." "Then narrow it down," Blake snapped. "Get Trent to cross-reference with the women or the discharged guys," Polton added. Reacher chuckled. "Man, the brain power at this table is overwhelming. Almost makes me feel small." Blake shot back. "Got a better idea, genius?" "I know what I'm doing," Reacher said flatly. "Good. Because lives are on the line, including someone you care about." Harper stood, signaling it was time to move. Reacher followed, feeling the weight of their stares as he left. At the door, Harper waited, watching him with a smirk. "Why's everyone staring?" he asked. "We checked the tapes," she said. Reacher replayed his actions, showering, pacing, sleeping. "I didn't do anything." Her grin widened. "Exactly. No pajamas, huh?" Outside, a car idled in the rain. Harper took the wheel, speeding through the downpour toward I-95. 40 minutes later, they veered east across D.C., then swerved onto Andrews Air Force Base. "They gave us the company jet," Harper said. After security checks, they boarded an unmarked Learjet. Before they could buckle in, the plane was rolling. "Half hour to Dix," Harper estimated. "McGuire," Reacher corrected. "Dix is Marine Corps. We're landing at McGuire Air Force Base, same place, different name." Harper frowned. "That's confusing." Reacher smirked. "Don't worry. The military doesn't get civilians either." 30 minutes later, the jet shuddered through rough air before breaking through the clouds. Rain lashed the tarmac as they touched down, the small jet stopping like it had hit an invisible wall. A Marine lieutenant, soaked and waiting, stood by a green Chevy as they descended the steps. "Major Reacher." He called over the downpour. Reacher nodded. The hunt was on. "Meet Agent Harper, FBI," Reacher said, though the lieutenant barely glanced her way, just as Reacher expected. "Colonel's waiting, sir," the lieutenant replied, already moving toward the Chevy. "Wouldn't want to keep him hanging." Reacher took shotgun while Harper slid into the back seat. The Chevy rolled out of McGuire's gates. tires hissing over rain-slicked roads lined with white curbs, past rows of squat warehouses and barracks before turning into dicks. A mile later, they pulled up outside a cluster of nondescript brick offices. "Left door," the lieutenant muttered, staying put in the driver's seat again, no surprise. The wind lashed rain sideways as Reacher and Harper hurried toward the building, shoulders hunched against the storm. 3 unmarked doors stood in a row on the otherwise blank brick wall. Reacher pushed through the left one into a starkly lit anteroom, spotless, organized, buzzing with quiet efficiency. 3 sergeants worked at metal desks, one glancing up to buzz the inner office. "Major Reacher's here, sir." A beat later, the door swung open. Colonel John Trent stepped out, tall, lean, with sharp features and salt and pepper hair. His hand was already extended. "Reacher," he said, voice steady. 10 years ago, Trent had walked into Reacher's office expecting disaster. A single paragraph in a report could have ended his career, except Reacher had never written it. No favors asked, none given. Just silence, and then a decade of distance. Until yesterday's call from Jody's place. "Colonel," Reacher nodded. "This is Agent Harper." Trent, ever the diplomat, or maybe just charmed by a tall blonde in a suit, shook her hand a second too long. "Pleasure," he said, lips quirking. "Appreciate the cooperation, sir," Harper replied. Trent chuckled. "Limited cooperation. You knew that coming in." He gestured toward the sergeants. "We'll be digging through records I can't share. Military security. You'll wait out here. All day?" Harper's jaw tightened. "If that's what it takes." Trent shrugged. "You wouldn't hand over FBI files either. Let's not pretend we're best friends." Harper shot a look at Reacher, then the lone office door. "I'm supposed to keep eyes on him. And you will from that desk." A sergeant nudged her toward an empty seat with a clear line of sight. She sat, arms crossed, while Trent smirked. "Relax. It's not like we're locking you in a closet." Reacher caught the flicker of irritation in her eyes before following Trent inside. Some partnerships, he figured, were doomed from the start. "This might take a while," Trent muttered, shuffling through a towering stack of paperwork. "You know how these bureaucratic mazes go." He ushered Reacher into his private office, a spacious room with floor-to-ceiling windows, mahogany bookshelves, and a massive oak desk flanked by plush leather chairs. Reacher sank into one, stretching his legs. 2 minutes tops, he said. Trent tossed him a thick, dog-eared file labeled Aviation Fuel Projections, Q3, Q4. "Flip through this. Look official." Reacher cracked it open, feigning interest in a spreadsheet of fuel allocations, just as Trent swung the door wide. "Miss Harper?" he called out, overly cheerful. "Coffee? Anything?" Reacher glanced back. Harper stood frozen in the doorway, eyes darting between the desk, the files, and him. "I'm good," she replied, voice tight. Trent shut the door again, exhaled, then strode to the window. Reacher yanked off his ID badge, slapping it onto the desk. Trent unlatched the window, shoving it open with a grunt. "You cut it close," he hissed. "But it's working." "Too easy," Reacher muttered. They swallowed it whole. Trent smirked. "Hope for idiots. Plan for geniuses. Standard protocol." He leaned out, scanning the alley below. "Go. And don't die. I need a gun." Trent's face went rigid. "Hell no. Not optional." "Fine." Trent yanked open a drawer, pulling out a Beretta M9, same model Petrosian's goons carried, but this one hadn't been sanitized. He ejected the clip, dumping bullets like they were burning his fingers. "No ammo. My neck's already on the chopping block." Reacher pocketed the empty weapon, swung his legs out the window, and dropped into the rain-slicked alley. A Chevy idled 10 yards away, exhaust curling into the downpour. He lunged for it, barely slamming the door before the lieutenant hit the gas. 90 seconds later, they screeched onto McGuire's tarmac, barreling toward a marine chopper, its rotors whipping rain into spirals. Reacher bolted up the ramp as the door sealed behind him. The cabin shuddered, lifting off as two Marines shoved him into a seat. A headset crackled to life. "Brooklyn Heliport," the pilot barked. "No flight plan today's off the books." Reacher keyed his mic. "Works for me." The pilot chuckled. "Colonel must really like you." "Nah," Reacher said, grinning. "He just hates paperwork." The chopper banked hard, engines screaming as it vanished into the storm. The Coast Guard helipad in Brooklyn sits on the edge of Floyd Bennett Field, staring out at Ruffle Bar, a lonely little island in Jamaica Bay. From McGuire, it's a straight shot, 60 miles northeast, but the Marine pilot didn't waste a second. He pushed the chopper hard, cutting the trip down to 37 minutes. The rotors barely slowed as they settled onto the giant painted H, the engines still growling at idle. 4 hours, the pilot barked over the headset. "After that, you're on your own." Reacher just nodded, unhooked his harness, and stepped onto the tarmac where a navy blue sedan sat waiting, engine humming. The driver, a Navy reservist with a quick grin, floored at the second Reacher shut the door. "Colonel called in a favor," he said, weaving through traffic. "Inter-service love, you know." Reacher grunted in appreciation. "Manhattan," he said. "Chinatown?" The guy laughed. "Best dumplings in the city, I'd find that place blindfolded." But even with light traffic, the drive felt sluggish after the speed of the Lear and the chopper. 30 minutes later, they screeched to a stop by a fire hydrant. 3 hours, the driver warned, jerking a thumb over his shoulder. "This spot facing the other way. Don't make me leave without you." Reacher slapped the roof twice in acknowledgement and took off. New York was cold, the air thick with dampness, the sky a dull gray where the sun should have been. He hesitated. Jody's office was 20 minutes away. But no, too risky. If they were watching her, showing up there would blow everything. He clenched his jaw and kept moving. Chinatown hit him like a sensory overload, neon signs in looping script, the smell of sizzling pork and ginger, delivery trucks wedged between parked cars. He paced the block twice, memorizing every alley, every blind corner. His hand brushed the weight of the gun in his pocket. Then the waiting game. He leaned against a brick wall, scanning the crowd. They'd come in pairs, he was sure of it. But after an hour, nothing. Just tourists and locals, none of them the right people. His watch ticked louder in his head with every passing second. He pushed off, cutting through side streets, checking doorways, doubling back. Still nothing. Time was slipping away. The lunch crowd thinned, and with it, his window. He exhaled sharply. If they didn't show soon, this whole trip was a bust. Jack reached the corner of the block and glanced at his wristwatch again. 2 hours down, only 60 minutes to go. The lunch rush had faded, leaving the sidewalk empty except for the occasional delivery truck rumbling past. A faint mist hung in the air, before vanishing as quickly as it came. The sky pressed low, gray, and unbroken. He paced east, then south, scanning for movement. Nothing. Doubling back, he walked the length of the street, pausing at intersections, checking his watch like a man counting down to detonation. 40 minutes. 30. 20. Then finally they appeared, and it all made sense. They hadn't come earlier because they were waiting for the lunch rush cash to be tucked safely into the registers. Two guys, early 20s, dressed in matching dark slacks and light jackets, scarves knotted at their throats, like some kind of gangster dress code. One carried a leather satchel, the other a spiral notebook with a pen wedged in the binding. They moved with lazy confidence, strolling into each diner like they owned the place. In and out, one after another, the satchel zipping shut, the pen scratching notes. 4 stops, 15 minutes gone. Jack crossed the street, positioning himself ahead of them near a diner entrance. He watched as they stepped inside, approaching the cashier, an older man who didn't even wait for a demand before pulling out a thick roll of bills. The guy with the notebook took the cash, passed it to his partner, and scribbled something down. No words exchanged. Just business as usual. Jack slipped into a narrow alley between two buildings, pressing his back against the brick. He timed their movements in his head, matching their slow, arrogant stride. 5 minutes left. Then bam! He stepped out just as they passed, colliding with them hard. Before they could react, he grabbed their jackets, yanked them off balance, and hurled them backward into the alley wall. The guy on his right hit harder, bounced off, and Jack dropped him with a sharp elbow to the jaw. Out cold. The second guy fumbled for his pocket, but Jack already had the Beretta out, barrel angled low under his coat, aimed at the guy's kneecap. Make a smart choice, he growled, racking the slide. The sound was dull, hollow, no round chambered. But the guy didn't notice. Too busy trying to melt into the bricks behind him, one foot lifting like he was already bracing for the shot. You got the wrong idea, man, the guy hissed. Jack smirked. Nah, we're just making a change. Petrosian. The guy's eyes widened. Petrosium? You're joking. Dead serious, Jack said. This block? It's his now. Starting today. You gonna stand there and lose a leg over it? This is our turf. Not anymore. Jack leaned in. Last chance. Walk away or crawl away. Your call. The guy swallowed hard. Petrosium? Jack didn't answer. Just drove his fist into the guy's gut, then pistol whipped him across the temple. He crumpled on top of his partner, out cold. Jack checked his watch. Right on schedule. The pistol slide snapped forward with a sharp click as he released the trigger, tucking the weapon back into his coat. He grabbed the worn leather satchel, wedging it under his arm before stepping out of the shadowed alley and turning up the street. His watch might have been off hell. The Navy guys could have been fast, but either way, he was cutting it close. Still, sprinting through downtown would draw too many eyes, so he kept his pace brisk, weaving through the crowd with practiced ease, sidestepping slow walkers like a man dodging raindrops. Then he spotted it, the blue sedan, with Hooser stenciled on the side, already pulling away from the curb. His pulse kicked up as the car lurched into traffic. 4 seconds too late, he reached the empty parking spot just as the sedan gunned it toward the intersection. The light flicked red, and for a split second he thought the driver would blow through it. But brakes squealed, the car jerking to a stop halfway into the crosswalk. Pedestrians surged forward, and Reacher didn't hesitate. He bolted, yanking open the passenger door and collapsing into the seat, chest heaving. The driver barely glanced at him. No apology, no explanation. Not that Reacher expected one. The Navy ran on precision. 3 hours meant exactly 3 hours. No grace period, no exceptions. The return trip was a carbon copy of the morning's route, Brooklyn streets, the waiting chopper, the deafening flight back to McGuire. As the helicopter rattled through the storm, Reacher counted the cash in the satchel, $1,200, split into neat stacks. He handed it off to the loadmasters for their next unit party, then ripped the satchel apart and tossed the scraps out the flare hatch, watching them vanish into the New Jersey sky. By the time they landed at Dick's, the rain hadn't let up. The lieutenant drove him back to the alley, and Reacher rapped lightly on Trent's office window, dripping wet. Trent slid it open, and Reacher hauled himself inside. "We good?" Reacher asked, peeling off his soaked jacket. Trent smirked. "She's been out there all day, quiet as a church mouse. Probably thinks we're workaholics, skipped lunch and everything." Reacher tossed the empty pistol back to him and slumped into his chair, slipping his ID around his neck. The files on Trent's desk had been shuffled just enough to look convincingly examined. "Mission accomplished?" Trent asked, restless from being cooped up all day. "We'll see," Reacher muttered, grabbing a random folder, something about marine mail routes to the Indian Ocean. He skimmed it with deliberate disinterest, letting his posture sag, his expression glaze over. By the time Trent finally opened the door to let Harper in, Reacher looked every bit the exhausted bureaucrat. She arched an eyebrow. Making progress? He sighed dramatically, rubbing his temples. Maybe. 6 hours of paperwork? You must have gotten somewhere. Maybe, he repeated deadpan. A beat of silence. Then Harper stretched, arms high, fingers brushing the ceiling in a slow, deliberate motion. The movement caught the attention of every man in the room. 3 sergeants and a colonel suddenly very interested in the ceiling tiles. Reacher exhaled, pushing himself up. All right, let's go. Trent slid a folded sheet of paper across the desk. Don't leave without this, he said. Reacher glanced at the dense column of names, 30 former teammates from Trent's glory days, no doubt. He stuffed the list into his jacket pocket, shook Trent's hand, and stepped into the downpour outside. The cold rain hit his face like a wake-up call after hours of stale office air. Harper guided him toward the waiting sedan, its wipers slapping against the storm. Back at Quantico, the cafeteria had transformed from their morning meeting spot, now set with steak knives, condiments, and water glasses, reflecting the dim overhead lights. Blake barely acknowledged Reacher, locking eyes with Harper instead. That silent exchange spoke volumes. Made any progress? Blake demanded, drumming his fingers on the table. Maybe, Reacher said. Got 30 possibilities. But I'm not handing them over yet. Blake's jaw tightened. We need surveillance on these guys now. Good luck with that, Reacher shot back. Half these guys are probably holed up in places that require a presidential order just to get a coffee invite. You really want to explain to the White House why you're stalking decorated veterans? Lamar leaned forward, her nails tapping her coffee cup. Then what's your play? Reacher kept his expression neutral, though the irony wasn't lost on him. Here he was, spinning theories while Blake seethed. I want to talk to your stepsister, he said. If this killer's targeting a type, something set him off. Maybe she crossed paths with him before he went nuclear. Blake exhaled through his nose. Fine. Tomorrow. Where's she at? Somewhere near Spokane, Lamar muttered. Not like I've visited. Reacher raised an eyebrow. You think? She's family. Lamar shrugged. Try squeezing a cross-country road trip into an FBI vacation allowance. Blake cut in, defensive. We can't babysit 88 women nationwide. Local PDs are stretched thinner than budget toilet paper. Spokane's probably got a sheriff who doubles as the town barber. Polton chimed in, earnest. Stopping the killer's the only real solution. Reacher almost laughed. 3 shrinks dangling the case like a dare. Message received, he said dryly. Spokane tomorrow, Lamar confirmed. I'll dig deeper into the files. You review when you're back. Outside thunder rolled fitting. Reacher thought for a hunt this messy. Reacher tallied up the resources, Trent's intel, whatever they'd pull from Spokane plus what they already had. Now we'll see some actual results, Lamar said. Reacher smirked. Sure thing, Lamar. Eat and hit the sack, Blake cut in. Spokane's a haul. Early wheels up tomorrow. Harper's tagging along. Too bad? Reacher deadpanned. Blake flushed. To Spokane, jackass. Reacher shrugged. Whatever you say, Blake. Back in his room, Reacher stretched out on the bed, eyes fixed on the ceiling where he knew a camera lurked. But his vision blurred, dissolving into a sea of green America stripped bare, nothing but wilderness stretching endlessly. No cities, no roads, no people. Just one man out there, hidden in the vastness. He's out there right now, Reacher thought. Walking, scheming, convinced he's untouchable. A slow grin spread across his face. We'll see about that. He rolled onto his side. The decision had already been made, really. 3 weeks was too long to wait. Some choices creep up on you, settle in, and refuse to be ignored. Like a genie out of the bottle, no stuffing it back in. Time to move. The next morning, Harper barged in before he'd even buttoned his shirt. She eyed the scars on his torso with a mix of fascination and disbelief. "What's the story here?" she asked, pointing to the jagged, star-shaped mark on his side. "My mom got creative with a knife," he said. Harper scoffed. "Right. And the bullet hole? Medical experiment. They were checking if I had a soul." "You're in a mood today," she observed. "Always." She shifted gears. "Still no word from Jody?" "Nope. Not worried?" Reacher shrugged. "She can handle herself." Harper studied him. "You don't seem too worked up about these victims." His expression hardened. "Who says I'm not?" "You're not exactly pacing the room." "Pacing doesn't catch killers. Clues do." She crossed her arms. "Except there are no clues." Reacher's grin returned. "Exactly." The moment she turned the key from inside and swung the door open, Harper shot him a knowing look. "You realize that's practically a confession, right?" she said, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Reacher just shrugged, unfazed. "Still beats the nonsense those suits downstairs are spewing." Outside, the same motor pool attendant from earlier pulled up in the same sedan. But this time, he stayed behind the wheel, posture rigid like a chauffeur from some old-school mob movie. They merged onto I-95, heading north toward National Airport, under a sky still clinging to darkness. A faint glow teased the horizon out over the Atlantic, but the real light show came from the endless stream of headlights, mostly older, beat-up sedans carrying the early bird crowd, desperate to impress their bosses. Reacher smirked, watching their tired faces blur past. These were the strivers, the ones who'd trade sleep for a shot at a promotion, and eventually a nicer car only to repeat the cycle all over again. Inside the terminal, the place buzzed with the usual pre-dawn chaos, business travelers in dark coats, power walking like they were late for the apocalypse. Harper snatched 2 coach tickets from the United counter, then flashed her FBI badge at the agent with the practiced flair of a high-stakes gambler. "We could use a little extra leg room," she said, and just like that they were bumped to first class. The cabin was half empty, and Harper sprawled into the aisle seat, boxing Reacher against the window. She'd swapped into another sharp suit this one, a subtle gray check, and the open jacket revealed just enough to make him raise an eyebrow. "No gun today?" he asked. She shook her head. "Not worth the airline's red tape. The Seattle agent's meeting us standard protocol means he'll have a spare if we need it." "Optimistic," Reacher muttered. "Hopeful," she corrected. As the plane taxied, Harper unfolded her tray, ready for breakfast, while Reacher flipped through a magazine. "Back at the office," she said suddenly. "What did you mean when you called it a clue?" He took a second to rewind. "Just thinking out loud. About the history of forensics." She frowned. "How's that relevant?" "Fingerprinting, how old is that?" "Ancient, probably." "Early 1900s?" "Right. First big forensic breakthrough. Then came microscopes, DNA, mass specs. Lamar said you've got tests that sound like sci-fi. They can trace a rug fiber back to the store, the dog that shed on it, maybe even the flea that hitched a ride. So this guy killed Amy Callan and slipped past all of it. What does that make him?" "A genius," she admitted. "Exactly. Then he did it again with Cook. Now he's not just clever, he's damn good. And after Stanley? That's 3 times. No flukes." Harper rolled her eyes. "We already know he's smart." Reacher leaned in. "No. You think you know. But you're not grasping just how far ahead of you he really is." "You're missing the point," Reacher said, leaning back in his first-class seat. The stewardess wheeled the breakfast cart down the aisle, the scent of crispy bacon and fresh coffee cutting through the recycled cabin air. He flipped open his tray, glancing at the half-empty rows, plenty of extras to go around. 2 breakfasts, please, he told her with a grin. The flight attendant smirked, catching on fast, and kept his cup topped off. Harper frowned, stirring her coffee. How are we missing it? Reacher shot her a look. Figure it out yourself. I'm not here to hold your hand. Is it because he's not military? She ventured. He turned sharply, his expression flat. Oh, brilliant. So we agree he's sharp. And your takeaway is? Guess that rules out the army. Real helpful, Harper? She flushed, dropping her gaze. That's not what I meant. I just don't see where we're slipping up. Silence. Reacher drained his coffee and shouldered past her toward the lavatory. When he returned, she was still chewing on her lip. Explain it to me, she pressed. No, you have to. Blake's gonna grill me about your attitude. My attitude? He leaned in, voice low. Tell Blake if Jody loses so much as a strand of hair, I'll rip his legs off and club him to death with them. Harper blinked. You're serious. Damn right I am. Then why don't you feel even a fraction of that for these women? You liked Amy Callan, didn't you? Not like Jody, but still. Reacher scoffed. Funny I don't get you either. Blake tried to pimp you out, and you're acting like he's your damn mentor. She shrugged. He was desperate. High-pressure cases do that to him. And you admire that. Sure, dedication's important. Then why'd you refuse? If you really cared, you'd have played along for the greater good. Maybe you're the one who doesn't give a damn. Harper went quiet, fingers tightening around her cup. It was wrong. It pissed me off. Reacher nodded. And threatening Jody was wrong. Pissed me off. But I'm not letting my anger derail the investigation. Well, I am. Deal with it. The rest of the flight passed in icy silence. 5 hours cut to 2 by the time zone shift, and not a single word. Reacher was fine with it. Solitude never bothered him. Harper, though, fidgeted like a kid in timeout. Most people couldn't handle the quiet, as if silence was some kind of social failure. Not him. SeaTac buzzed with morning chaos business travelers, vacationers, a sea of placard-wielding drivers. Their guy stood out like a sore thumb, crisp suit, FBI haircut, zero subtlety. Lisa Harper, he said, ignoring Reacher entirely. Touché, Reacher thought. Then again, the guy might have ignored him anyway, too busy eyeing Harper's neckline. We're hopping a ride to Spokane, the agent said. Bureau's got favors with a charter company. He led them to a government sedan idling illegally by the curb, then wound through the perimeter road to a fenced-off stretch of tarmac littered with tiny, buzzing prop planes. New detail. As they boarded the cramped air taxi, Reacher caught Harper glancing at the agent's wedding ring, then rolling her eyes. Some things never changed. Tone shift. Nothing like a 5-hour silent treatment followed by a rickety tin can with wings. Reacher almost missed the awkward small talk. Almost. The small airfield looked like something out of a budget travel vlog, a row of weathered huts with hand-painted signs offering cheap flights and flying lessons. A pilot in a faded uniform greeted them outside one of the shacks and led them across the tarmac to a spotless white Cessna. The walk felt longer than it should have, the crisp northwest air biting despite the bright sunlight, a stark contrast to his dreary chill. Inside, the plane was barely bigger than the Mars Old Buick, stripped down to the essentials, but at least it smelled like fresh polish. The engines roared to life with a single push of the ignition, and soon they were rolling toward the runway. Dwarfed by a massive 747 heading to Tokyo like a chihuahua trying to sneak into a Great Dane's kennel. Within seconds they were airborne, banking east and leveling out at 1,000 feet. The speedometer hovered around 120 knots, but the cramped seat made the 2-hour flight feel like an eternity. Reacher shifted uncomfortably, wondering if he should have just stayed behind to help Lamar sort through case files. The idea of a quiet office, soft leather chairs, and stacks of paperwork suddenly seemed appealing until he glanced at Harper and decided the view from the plane wasn't so bad after all. Spokane's airfield was surprisingly modern, bigger than he'd expected, with a Bureau sedan already idling on the tarmac. A suited agent leaned against the hood, looking every bit the federal cliché. "Spokane Field Office," the Seattle guy muttered as they climbed in. The car peeled off before the Cessna's propellers even stopped spinning. The local agent had their destination scribbled on a notepad stuck to his windshield, with a suction cup, efficient if not exactly high-tech. They drove east toward Idaho, then turned north onto a narrow road winding through rolling hills. Snow-capped mountains loomed in the distance, postcard perfect but unsettlingly remote. The landscape was dotted with the occasional farmhouse, but mostly just endless stretches of forest and meadow. Not exactly a hotspot for human interaction. Their target was an old ranch house, now remodeled into some city dweller's idea of rustic charm, manicured lawn, sleek fencing, and a barn converted into a garage. The whole setup screamed escape from urban life, but the isolation was unnerving. No neighbors, no streetlights, just the eerie silence of open country pressing down on them like a thick blanket. "Would have preferred a high rise with a doorman," Reacher muttered, cracking his neck. "Same," Harper agreed, eyeing the empty horizon. No gate barred their way, just an open driveway lined with crunching gravel. At least they wouldn't be sneaking up on anyone. The breeze hummed through nearby power lines, the only sound besides their footsteps. Harper paused at the front door, where a lion's head knocker glared at them, its iron ring clenched between jagged teeth. Above it, a shiny fisheye lens watched their every move. The drill had left rough splinters in the wood, where it bit through layers of old paint. Harper curled her fingers around the cold iron knocker and rapped twice the sound echoing across the open plains before bouncing back from the distant hills. Silence. She knocked again, harder this time, the deep thud reverberating through the quiet. Then the groan of floorboards inside. Slow footsteps padding closer before stopping just behind the door. "Who's there?" A woman's voice edged with tension. Harper fished out her FBI badge, the same gold on gold design. Lamar had flashed at Reacher, earlier eagle-tilted, leather backing worn smooth. She held it up to the peephole. "FBI, ma'am. We spoke yesterday about stopping by." The door swung open on protesting hinges, revealing a woman gripping the knob, her tight smile loosening into relief. "Dom Julia's got me jumping at every sound," she admitted, shaking their hands. "Allison Lamar. Good to meet you both." She ushered them inside a spacious entryway with honey-stained pine walls, butter-yellow gingham curtains, and plush sofas piled with feather pillows. The place smelled of beeswax and faint lemon. "Coffee?" Allison offered. Harper declined, but Reacher took his black. The kitchen was a rustic showpiece. Gleaming hardwood floors, understated oak cabinets, a massive cast-iron stove. Allison moved with the easy confidence of someone who worked with her hands, her tan hinting at hours spent outside, her pressed denim and polished boots suggesting she dressed up for company. Reacher sipped his coffee, studying her. Her smile was warm, nothing like Julia's cold smirk. It reached her eyes, dark, expressive, the kind that held your attention. "Mind if I take a look around?" he asked. "Security check?" She arched a brow. "Something like that." She waved him off, and he wandered through the house, solid timber construction, storm windows locked tight, thorny shrubs hugging the foundation like nature's barbed wire. The back door was as sturdy as the front, the garage a weathered but stable barn. Everything here was built to last, designed for privacy, not parades. When he returned, Allison was leaning against the counter, arms crossed. Find any weak spots? Just one, he said, deadpan. Your sister. She laughed, the sound bright against the quiet hum of the coffee machine. The garage was packed with signs of recent upgrades, a shiny Jeep Cherokee parked inside, stacks of unpacked moving boxes, and a brand new washing machine still in its factory packaging. A sturdy workbench lined the wall, power tools neatly arranged on the shelves above. Reacher stepped back into the house and climbed the stairs, noting the same style of windows throughout. 4 bedrooms with Allison's tucked in the back left corner, offering a sweeping western view of endless open land. Mornings would be dim, but evenings? Pure gold. The master bathroom had clearly been redone, stealing space from an adjacent bedroom modern fixtures, a sleek shower, and a deep soaking tub. Downstairs, Harper stood by the kitchen window, lost in the scenery, while Allison sat at the table. Everything good? She asked. Reacher gave a nod. Solid setup. You keeping things locked up tight? Like Fort Knox, Allison replied with a dry chuckle. Julia drilled it into me locks, spy hole, 911 on speed dial. The whole 9 yards. Smart, Reacher said. This guy doesn't seem the type to kick doors in. Just don't answer for strangers, and you'll be fine. She exhaled, shoulders relaxing slightly. That's the plan. So, questions? That's why I'm here. He took a seat across from her, eyes flicking to the gleaming appliances as he scrambled for an opener. How's your dad holding up? Allison blinked. That's your lead-in? Julia tell you about that? Reacher shrugged. She mentioned he wasn't doing great. 2 years of cancer, Allison said flatly. Now it's just waiting. Spokane General. I visit every afternoon. Damn. I'm sorry. Julia should be here, Allison muttered, frustration creeping in. But she won't fly, won't even try. Acts like the whole step thing means we're not really family. Newsflash, she's all I've got left. Reacher held her gaze. That's rough. Allison waved it off. Right now I've got bigger problems. What do you need from me? Any hunches on who this guy might be? She barked a laugh. Starting with the obvious, huh? Obvious questions get answers, Reacher countered. Got any instincts? Some entitled jerk who thinks harassing women is no big deal. Or worse, thinks it should stay quiet like dirty laundry. Harper pulled up a chair beside Reacher. Is there a middle ground? Allison's expression darkened. Not in my book. I went nuclear. No half measures. Who was your guy? Reacher asked. Colonel Gascoigne, she spat. Always preaching about his open door policy. So I walked in 5 times asking for a transfer. Not even about gender, just wanting better work. Hell, I was good at my job. Reacher leaned in. What happened? Allison's jaw tightened. At first I thought he was joking. Flirting, maybe. Then he dropped the act. Told me to come back without my uniform. She scoffed. Not for drinks. For his office. Like I was supposed to strip down right there. Reacher's voice turned icy. Classy move? Real charmer, Allison shot back. Wrapped it up in jokes like I wouldn't notice. But hey man, woman, what's the surprise, right? Her tone dripped with sarcasm, masking the old anger. Harper shifted uncomfortably. You reported him? Allison's laugh was bitter. Oh, I reported him. And that's when the real fun began. The guy obviously thought I wasn't picking up what he was putting down, so he decided to crank it up to disgusting. He laid it all out where I'd have to stand, how I'd have to move, like some cheap adult film. That's when it hit me like a lightning bolt. Pure fury. I lost it completely. Reacher gave a slow nod. So you took him down? Damn right I did. How'd he take it? A smirk tugged at her lips. Confused mostly? Pretty sure he'd pulled this stunt a dozen times before without consequences. Guess he didn't see the memo that things had changed. Could he be a guy? She shook her head. No way. Gascoigne was pathetic, old, worn out, harmless. Julia's profile says this killer's sharp, calculated. Gascoigne couldn't orchestrate a lunch order, let alone this. Reacher agreed. If Julia's right, we're looking at someone lurking in the shadows. No direct ties, just watching, waiting to strike. Allison exhaled. Exactly. Some distant observer turned vigilante. Reacher echoed, if Julia's profile holds up. A beat of silence. Big if, Allison muttered. You having doubts? Harper cut in. Allison scoffed. You know I am. And so do you. The Army shifts rules like the weather. One day it's fine to harass, the next it's court-martial material. But soldiers don't snap like this. Not over policy changes. Truman desegregated the ranks, and nobody hunted down the complainants. It's something else. Harper leaned in. Maybe it's different with women. More personal. Maybe, Allison conceded. But Julia's right about one thing: the targets are too specific. It has to be someone who knew us, who served with us. Just not any soldier I've ever met. Harper pressed. No threats? No red flags back then? Nothing worth remembering. Just the usual locker room garbage. I even let Julia hypnotize me at Quantico, digging for buried clues. Came up empty. Another silence. Harper brushed non-existent crumbs off the table. So dead end? Allison shrugged. Sorry, guys. Reacher shook his head. Never a waste. Even dead ends tell you where not to look. Plus, the coffee was decent. Want a refill? Not a chance, Harper said, standing. We've got a flight to catch. Allison walked them out, pausing at the door. Don't let anyone in, Reacher warned. This guy's smooth, no forced entry. Just a convincing story. Could be someone you trust. She smirked. I'll keep my guard up. Call if you need me. I'll be at the hospital most afternoons, but otherwise, I'm around. The door clicked shut behind them, the lock snapping into place. Outside, Harper checked her phone. Local guy saved us 2 hours, Spokane to Chicago, then D. C. More expensive, but worth it. Reacher grinned. Bureaucracy hates shortcuts. I like your style. Harper rolled her eyes but didn't argue. Some battles were worth the cost. Impatience suited him just fine, and the idea of squeezing into another tiny Cessna for 2 more hours didn't exactly thrill him. So they sent the Seattle guy back solo and hopped a Boeing 737 to Chicago instead. No first-class upgrade this time, just rows of cramped coach seats that forced them uncomfortably close, elbows bumping, legs pressed together for the entire flight. So what's your take on all this? Harper asked, shifting in her seat. Reacher exhaled. I'm not on the payroll to think. Hell, I'm not even getting paid yet. Consultant's privilege, you ask? I answer. I just did ask, she shot back. I asked what you think. He shrugged. Big target pool, 3 down. You can't babysit them all. But if the other 88 follow Allison Lamar's lead and bolt their doors, they'll probably live. You really think a locked door stops a guy like this? He's got a pattern. No forced entry, no struggle. If they don't invite him in, what's his move? He could adapt. Then you've got him, Reacher said, turning toward the window. Because adapting means leaving evidence. And evidence means mistakes. Harper frowned. That's it? Just tell them to hide? Better than nothing. It doesn't solve the case. You won't solve it, he said flatly. Not with this profiling circus. You're underestimating how sharp he is. The profile accounts for that, she insisted. It labels him highly intelligent. And profiling works, there's data. Reacher. Major wins. Out of how many losses? He turned back, locking eyes with her. Let's say I'm Blake. Nationwide homicide guy, right? Gets every case file. Now imagine I call every perp a 30-year-old white dude with daddy issues. And a red Mustang. Eventually I'd nail one. Then I'd brag about my brilliant deduction, conveniently ignoring the 1,000 times I was dead wrong. That's not science. That's a numbers game. That's not how they operate, Harper snapped. Isn't it? He leaned in. Read their press. It's all victory laps, case closed. Another win. Where's the chapter on the screw-ups? The cases that went cold? They're bureaucrats, Harper. Fighting for funding, polishing their stats. Right now, their top priority isn't justice, it's keeping their budget intact. So the profile's useless? Worse, it's contradictory. How? Not until Blake apologizes for threatening Jody and yanks Julia Lamar off this case. Why would he? She's his star profiler. Exactly. The motor pool guy was waiting at D.C. National Airport when they landed. By the time they reached Quantico, it was late. The hall's quiet. Julia Lamar stood alone in the lobby. Blake was stuck in budget hearings, Polton already gone. How was she? Lamar asked, arms crossed. Your sister? Stepsister? Fine, Reacher said. House is locked down tighter than a vault. But remote. Miles from anyone. She nodded. He waited, watching her. The silence stretched, thick with something unspoken. Is she all right? She repeated, her voice tight with tension. She wants to see you, he replied. She exhaled sharply, shaking her head. I can't just drop everything. It's a cross-country trip. Your father doesn't have much time left. My stepfather, she corrected, her jaw tightening. Does it matter? She thinks you should be there. I told you I can't. A pause. Is she still the same? Reacher shrugged. No idea. Just met her today. Still playing the cowboy look? Tan, fit, all that? He nodded. Exactly. She gave a slow, distant nod. Not like me. His gaze flicked over her, the worn black suit, the sharp angles of her frame, the exhaustion etched into her face. No, not like you. I warned you, she muttered. The ugly sister. Then she turned and walked off without another word. Harper led him to the cafeteria, where they grabbed a late meal in silence. Afterward, she took him upstairs, locked him in his room, and left without a goodbye. He listened to her footsteps fade, stripped down, and stood under the shower, letting the water pound away the tension. Then he stretched out on the bed, mind racing, clinging to a thin thread of hope. Mostly, though, he was just waiting. Morning arrived, but it wasn't the one he wanted. He knew before he even stepped into the cafeteria. He'd been awake for half an hour when Harper finally unlocked his door, looking polished in the same suit she'd worn days before. 3 suits in rotation, probably all she could afford on an FBI salary. Still, 3 more than he owned. They took the elevator down and crossed the quiet campus. The air was crisp, the sun breaking through the clouds. For a second, he let himself believe it was an omen today would be different. Then he saw Blake at the window table, alone, surrounded by coffee, pastries, and the wreckage of Sunday papers, Washington Post, USA Today, the damn New York Times. No news meant no progress, which meant more waiting. With fewer bodies at the table, there was space to breathe. Harper sat across from Blake. Reacher took the empty seat. Blake looked like he hadn't slept in days, his face gray, his posture screaming stress case. Reacher felt nothing for him. Rules had been broken. Today, you're on files, Blake announced. Updated with the Lorraine Stanley intel. Review them, have your conclusions ready by breakfast tomorrow. Understood? Reacher gave a slow nod. Loud and clear. Any early thoughts? Preliminary what? Conclusions. Anything jumping out at you? Reacher glanced at Harper. This was where a good agent would speak up. But she kept her eyes on her coffee, stirring like it was the most important task in the world. Let me read the files first, he said. Too soon to call it. Blake exhaled. 16 days left. We need a breakthrough. Reacher matched his stare. Maybe tomorrow. Blake and Harper exchanged a look like he'd said something strange. Then they settled into the slow, aimless rhythm of a stalled investigation. Coffee, pastries, idle newspaper flipping. The urgency had burned out. Now it was just waiting, while the world moved on without them. The morning sun streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows. As Harper led him into the briefing room, exactly the kind of polished, professional space he'd pictured during that bumpy Cessna ride. Light oak tables gleamed under the California sunlight, surrounded by plush leather chairs that looked more suited for a high-end law firm than an FBI field office. Only the ominous stack of dark blue folders stamped with bold yellow FBI lettering ruined the serene atmosphere. 3 separate piles, each bound with heavy rubber bands: Amy Callan, Caroline Cook, Lorraine Stanley. 3 lives reduced to paperwork. Reacher checked his watch. 10:25 a.m. Late start. The warmth of the sun made him want to stretch out like a cat, but Harper wasn't having it. You didn't call Jody, she said, watching him. He shrugged. No point. She wouldn't be there. Harper tilted her head. Could have gone to your old place. Her dad's house. He shook his head. She hates that place. Too quiet? You even check? Nope. Not worried? His jaw tightened. Worrying won't change anything. Silence settled between them as he dragged the first file toward him. You read these? He asked. Harper nodded, rolling up her sleeves. The sunlight behind her turned her crisp white shirt translucent, revealing the curve of her shoulder holster and the faint outline of her body beneath. Every night, she said. Files and summaries. Find anything useful? She glanced at the thick stacks. Depends what you call useful. Reacher peeled the rubber band off the Callan file, just as Harper dropped into the chair across from him. Get to work, Reacher, she said, all business. This is the moment of truth. You drive past the house, not too fast, not too slow, scanning every detail before continuing down the block. Then you stop, turn around, park curbside, engine off, keys pocketed. The gloves go on practical, not suspicious, given the autumn chill. You step out, listening, scanning, circling once like a predator sizing up prey. Decision time. Your training kicks in, cold and clinical. Proceed or abort? The choice is yours. You move forward. The door opens. She's surprised and delighted, just like they always are. You keep the conversation light, waiting for the perfect moment. When it comes, you don't hesitate. Listen carefully, you say. Do exactly as I say. She nods, eager to please, even as fear flickers behind her eyes. And smile, you add. It'll make this easier for both of us. Her grin is strained, but it'll do. You inspect the master bathroom like a prospective buyer. The tub is standard, nothing special. Bring in the paint you order. She obeys, hauling can after can up the stairs, breath ragged, sweat beading on her forehead despite the cold. Smile, you remind her. She tries. It looks more like a snarl. Now find something to pry those lids off, you say. And she does. Her face lights up as she nods eagerly, pointing toward the kitchen drawer where she remembers seeing a screwdriver. Together, you head there, and she rummages through the clutter before pulling it out with a small, satisfied grin. Back in the bathroom, you instruct her to remove the lids one by one, steady hands. No rush. Kneeling beside the first can, she wedges the screwdriver's tip beneath the metal rim, prying it up in slow, deliberate motions. The seal breaks with a soft hiss, releasing the sharp tang of paint into the air. She moves methodically, popping each lid until every can sits open, her breath quickening slightly with the effort. Careful now, you warn, voice low. One spill and there'll be consequences. She flashes a practiced smile, obedient as ever. When the last lid clatters to the floor, you pull a trash bag from your pocket and unfold it with a snap. Put your clothes in here, you say. Her brow furrows which clothes. All of them, you clarify. She doesn't hesitate. Shoes first, their thud giving the bag weight. Socks next, then jeans shimmied off with a little hop. The shirt follows, buttons slipping free, then the bra, fingers fumbling at the clasp. Finally, her underwear hits the pile. Naked now, she stands there, waiting. Smile, you remind her, and her lips curl on command. Downstairs, she balances the stuffed bag against the front door, your shadow trailing behind. Back in the bathroom, you guide her through pouring the paint-thick, gloppy streams of green into the tub. Her tongue pokes out in concentration as she tilts each can, avoiding spills. Good job, you murmur, and her eyes brighten at the praise. Then comes the twist. Next part's trickier, you say. Take the empty cans back, but you'll have to run. And stay out of sight. She nods, threading cans onto her fingers like grotesque rings. You crack the door, scanning the street before sending her off. She darts out, bare skin, prickling in the chill, cans clanking with each stride. When she returns, breathless and flushed, you tut at her uneven smile. Fix it, you command, and she stiffens, forcing her lips wider. Upstairs, the screwdriver waits. Mark yourself, you say. Confusion flickers until you clarify. Deep scratches, blood included. She obeys, dragging the blade down her cheek. Once, twice, each line redder than the last. Harder, you urge, and she does it, teeth gritted in a grin. Then the bath. 1 foot in, then the other, paint oozing between her toes. She sinks slowly, the viscous liquid climbing her thighs, her hips, until only her face remains above the surface. Now, you say, leaning in, hold your breath. For a heartbeat, she hesitates, then tilts her head back, letting the paint swallow her whole. Her hair fans out like dark seaweed, floating just beneath the surface. Perfect. Her fingers move with practiced precision, slick with thick green paint as she follows the instructions perfectly on the first try. Then her eyes widen in sudden terror, just before her body goes limp. You wait, motionless over the tub, counting the seconds in your head. 5 minutes pass before you finally reach in, pressing a gloved fingertip against her forehead until she slips beneath the surface. The paint smears your right glove, so you peel it off inside out, tucking your bare hand into your pocket for safety. Downstairs, the house is silent. You drop the soiled glove into the trash bag with her clothes, then step outside, scanning the quiet street before hauling the bag to the car. A quick glance over your shoulder, nothing. The second glove joins the first in the bag before you pop the trunk, sliding it inside. The engine hums to life as you buckle up, adjusting the rear view before pulling away at a steady, unremarkable pace. The Callan file had been sparse, just 48 lines summarizing 4 years of service. His name appeared once, tied to the mess at the end. Funny how he remembered her so clearly. Petite, always smiling, the kind of woman who enlisted without really knowing why. The Army attracts a certain type: team players, good at following orders, not fighters, but solid workers. Callan had breezed through basic and landed in ordnance, shuffling paperwork for guns instead of groceries. Promoted to sergeant in under 2 years, she managed shipments at Fort Wythe, a Chicago-adjacent warehouse reeking of gun oil and echoing with forklifts. At first it was fine. Then the jokes turned crude. The officers got handsy, and she'd had enough. After filing a complaint, she left, washed up in a Florida beach town somewhere affordable, far from the glitz. Married, separated, dead within a year. The file had photos. A squat stucco house, an orange-tiled roof, a bathroom with a tub full of green paint and something shapeless floating in it. The autopsy was useless. The paint clung like a second skin, stripping flesh when peeled away. No bruises, no toxins, no signs of struggle. Just freckles, that's what stuck with him. Well, Harper pressed. Reacher shrugged. She had freckles. I remember that. A year soaking up the Florida sunshine must done wonders for her appearance. You were into her, Reacher observed. The guy shrugged. She was all right. The last section of the file was packed with the most obsessive crime scene forensics Reacher had ever seen, down to the microscopic level. Every speck of dust, every stray fiber in her home had been vacuumed, catalogued, and scrutinized. Yet there wasn't a single trace of an intruder. Not even a hint. Whoever did this was smart, Reacher muttered. Harper stayed silent, sliding Callan's folder aside and flipping open Cook's. Cook's story was structured the same, but played out differently. Unlike Callan, she'd been army-bound from the jump. Her family practically bled olive drab. She'd clashed early with the expectations of being a woman in the military, even fighting to join her high school's roti. The battles started young. She'd climbed fast second lieutenant straight into war plans, where the overthinkers wasted time pretending geopolitics was a game of chess. Promoted to first lieutenant, she got shipped to NATO in Brussels and tangled with her colonel. When her captain's bars didn't come fast enough, she lodged a complaint. Reacher remembered the fallout. No harassment, not like Callan, endured no greasy hands or gun barrel innuendos. Just the new rules catching up. Sleeping with a subordinate was a career ender. The colonel ate his service pistol. Cook resigned, flew home to a quiet New Hampshire lake house, and wound up dead in a tub full of hardening paint. New Hampshire's forensics echoed Florida's absolutely nothing. Same notes, same photos, just a different backdrop, a cedar house swallowed by trees, an untouched door, a bathroom straight out of a country catalog, except for the thick green sludge in the tub. Reacher shut the folder. Thoughts? Harper asked. The paint's the weird part, Reacher said. Why? He shrugged. It's a paradox. Destroys evidence, sure, but hauling it around? That's risky. Almost like a taunt, Harper added. A calling card. Confirms it's someone with army ties. Lamar says it's symbolic. Like he's dragging them back into the fold. Harper nodded. Taking their clothes fits that. But if he hates them enough to kill them, why reclaim them? Who knows how a guy like this thinks? Lamar thinks she does, Reacher said. The last file was Lorraine Stanley's. Her story mirrored Callan's, but fresher, rawer. Younger. A sergeant stuck at the bottom of a Utah quartermaster's food chain, the only woman in the unit. The harassment started day one, her competence questioned, her gear sabotaged. One night, her uniform pants vanished. She showed up in her regulation skirt. Next night, her underwear was stolen. Morning came, and she had no choice but to report in skirt, nothing beneath. Her lieutenant called her in, made her stand over a mirror on the floor while he screamed about paperwork. The whole unit filed past, getting an eyeful. Reacher exhaled. This guy's playing games. Harper's jaw tightened. Worse, he's winning. The lieutenant wound up behind bars while Stanley spent another year in service before fading into solitude, dying alone in his San Diego bungalow, the same one captured in crime scene photos where California forensics teams found nothing. How old are you? Reacher asked. Harper rolled her eyes. 29. Like I said, it's practically my FOC answer. From Colorado, right? Aspen, born and raised. Siblings? 2 sisters, 1 brother, all older. I was the surprise baby. Parents? Dad ran the local pharmacy. Mom handled the books. Classic small town setup. Family trips growing up? She grinned. Oh yeah, the whole 9 yards Grand Canyon, painted desert, even a summer camping in Yellowstone, with mosquitoes the size of quarters. Drove everywhere on guessing, obviously, packed into a wood-paneled station wagon with enough snacks to survive the apocalypse. Why the interrogation? What stuck with you about those drives? She groaned. The eternal nothingness between stops. Exactly. Exactly what? This country's massive, and Caroline Cook was murdered in New Hampshire. 3 weeks later, Lorraine Stanley turns up dead in San Diego. That's a cross-country haul what? 3,500 miles if you drive straight through? You think he's road tripping? Reacher nodded. Hundreds of gallons of paint don't transport themselves. Unless he's got caches stashed along the way. Which just complicates it. Unless those caches magically line up between his base and both crime scenes, he's adding detours. More miles, more time. So picture it. 4,000 miles round trip, plus surveillance time on Stanley. Could he pull that off in a week? Harper did the math. At 55 miles per hour, that's 70 hours if he never stops, never slows down. Which he would. Small towns, construction zones, speed limits. A guy this careful isn't risking a traffic stop. Try explaining a truckload of industrial paint to a bored state trooper. Fine. Call it 100 hours driving. Plus stakeout time, that's 10-12 days minimum. So, you tell me. This isn't some guy clocking in for shifts. Reacher agreed. No, it's not. They stepped outside, the fall air sharp but warmer now, the sky a blinding blue. The dampness had vanished, leaving the oak leaves crisp and golden. I'm staying out here, Reacher declared. Harper sighed. You've got files to review? Rereading won't crack this. I need to think. Better ideas come outside? Usually. Fine. Come watch me requalify on handguns. You're not already certified? She smirked. Please. We test monthly. Bureaucracy at its finest. They grabbed turkey sandwiches from the cafeteria and walked toward the range, chewing as they went. The outdoor pistol area was deserted, a vast concrete pad flanked by earthen berms. 6 lanes stretched toward humanoid targets, paper felons, with bullseyes over their chests. Harper checked in, surrendering her, Glock to the rangemaster, who reloaded it and handed back ear protection. Lane 3, he instructed. She took position at the 75-foot mark, planting her feet shoulder-width apart. Knees bent, weight forward, she raised the gun two-handed, adjusted her earmuffs, and exhaled. The first shot cracked the silence like a whip. She fired 6 rapid shots, barely half a second between each one. Reacher studied the tension in her hand, the tendons flexing as the recoil jerked the barrel slightly upward with every pull of the trigger. Clear, she announced, and when he hesitated, she smirked. That's your cue to go check the target. At the far end of the range, he found the bullet holes exactly as he'd predicted, a neat vertical spread, 2 in the bullseye, 2 just outside, and 2 more grazing the outer edge. He unclipped the paper and brought it back. 2 5s, 2 4s, 2 3s, she recited. 24 points. Barely passing? You're relying too much on your right arm, he said. Let your left take the weight, use your right just to squeeze the trigger. She hesitated, then tilted her head. Prove it. Stepping behind her, he wrapped his left arm around, steadying her grip. She leaned back against him, her hair brushing his chin, the faint scent of citrus shampoo lingering. Relax, he murmured. Let the gun float. She dry-fired twice, the muzzle barely twitching. Better, she admitted. After reloading, she pressed against him again, firing 2 rounds that punched tight holes in the center ring. See? Let the left do the heavy lifting. She snorted. Sounds like bad relationship advice. When she stepped away to try solo, the next two shots landed dead center, forming a tight cluster no bigger than a credit card. Satisfied, she handed him the Sig Sauer, the same model Lamar had pressed to his temple during their ride into the city. Reacher waited in his palm, then spun and fired twice, each bullet striking the target's paper eyes. "That's how I'd handle someone who really pissed me off," he said. "No messy theatrics, just efficiency." On their way back, they crossed paths with Blake, who looked restless and uneasy. "Lamar's father died," he muttered. "Stepfather," Reacher corrected. Blake waved a hand. "Whatever. Hospital in Spokane called. Now I've got to break the news." "Send our condolences," Harper said. Blake nodded absently and walked off. "He should pull her from the case," Reacher muttered. Harper sighed. She'd never agree. This job is her whole life. Back in the oak-paneled room, Reacher sank into a leather chair, checking his watch, 3:20 p.m. 2 more hours of forced brainstorming before he could escape to his hotel. Except it stretched to 3, and instead of daydreaming, he dissected the case files, rearranging them like puzzle pieces. Harper watched, tense as he leaned back and shut his eyes. "Getting anywhere?" she finally asked. "I need the full list of those 91 women," he demanded. "Got it," she replied. He shut his eyes, savoring the quiet hum of the room before the sound of her footsteps faded. Moments later, she returned. He blinked and saw her hovering close, sliding a hefty blue folder across the desk. "Pencil," he muttered. She stepped back, rummaged through a drawer, then flicked a pencil toward him. He cracked open the file and skimmed the first document, a Defense Department roster, 4 pages stapled, names in neat alphabetical rows. A few jumped out at him. Rita Simica, the woman he'd brought up to Blake, was right there beside Lorraine Stanley. Next came addresses, mostly pulled from VA records or forwarded mail. Simica's was in Oregon. Then came the real Meat Post Service intel reports, some detailed, others sparse, but enough to piece together a pattern. Reacher flipped pages, pencil in hand, scribbling notes. 20 minutes later, he tallied his marks. 11, he announced. "Not 91. Harper blinked. 11. He nodded. 8 left, not 88. She frowned. "Why? Think about it. 91 was never realistic. Who'd go after that many? 5 years of hunting? No way. A guy this sharp would narrow it down something manageable, like 11. But how? By sticking to what's practical. A specific type. What else linked Callan, Cook, and Stanley?" Harper hesitated. "What?" They were alone. Completely. No spouses, no roommates, just single women in houses, tucked away where no one would notice. Perfect for his method. He needs privacy, no interruptions, no neighbors to hear a struggle. And he's got to haul gallons of paint inside without drawing attention. Harper shook her head. But our research showed more than 11 like that. Closer to 30? Right, but he's not digging through records. He's working off the same list we are, straight from the military. No extra intel. He's picking the obvious ones, the women who look isolated at first glance. Meanwhile, 20 miles northeast, in a dim Pentagon office with no windows, an identical list lay spread on a polished desk. The pages were crisper, fresher Xerox copies, but the names were the same. 11 were underlined, not with hasty pencil scratches, but precise fountain pen strokes, ruler guided to keep the ink clean. 3 already had second lines slashed through them. The officer's hands hovered above the paper, left gripping a ruler, right clutching the pen. The ruler slid into place beneath a 4th name, then shifted slightly higher. The pen followed, carving a decisive line through it. Back in the room, Harper exhaled. "So what's our move?" Reacher leaned back, shutting his eyes again. Time to roll the dice, he said. You should keep constant surveillance on the remaining 8 targets. I'd bet my last dollar the guy walks right into your hands within 2 weeks. Her voice wavered slightly, like she wasn't entirely convinced. This is one hell of a long shot, she admitted. You're making assumptions about what he's thinking when he sees that list. Well, I'm supposed to think like him, right? So if I'm guessing, that's what he's guessing too. And if you're wrong, compared to the 0 progress you've made so far? She hesitated, then sighed. Fine. It's a solid theory worth a shot. But what if they've already considered it? No risk, no reward, right? A beat of silence passed before she finally relented. All right, talk to Lamar first thing tomorrow. He cracked an eye open. You really think she'll show up? Harper nodded. Oh, she'll be here. Even with her father's funeral? Funeral's unavoidable, sure. But she'd skip her own funeral for a case like this. Fine, but you handle Blake, not Lamar. Keep her out of it. Why? Because her sister lived alone, remember? That drops her odds to 1 in 8. Blake's gotta bench her now. If he agrees with you. He should. Maybe. But he won't. Reacher shrugged. Then don't waste your breath. I'm spinning my wheels here. The guy's a moron. Don't say that. You need to play nice. Think about Jody. He shut his eyes, letting Jody's memory drift and distant like she was miles away. He lingered there a moment before Harper broke the silence. Let's grab dinner. Then I'll talk to Blake. 15 miles northeast, a uniformed officer sat frozen, staring at a sheet of paper. His expression was that of a man meticulously working through a complex puzzle. A sharp knock at the door snapped him back. Hold on, he barked. He set down his ruler, capped his pen, and tucked it into his pocket. Folding the list carefully, he slid it into his desk drawer, pressing it flat under the weight of a black leather-bound Bible King James version. He locked the drawer, adjusted his jacket, and called out, "Enter." A corporal stepped in, saluting. "Your car's ready, Colonel." Outside Quantico, the air had turned sharp, the evening chill settling in fast. Reacher and Harper moved quickly down the path, the overhead lights flickering on one by one as if tracking their steps. They ate alone in a quiet corner of the cafeteria, then walked back through the deepening dark. Upstairs, she unlocked his door with her key. "Appreciate the input," she said. He stayed silent. "And the shooting lesson?" she added. He gave a half smile. "Any time. Not the technique, the teaching method." He remembered it well, her back pressed against him, the scent of her hair, the way she fit against him. "Showing beats, telling every time," he said. "Damn right," she replied, shutting the door behind her. He woke before dawn, standing at the window wrapped in a towel, watching the black sky. Cold again. After shaving and showering, he dressed by the bed, slipping his coat on. He grabbed his toothbrush from the bathroom and tucked it inside his jacket, just in case today was the day everything went down. Reacher sat hunched on the edge of the bed, the thick coat pulled tight around his shoulders to fight off the morning chill. The sound of the key turning in the lock made him glance up, but instead of Harper, it was Polton stepping inside, his expression carefully neutral. Reacher suppressed a smirk. "Where's Harper?" he asked, already knowing the answer. "Reassigned," Polton replied flatly. "She talked to Blake? Last night." And a shrug. "Nothing changed. So you're just tossing my theory out? You're not here to theorize." Reacher gave a slow nod. "Fine. Breakfast?" Outside, the sun was just breaking over the horizon, painting the sky in streaks of orange and pink. The air was crisp, no humidity, no breeze, just the kind of quiet morning that made you forget the world was full of problems. The cafeteria was already buzzing, the usual Monday morning energy filling the space. Blake sat at his usual spot by the window, Lamar beside him, in a faded black blouse instead of her usual cream. The table was set with coffee, donuts, the works, but no newspapers. Sorry about Spokane, Reacher said, watching Lamar's reaction. She didn't look up. I offered her leave, Blake cut in. She's got every right to take it. Reacher met his gaze. Not my business. Lamar picked up a teaspoon, balancing it on her finger like she was weighing something unspoken. In the middle of life, there's death, she murmured. You learn that fast in this job. You skipping the funeral? She exhaled sharply. Allison hasn't called me. I don't even know the arrangements. You didn't reach out? Another shrug. Didn't want to intrude. Reacher scoffed. Doubt she'd see it that way. Lamar finally looked at him, her eyes hollow. I just don't know. Blake cleared his throat. We've got work to do. So my theory's trash? Reacher countered. It's a hunch, not a theory. Blake shot back. We don't ignore 80 victims because one guy's got a gut feeling. Would they even notice? Reacher took a slow sip of coffee, eyeing the stale donuts. So you're not even gonna check? Blake hesitated. I considered it. Consider harder. Because when the next body drops, it'll be one of my 11, and that's on you. Without waiting for a reply, Reacher shoved his chair back. I need real food. Those donuts look like they survived the Ice Age. He strode off before they could argue, snagging a discarded New York Times from a guy glued to the sports section. The headline jumped out at him. Gang war erupts in Lower Manhattan. 6 dead, detailing a brutal clash between Chinese and Syrian syndicates. At the buffet, he loaded his plate with pancakes, bacon, and enough syrup to drown in. He'd need the fuel. Something told him he'd be covering a lot of ground soon, probably on foot. Back at the table, he pretended to notice the headline mid-bite. Well, would you look at that? He mumbled around a mouthful. The article spelled out a bloodbath. Automatic weapons, machetes, bodies stacked 4-2 in favor of the Chinese. Reacher chewed slowly, already mapping his next move. 4 bodies were found on the Syrian side, including Almar Petrosian, the suspected crime boss at the center of it all. The article quoted NIPDOT and FBI sources diving into the century-long grip of protection rackets in New York, the Chinese tongs, and the cutthroat competition between factions controlling a multi-billion-dollar underground empire. Well, would you look at that? Reacher muttered, though nobody bothered to glance his way. Blake was too busy watching the first streaks of sunrise through the window, Polton fixated on the wall, and Lamar still hypnotized by her teaspoon. Did Kozo call to confirm? Reacher pressed. Silence. That was answer enough. He smirked. Life's funny, huh? You finally get a grip on me, and poof, your leverage vanishes. Fate's got a twisted sense of humor. Fate, Blake echoed, flat as pavement. Reacher leaned back. Let me spell it out. Harper wouldn't play your femme fatale game. Petrosian's dead, and you've got nothing left. Plus, you're not listening to a word I say. So why shouldn't I walk out that door right now? Blake's jaw tightened. Plenty of reasons. None worth my time, Reacher shot back. He pushed away from the table, and this time, no one moved to stop him. The cafeteria doors swung shut behind him, the morning air biting as he hit the sidewalk. He didn't slow down until he hit the perimeter guardhouse, tossing his visitor pass onto the asphalt like trash. Marine territory stretched ahead, quiet but for the hum of distant engines. A half-mile in, he passed a cluster of idling SUVs and stone-faced men who let him go without a second glance. Walking wasn't a crime, even if it raised eyebrows. 30 minutes later, tires crunched gravel behind him. He didn't turn until the car was close enough to recognize Harper, alone, just as he'd expected. She rolled down the window, her hair loose, and catching the wind. Need a ride? Depends. You taking me out or dragging me back? Your call. I-95 northbound. Hitchhiking's the plan. No cash for a flight? He slid into the passenger seat. Not a dime. She accelerated, the trees blurring past. They didn't send me to reel you in, she admitted. Wrote you off as useless. No value, no intel. Reacher chuckled. So this is the part where I storm back in, ego bruised, to prove them wrong. Lamar's idea. She thought flattery might work. Landscape gardening and psych degrees, what a combo. Harper grinned, but Reacher's tone shifted, turning grim. She's not wrong, though. This guy, he's smarter than all of us. No one's catching him. Or is that just your exit strategy? Harper countered. Ease your conscience before you bail? My conscience doesn't need easing. Not even about Petrosian? They threaten you with him, and suddenly he's dead. Hell of a coincidence. Luck's a fickle thing. Harper's grip tightened on the wheel. I never told them I was staking out Trent's office all day. Reacher frowned. Why? And what's Trent got to do with this? She shrugged. Call it self-preservation. But I don't trust coincidences. Reacher stared out the window. Sometimes they're all we've got. Obviously, she said with a smirk. You know how the Bureau feels about coincidences. They hate 'em as much as bad coffee at a stakeout. So, he raised an eyebrow, waiting. She shrugged, her jacket rustling. They might start digging. Could make things messy for you down the road. His grin widened. Oh, so this is phase 2 of the grand persuasion plan? Her smile cracked into laughter. Bingo. And trust me, I've got a dozen more phases lined up. Some are real gems. Wanna hear 'em? Nah, he said, shaking his head. I'm not going back. They've got selective hearing when it comes to me. She nodded, gripping the wheel tighter as she merged onto the interstate, heading north. I'll drop you at the next exit. This one's Bureau territory. No one's stopping for you here. Appreciate it, Harper. Jody's back, she added casually, eyes on the road. Called Kozo's office. They had eyes on her place. She flew in this morning, looked like she came straight from the airport. Working from home today. He exhaled, a smirk tugging at his lips. Well, that settles it. I'm officially out. We need you, Reacher, she pressed. They don't want my input. Then make them listen, she shot back, voice sharp. He fell silent, staring out at the blur of highway. Finally, he muttered, Why won't they? Ego, maybe? She offered. He scoffed. They need help, sure. Just not mine. I don't have the manpower. Or the badge. To do what? Take over. They're spinning their wheels with this profiling nonsense. It's useless. They need to follow the damn clues. There are no clues. Wrong, he snapped. The guys, intelligence, the paint, the locations, the quiet crime scenes. It's all there. They're just too busy chasing theories to see it. Starting with motive? That's backwards. She sighed, pulling off the highway and stopping at a red light. I'll pass it along. You gonna catch heat for this? He asked. For not dragging me back? Probably, she admitted, then flashed a grin. But that was phase 10. I'll be fine. Hope so, he said, stepping out onto the curb. He watched her car disappear under the overpass before turning north, alone. Hitchhiking as a 6'5", 230-pound guy wasn't exactly easy. Most drivers, especially women, saw a threat, not a passenger. But Reacher was clean-shaven, dressed in neutral colors, and lucked out with a few truckers who didn't mind the company. 7 hours later, he was back in New York, the roar of diesel engines drowning out any conversation which suited him fine. The old restlessness gnawed at him. Back to Jody, he told himself. But then what? Mowing the lawn? Painting walls? He clenched his jaw, pushing the thoughts away. His last ride was a Jersey produce truck, headed for Greenwich Village. It rumbled through the Holland Tunnel, and Reacher walked the final stretch down Canal Street, then Broadway, focusing only on seeing Jody. He swiped his key, took the elevator up, and knocked. The peephole darkened, then the door swung open. There she was, tall, lean, alive. The most stunning thing he'd ever laid eyes on. But her smile was absent. "Hey, Jody," he said. Her reply was flat. "There's an FBI agent in my kitchen." "Why?" "Why?" she echoed. "You tell me." He followed her inside toward the kitchen. The agent was young, stocky, with a neck like a linebacker. The guy by the door wore a crisp blue suit, a starched white shirt, and a striped tie that screamed government issue. He had his phone pressed to his ear, muttering into it as Reacher stepped inside. "He's here," the guy said before snapping the phone shut. Reacher sized him up. "What's the deal?" "Just need you to hang tight for about 10 minutes, sir," the guy replied, polite but firm. Reacher raised an eyebrow. "Care to explain why?" "You'll see soon enough." Reacher almost walked out on principle. Nothing irritated him more than being told to wait. But then he caught the look on Jody's face. She was already sitting, her expression caught between irritation and something darker. The New York Times lay open on the counter, and Reacher skimmed the headline before sighing. "Fine, 10 minutes." He dropped into a chair beside her. The clock ticked past 15 before the buzzer finally sounded. The suit hurried to the door, clicking the lock before stepping into the hallway. Jody stayed frozen, like she was a stranger in her own place. The elevator groaned to a stop. Footsteps clacked against the hardwood, and then Alan Deerfield barged in like he owned the place. His dark raincoat was damp at the shoulders, collar flipped up like some noir detective, and his shoes left gritty tracks across the floor. "6 bodies in my city," he announced, zeroing in on the newspaper. He flipped it open to the front page, then locked eyes with Reacher. "Which means I've got questions." Reacher didn't blink, then asked. Deerfield smirked. "Delicate ones. Get on with it." Deerfield turned to Jody. "First question's for you, miss." "Jacob." She barely glanced up. "What? Where'd you been the last few days?" "Out of town. Business trip." "Where?" "London." Deerfield feigned confusion. "Which one? Kentucky? Ohio?" Jody shot him a glare. "England, obviously." "Ah, the fancy one. Took the Concorde, didn't you?" She stiffened. "Yeah. So? Must be nice." Associates don't usually rate supersonic flights unless the firm's got big plans for them. Jody clenched her jaw. "I'm not a partner." Deerfield grinned. "Even better. Means they really like you. Unless something derails that." Silence. "Reacher knew you were there?" Deerfield pressed. Jody shook her head. "No. Planned trip, last minute. And he had no clue?" "I just said that." Deerfield chuckled. "See, that's the thing, information's everything." "You not telling him where you were?" "That made him panic. Called your office, your home, your cell over and over. Man was losing his mind." Jody flicked a glance at Reacher, something like guilt flashing in her eyes. "I should told him." Deerfield waved a hand. "Not my business how you two communicate. But here's the kicker suddenly, he stops calling. Just like that. Why? Did he finally get word you were safe across the pond?" Jody opened her mouth, then shut it. "Thought so," Deerfield said. "You were scared of Petrosian, so you kept your trip under wraps. Far as Reacher knew, you were still in the city. But then, poof, he stops worrying. Funny how that works." Jody kept her gaze fixed on the scuffed linoleum floor of her Brooklyn apartment, arms crossed tight. "He has no idea you're tucked away safe in London," she muttered. "Or maybe he does. Maybe he's already heard whispers that Petrosian's days were numbered." Deerfield smirked, tapping his fingers against the kitchen counter. "Your guy's sharp. My bet? He called in a favor. Stirred up trouble in Chinatown, then let the tongs handle their usual business. Now he's sitting pretty untouchable. Thinks we'll never track down his mystery helper, and the tongs sure as hell won't talk. Meanwhile, Petrosian gets the bad news, and your boy's got an airtight alibi locked up in Quantico, like a good little suspect. He leaned in, voice dropping. Real confident, too. Stopped calling you right before Petrosian took his last breath. The kitchen was dead silent. Deerfield turned to Reacher, eyebrows raised. Am I warm? Reacher shrugged. Why would anyone care about Petrosian? Deerfield chuckled. Right. We'll pretend Blake never mentioned a thing. But here's the deal. Info is power. If you orchestrated this little mess, hey, maybe I'll even shake your hand. But if it was just dumb luck, we need to know. Not my problem, Reacher said. Then why'd you ghost Miss Jacobs? Deerfield shot back. That's private. Nothing's private now, Deerfield snapped. Petrosian was scum, sure, but he's still a corpse. And with 2 solid witnesses placing you in that alley, we could slap a conspiracy charge on you so fast, you'd be rotting in Rikers before lunch. 2 years waiting for trial, who knows if a jury buys your story. Jody stood abruptly, her chair scraping loud. Time to go, Agent. This isn't the place. Deerfield glanced around, as if noticing the cramped apartment for the first time. You're right, Ms. Jacobs. But we'll pick this up later tomorrow, next month, whenever. Like Blake said, we know where to find you. His shoes crunched on the grit as he left, the door slamming behind him. The moment it shut, Jody whirled on Reacher. You took Petrosian out. I wasn't even there. She scoffed. Cut the act. You set it up, push the pieces into place. Doesn't matter if you swung the blade, it's on you. Reacher stayed silent. And I told you not to, she hissed. Deerfield can't prove anything. He doesn't need to, she snapped. He'll bury you in legal hell just for fun. Suspicion of gang ties? Judge'll back him all the way. No bail, endless delays, you're screwed. Reacher exhaled, staring at the ceiling. Why? She demanded. He met her eyes. Because someone had to. A long pause. Then voice brittle. Would my father have approved? Reacher thought of the photos in Kozo's file, Petrosian's victims, Leon's old cases. His jaw tightened. Yeah, he said quietly. He would have. The bodies of the women were arranged like grotesque magazine spreads, parts removed, foreign objects added. Come on, you know Leon would have backed me up without hesitation, he argued. She exhaled sharply. Sure, he might have agreed. But would he have crossed the line like you did? His jaw tightened. Yeah, he would have. She gestured around them. Take a good look. What do you see? His eyes swept the room. Your place. Nice digs. She scoffed. Right. But did I spend my childhood here? He shook his head. No, you bounced around bases, same as me. Exactly. Remember Manila? That cramped bungalow with roaches the size of my fist? A faint smirk tugged at her lips. Worst place on paper, best memories in reality. He shrugged. So? Her finger jabbed toward her sleek leather briefcase by the kitchen door, stuffed with legal files. See that? Not a rifle, not a grenade launcher. Just paperwork. His gaze flicked to it. Yeah, I noticed. Because I chose this, she snapped. I could have enlisted, played soldier like you. But I wanted rules, real ones, not just orders barked in a war zone. Laws, courts, a life where people don't solve problems with a bullet. He leaned against her pristine granite countertop, its polished surface cool under his calloused hands. The stone gleamed under the recessed lighting, a far cry from the chipped formica of their past. You're saying I drag you back into the chaos, he muttered. Damn right. Petrosian, That's your world, not mine. I walked away from that life for a reason. Her voice cracked. And then you stopped calling. Left me wondering if I was next on his list. His fingers tensed against the counter. I thought you'd lay low. That we didn't need to spell everything out. Like we're still in uniform? She shot back. Newsflash, we're not. You're not my CO, and I'm not your subordinate. We're just two people who used to know each other, until you decided to play vigilante. Silence hung between them, thick as the Manhattan smog outside her window. Finally, he exhaled. You're right. I screwed up. She crossed her arms. The question is, can you unscrew it? Or are you too far gone? The fridge hummed in the background, a mundane sound that underscored how absurdly normal this apartment was and how far removed from the bloodshed he'd brought to her doorstep. You're dragging me into a life I never asked for, and I'm pulling you into a world you don't belong in. The whole suburban dream white picket fences, mortgage payments, weekend barbecues. The American checklist. He stayed silent. Maybe it's my fault, she admitted. I used to crave that stability, badly, so it stings a little realizing you might not. I just want you, he said. She exhaled. I know, and I want you. But do we actually want what comes with each other? The chaos in his head roared like a stadium crowd. She said it. No turning back now. Grab it and run. But all he managed was, I don't have an answer. We should figure it out, she said. But the lobby buzzer cut her off, screeching like an alarm. Jody stabbed the door release and vanished into the living room. Reacher stayed planted at the counter, tracing the veins in the granite until the elevator dinged. Then Lisa Harper burst in, still in her work blazer, hair wild, eyes bloodshot, a far cry from the composed agent he'd last seen. She vibrated with urgency, her usual calm obliterated. What's wrong? Reacher demanded. Everything, Harper spat. It's spiraling. Where? Spokane. His gut twisted. No. Allison Lamar. Yesterday. He skipped the pattern. Next kill should have been weeks out. How? Same MO. Hospital called about her dad's death. Cops found her in the tub. Paint, just like the others. Reacher's jaw clenched. Security? Harper shook her head. Waltzed right in. Bullshit. They've locked it down. Quantico's flying a team in. Waste of time. Harper's gaze darted around the kitchen. Blake wants you back. He's bought your Theory 11 victims, not 91. Reacher scoffed. So now I get a gold star? We're drowning here, Harper snapped. We need your shortcuts. Blake knows you're good at bending rules. The air turned leaden. Jody stared at the fridge, voice icy. You should go. Silence. Go do what you do best, she added. Harper's Bureau sedan idled on Broadway. Same driver who'd once held a gun to his ribs. The guy didn't blink, just hit the sirens and tore toward Newark. The airport was chaos. They elbowed through crowds to Continental, boarding passes materializing mid-sprint. They barely made the gate, only to be ushered into first class by a frazzled purser. New detail. As the plane taxied, Harper muttered, Blake's got a file on you thicker than the Lamar case. Thinks your Army record's a cheat code. Reacher smirked. Tell him to try reading the fine print. Tone shift. The jet engines roared, drowning out any reply. Somewhere below, another woman's life had been reduced to crime scene photos. And the clock was ticking. She stepped up to the group, microphone in hand, and greeted everyone boarding the flight to Seattle-Tacoma. Wait, Seattle? Reacher frowned. I thought Quantico was the plan. Harper fumbled for her seatbelt, shaking her head. Blake wants us at the crime scene first. We were just there 2 days ago, might help spot any changes. He's throwing everything at this case. Desperate times. Reacher leaned back. How's Lamar handling it? Harper exhaled, holding it together barely. She's micromanaging from the ground, still refuses to fly. The plane rumbled as it taxied, engines whining louder as it pivoted toward the runway. The cabin vibrated under the growing thrust. Flying's not the problem, Reacher mused. Harper smirked. Yeah, it's the crashing part that's the issue. Statistically, you've got better odds of getting struck by lightning, he countered. Tell that to the lottery winners, she shot back. Hell of a handicap for an agent, though. This country's huge, how does she manage? Harper shrugged. They accommodate. It's on her file. The jet lurched forward, accelerating until the ground fell away beneath them. 5 hours to Seattle, Harper muttered. Round 2. Reacher tapped his fingers against the armrest. You catch the geographic pattern? Spokane's the fourth corner. She nodded. 11 possible targets, and he picks the 4 farthest points first. Like he's marking territory. But why? Reacher pressed. Showing off his range? Harper grimaced. Or his speed. Maybe that's why he ditched the timing, proving he can hit fast, coast to coast. San Diego to Spokane in days? That's not just skill, that's arrogance. Reacher's gaze drifted. Ice cold. Leaves one spotless scene, then races north to do it again. Who is this guy? Harper's smile was thin. That's the million-dollar question, Reacher. Now we just have to outthink him. Genius. Absolute, undeniable genius. The thought burned bright. 4 down flawless. Every one. Allison Lamar's face flashed in memory the shock, the dawning horror as she recognized what was coming. No mistakes. None. Every move precise, every second controlled. The isolation of her house had been a gift. No witnesses, no interruptions. A part of him wished he'd lingered, toyed with her longer. Could have made her beg. Good I made it last. But discipline was key. Patterns were safety. Stick to the script, especially after the close calls in San Diego's cramped suburbs. Think ahead. Adapt. Stay sharp. The game wasn't over yet. You've already conquered step 4, and yeah, you can bask in that victory for a while, replay it. Relish it, but eventually you've got to tuck it away and shift focus to what's next. The in-flight meal was exactly what you'd expect for a trip straddling lunch and dinner while hopping time zones. Definitely not breakfast. Mostly just a flaky pastry stuffed with ham and cheese. Harper passed on hers, so Reacher polished off both portions before drowning himself in coffee and drifting back into thought. Jody dominated his mind. Did they truly fit into each other's worlds? Hers was easy to define. High-powered attorney, homeowner, jazz enthusiast, modern art lover, someone who craved stability because she'd tasted the chaos of ruthlessness. If anyone belonged in a historic Broadway loft, surrounded by galleries and underground clubs, it was her. But him, what lit him up? Being with her, no question. The memory of their reunion last June hit him like a live wire that split-second he recognized her. The jolt of emotion so intense, it still buzzed under his skin just thinking about it. Then there were the other moments, stepping off greyhounds in nowhere towns, sun on his neck, dust under his boots, endless highways unfurling ahead. The weight of brass motel keys, the stale air of budget rooms, the groan of springs as he collapsed onto yet another anonymous bed. Brief exchanges with truckers, who gave him rides, diner waitresses with quick smiles, tiny, fleeting connections in a world of billions. That was the life he missed, even when he was holed up in the city with Jody, or stuck in Garrison. Missed it like a phantom limb. Harper snapped him back. Making headway? Huh? You were zoning out. Looked like you were about to cry. Did I? So, what's on your mind? He shrugged. Between a rock and a hard place. She rolled her eyes. Not helpful. Switch gears, okay? Fine. He forced Jody from his thoughts. Surveillance, he blurted. What about it? We're assuming this guy scouts the houses first, right? At least a full day. He could have been watching us while we were there. She shuddered. That's unsettling. But what's your point? Check motel registries, canvass the area. That's how you crack this legwork, not magic tricks in some basement lab. There was no neighborhood. You saw it. We've got nothing. And I'm telling you, there's always something. The paint, the geography, the quiet, it all adds up. Did Blake go to Spokane? She nodded. We're meeting him there. Then he'd better listen to me or I'm out. Don't push your luck. You're here as Army liaison, not lead investigator. And Blake's desperate he'll make you stay. Reacher smirked. He's fresh out of leverage. Harper leaned in. Don't bet on it. Deerfield and Kozo are already working on those Chinese guys to pin this on you. The inns would be called in to sweep for undocumented workers, and they'd likely uncover hundreds just in the restaurant kitchens. That would spark deportation threats, but with a hint that cooperation might smooth things over, then the Tong bosses would pressure their people to talk. Greatest good for the greatest number, right? Reacher stayed silent. Harper shrugged. The Bureau always wins. But replaying the scene in his head like a broken record only made the cracks show. The more he obsessed, the hazier it got. Had he crossed every T? At the Callan house, no question. Caroline Cook's place? Crystal clear. Lorraine Stanley's in San Diego? Locked in. But Allison Lamar's? Did he do it, or did he push her too? He swore he remembered, but was that just muscle memory tricking him? Maybe this time he'd slipped. The doubt gnawed at him, swelling until it drowned out logic. A guy like him second-guessing? Pathetic. He shoved it aside, except it clawed back, louder, until he was hunched alone, clammy and convinced, his first misstep. The Bureau's Learjet had zipped Blake's team from Andrews to Spokane, then swung to SeaTac for Harper and Reacher. The same Seattle agent met them at the gate, jerking a thumb toward the tarmac where rain speckled the asphalt. They bolted for the jet, ducking inside just as the engines whined to life. 4 minutes later, they were airborne SeaTac to Spokane in a fraction of the Cessna's slog. The same driver waited, Allison Lamar's address still scrawled on his dash. He headed east toward Idaho, then north into the hills. 50 yards in, yellow police tape zigzagged between pines, 2 cruisers barricading the road. Beyond, the mountains loomed, rain smudging the western peaks, while eastward sunlight razored through clouds glinting off distant snow. A cop unhooked the tape, and their car crept through, winding past scattered houses, until the driver braked before the final bend. On foot from here. Harper and Reacher stepped into the damp haze, not quite rain, not quite mist. Rounding the curve, the house hunched behind a battered fence, its yard choked with wind-whipped trees. The road ahead was a parking lot, a local cruiser with lazy strobes, 2 unmarked sedans, and a black Suburban with tinted windows, all idling like vultures. The coroner's van sat with its doors wide open, its metal surface dotted with raindrops. As they approached, the passenger door of the black Suburban swung open, and Nelson Blake stepped out. His dark suit was crisp, the collar flipped up against the damp chill. His face was pale, drained of color like the shock had sucked the life right out of him. No greetings, no small talk. Just straight to business. Daylight's fading fast, Blake said, his voice clipped. Walk me through what you did 2 days ago. Point out anything that's changed. Reacher nodded, scanning the fence, the trees, the neatly kept lawn. It all looked so ordinary. Just a tiny patch of earth someone had poured care into. But that someone was gone now. Allison had shaped this place with her own hands, and now she wasn't here to see it. Who's been inside already? Reacher asked. Just the local cop who found her, Blake replied. Nobody else. Not even my team or the coroner. Wanted your take first. So she's still in there? Blake exhaled. Yeah, she is. The road was silent, except for the faint hum of power lines overhead. The cruiser's flashing lights painted Blake's suit in alternating red and blue, a pointless light show in the gathering dark. Reacher moved past the parked vehicles, stepping onto the narrow road. Where does this lead? He called over his shoulder. Blake trailed behind. Nowhere useful. Middle of nowhere, probably. Reacher smirked. Narrow as hell, though. Your guy would have had to turn around somewhere. Checked the mud up the road. Betty came in from the Spokane side, scoped the place, then doubled back. A pro thinks about his exit. Blake gave a curt nod. I'll get someone on it. Now show me the house. Harper and Reacher waited at the driveway's edge. We stopped right here, Harper said. Everything was too quiet. Then we knocked. Was it raining? Blake cut in. Harper glanced at Reacher. Dry. Overcast, but no rain. Driveway way wasn't muddy. Blake pulled a roll of plastic grocery bags from his coat. Cover your shoes. They slipped the bags over their boots, tucking the edges in. Harper continued. She answered on the second knock. I flashed my badge through the peephole. Reacher added she was jumpy. Said Julia had warned her. Blake's jaw tightened as he nudged the door open with his foot. The hinges groaned the same way Reacher remembered. We stood in the hall, Harper said. Then she offered coffee, so we went to the kitchen. Blake scanned the space. Anything look off to you? Reacher's grip tightened on the doorframe. Whatever they found here, it wouldn't bring her back. But it might just point them to the bastard responsible. Reacher scanned the room, the knotty pine walls, the creaky wooden floors, the faded yellow-checked curtains, the sagging couches, the antique oil lamps repurposed as decor. Same as before, he muttered. All right, kitchen next, Blake ordered. They moved in, the waxed linoleum gleaming underfoot. The cabinets hadn't budged, the stove sat cold and unused, the appliances beneath the counter untouched. A few gadgets sat undisturbed on the counter, but the sink held a single plate smeared with dried egg, a water glass, a coffee mug with a dark ring of sludge at the bottom, and a fork and knife. One of the silverware drawers was slightly ajar. Sky's different, Harper noted from the window. Way more overcast now. That drawer was shut when we left, Reacher pointed out. They all crowded around the sink, studying the remnants of a meal. Breakfast? Blake asked. Or dinner, Harper countered. Egg on toast could be a quick meal for someone living alone. Blake nudged the drawer open with his fingertip. Inside was a jumble of mismatched utensils, a few basic tools, screwdrivers, wire cutters, electrical tape, nothing out of the ordinary. All right, what's next? Blake pressed. I was here with her, Harper reminded him. Reacher exhaled. Show me. Blake followed him back to the hall. I checked the parlor, the living room, Reacher said. Windows were secure. Figured nobody got in that way. Blake nodded. Not the windows. Then I walked the perimeter, checked the barn. Upstairs first, Blake decided. Reacher led the way, every step deliberate. He couldn't shake the thought that, just over a day ago, the killer had taken this same path. I cleared the bedrooms last, he said. Master suite was the final stop. Let's go, Blake said. They moved through the master bedroom, pausing at the bathroom door. Blake gave a stiff nod. Do it. Inside everything was spotless except for the bathtub. It was nearly full of thick green paint, the surface hardened into a glossy film. Just beneath it, the silhouette of a petite, toned woman floated perfectly preserved. Every curve was visible, the slope of her thighs, the arch of her stomach, the swell of her chest. Her head tilted back, lips parted in a faint frozen grimace. Damn, Reacher muttered. Yeah, damn, Blake echoed. Reacher searched for any clue, any sign of struggle. But the room was eerily unchanged. Anything? Blake asked. Reacher shook his head. Nothing. Outside then? They descended the stairs in silence. Harper waited in the hallway, eyes darting to Blake. He shook his head. Either nothing there or don't go up there. Reacher led Blake out back. Checked the windows from outside, he said. Not the damn windows, Blake snapped. He came through the door. But how? Reacher shot back. Last time, Harper was flashing her badge, yelling FBI, and the woman still barely opened up. She was shaking when she finally did. So how'd this guy get her to let him in? Blake shrugged. Like I said, they know him. Trust him. He knocks. They check the peephole, see a familiar face, and swing the door wide open. The cellar door was untouched, the padlock still in place. The barn's side door was shut but unlocked. Inside, the dim light revealed the new Jeep, stacks of cardboard boxes, one with its flaps loose, tape dangling. The workbench stood neat, power tools lined up like soldiers. Reacher ignored him, scanning the shadows. Nothing out of place. Just the same quiet dread hanging in the air. The garage looked untouched at first glance. Reacher frowned, scanning the space with narrowed eyes. Something's off, he muttered. What? Blake asked, impatient. Reacher blinked, mentally overlaying the current scene with his memory, like flipping between two nearly identical photos. The car's not where it was, he said. Blake exhaled through his nose. Obviously. She drove to the hospital after you took off. Reacher shook his head. Not just that. He paused, then cursed under his breath. Damn, I screwed up. Blake's jaw tightened. What now? That washing machine box. She already had one brand new, installed under the kitchen counter. So, maybe it just got unpacked. No. 2 days ago, that carton was sealed shut. Now it's been opened. You sure? Positive. Same box, same spot. But the tape's been cut. Blake pulled a pen from his pocket, nudged the cardboard flap up, and froze. This was here before? Sealed tight, Reacher confirmed. Like it had just been delivered. Blake's expression darkened. So that's how he moves the paint. Ships it ahead in appliance boxes. A cold realization settled in. You sit there, heart pounding, knowing you screwed up you didn't tape the box shut again. Didn't make her do it either. That tiny mistake just blew your whole plan wide open. Because those boxes? They were supposed to be invisible. Just another boring household item, buried in the clutter. Investigators would glance right past them. Hell, they had before. Florida, New Hampshire, California, 3 times those boxes sat untouched until it was too late. But not this time. This time the damp air made the cardboard curl. The flaps would lift on their own, exposing the truth inside. No pristine appliance packaging, just empty paint cans, stacked neatly in 2 rows of 5. Blake hauled in portable floodlights, bathing the box in harsh white glare like it was some alien artifact. They hunched over it, tense, as if it might explode. The carton was standard, sturdy brown cardboard, the manufacturer's logo bold on every side, model number stamped below. The tape had been sliced clean. Inside, nothing but 10 3-gallon cans, lids pried open and loosely replaced. Dried paint streaked the rims where it had been poured out. No gleaming appliance. Just the evidence, waiting to be found. And this time they looked. The cans had no branding, no company logo, no claims about performance or longevity. Just a plain label stamped with a serial number and the words Camel Green in small print. Is this typical? Blake asked. Reacher gave a quick nod. Standard military supply for vehicle maintenance. Any unit with trucks or jeeps would have these lying around. Bigger jobs get handled with industrial drums and spray rigs. So they're easy to find, Blake pressed. Reacher shook his head. Not just easy, they're everywhere. The garage fell quiet. "All right, pull them out," Blake ordered. A tech in latex gloves carefully removed each can, setting them in a neat row on Allison Lamar's workbench. He flipped open the carton flaps and angled a bright work light inside, revealing 5 deep circular indentations in the cardboard. These were full when they got packed, the tech noted. Blake stepped out of the harsh light, retreating into the shadows. He turned away, staring at the wall like it held answers. "So how would this end up here?" Reacher shrugged. "Like you said, delivered ahead of schedule." "Not by the killer?" "No. He wouldn't risk coming back." "Then who?" "Some shipping company. The guy had it sent ahead, FedEx, UPS, who knows?" Blake scoffed. "Appliances get dropped off by the store, not some random courier." "Not this one," Reacher countered. "This didn't come from any retail chain." Blake exhaled, like the whole situation was absurd, before stepping back into the light. He circled the box, stopping where a rough square patch had been torn off, exposing the corrugated layer beneath. "Shipping label," Blake muttered. "Probably one of those plastic sleeves," Reacher added. "You know, the kind that says documents enclosed." "Then where is it? Who ripped it off?" "The delivery guys don't do that." "The killer did," Reacher said. "After the fact. So we couldn't track it. He caught himself, we, not you." Blake noticed too, glancing up sharply. "But how does the delivery even happen?" Blake pressed. "Imagine Allison's just at home, and suddenly FedEx shows up with a washer she never ordered. She wouldn't just take it." "Maybe she wasn't there," Reacher suggested. "Could have been while she was at the hospital with her dad. Driver might have just left it in the garage." "Without a signature?" Reacher shrugged again. "I don't know, never had a washer delivered. Maybe the sender marked it no signature required. But she'd see it the second she parked her car." "Yeah, she definitely saw it," Reacher agreed. "It's not exactly small. So what then?" "She calls the shipping company." "Maybe she tore off the label herself, took it inside to check the tracking number." "Why wouldn't she open it?" Reacher smirked. "Would you unpack something you didn't order?" "Just means more work repacking it later." "Did she mention anything to you or Harper? Any weird deliveries?" "No, but she might have brushed it off." "Mistakes happen, right?" Blake nodded grimly. "Well, if there's paperwork in the house, we'll find it. The coroner's team will tear the place apart." "Coroner won't find anything," Reacher said flatly. "This time he better," Blake shot back. "Then you've gotta change tactics," Reacher said, emphasizing you. "Pull the whole tub out. Ship it to a lab in Seattle hell. Fly it straight to Quantico if you have to." Blake scoffed. "And how exactly do we rip out a whole washing machine tub?" "Tear down the damn wall." Blake stopped and considered the idea. "We could bring in a crane and rip the roof off, sure. But we'd need Julia's approval. She's the legal owner now, given the situation." Reacher gave a slow nod. "Call her, get permission, and have her review the reports from the other locations. If this delivery angle isn't a one-time thing, it changes the whole game." "How so?" Blake asked. "Because it means our guy isn't some truck driver hauling cargo cross-country. He could be flying in and out, quick and clean, using commercial airlines." Blake headed back to the Suburban to make the calls while Harper led Reacher up the road where Spokane agents had found tire tracks in the mud. Flashlights cut through the darkness, revealing 4 distinct marks, evidence of a careful 3-point turn. The front tires had left fan-shaped scuffs from sharp steering, but the rear tracks were clean. "Looks like a mid-sized sedan," one agent said. "Newer radials, maybe 1970s on the 14-inch rims. We'll ID the exact model from the tread and wheelbase." "You think it's him?" Harper asked. Reacher didn't hesitate. "Who else? Normal people don't overshoot by 50 yards, just to turn around." This guy was casing the place, staying cautious. They left the agent setting up protective covers over the tracks and walked back. Blake stood by the Suburban, dome light casting a glow behind him. All three scenes had appliance boxes, he said. No one checked what was inside. Local teams are on it, and Julia gave the green light. We're tearing out the tub. Gonna need engineers. Reacher paused, a new thought freezing him mid-step. One more thing, call the remaining 7 women on the list. Ask if they've had any surprise deliveries. If this guy's speeding up, the next one might already be in place. Blake stared, then grabbed the car phone. Get Polton on it, Reacher added. Lamar's too close to this. Blake shot him a look but relayed the order. Meanwhile, in a dim office, a colonel sat motionless, lost in thought. His locked drawer held the list, but his mind was elsewhere. He needed to talk to someone. Army logic said shared. Problems shrink, but this wasn't something he could discuss. A bitter smile twisted his lips. Self-reliance was his only option now. So deep in concentration, he barely registered the knock at his door. The moments stretched on, and later he realized the corporal must have called his name more than once. Thank God he'd stashed a list in the drawer when the soldier finally stepped inside. He wouldn't have been able to conceal it. Hell, he couldn't even blink. Just sat there, frozen, staring at nothing. Because the next thing he knew, the corporal's voice sharpened with concern. Sir? No response. Colonel? The word barely registered. His head turned slowly, like it was filled with lead. Silence. Your car's waiting, the corporal tried again. They piled into the Suburban and sat there for an hour and a half, crammed together in the deepening chill. The evening bled into night, the cold seeping through the doors. Condensation clouded the window's breath on the inside, dew clinging to the glass outside. No one spoke. The world had gone unnervingly quiet, just the occasional distant howl cutting through the thin mountain air. Hell of a place to call home, Blake muttered. Harper's reply was grim. Or to end up dead. Then, like flipping a switch, you convince yourself you're safe. You're good, no, you're brilliant. Layers upon layers of backup plans, contingencies stacked like dominoes. You know how these investigations go. They'll scratch the surface, hit a dead end, and move on. They'll never trace the paint, never find the supplier, never connect the dots. You're 10 steps ahead, always. So you let yourself breathe. But damn, you're annoyed. One slip, one tiny oversight. And the paint that was fun, no. Probably gotta scrap the whole idea. That hey, maybe you'll dream up something even better. Because quitting, not an option. The phone's shrill ring shattered the silence. Blake fumbled it from the cradle, pressing it to his ear as a rapid-fire voice crackled through, male, definitely not Lamar. Polton them. Blake's gaze fixed on nothing as he listened, then hung up and exhaled hard. What? Harper demanded. Local team cracked open those appliance boxes, Blake said. Sealed up tight, like fresh off the truck. But inside, 10 empty paint cans in each. Used, just like the ones we found. But the cartons were sealed. Reacher cut in. Resealed, Blake corrected. They spotted it on closer inspection. Guy packed everything back up neat after. Clever, Harper muttered. Sealed boxes don't raise eyebrows. Blake nodded. Too clever. Knows how we operate. Not that clever, Reacher countered. Or you wouldn't have missed sealing this one. First mistake. Still batting 900, Blake shot back. Smart enough for me? No shipping labels. Mais vertu, hussard of haired. Ripped off, Blake said. Of course, she sighed. Reacher frowned. Hold on. If he remembered to trash the labels here, why forget to reseal the box? Maybe someone spooked him, Harper suggested. Reacher scoffed. Out here? Middle of nowhere? You saying he's not as sharp as we thought? Harper pressed. Funny. You were all about his genius earlier, using it to prove us wrong. Reacher met her stare. Because you are wrong. He turned to Blake. We need to talk motive. Now, later Blake dismissed. Now, Reacher insisted. Blake's mouth twisted. You haven't heard the kicker yet? A beat of silence. Then Reacher swore. Another woman got a delivery? Blake shook his head. Try all 7. A pause. Then Blake dropped the bomb. You and Harper, you're headed to Portland. Why? Reacher demanded. To see an old friend of yours. Rita Simica. That lieutenant you mentioned? The one assaulted in Georgia? She's on your list. Lives near Portland now? Reacher glanced at the handwritten note on the dashboard, Allison Lamar's address, still faintly visible beneath his own sprawled directions. He crumpled it up and tossed it behind him, irritation flickering in his grip on the wheel. Portland's next if he's still around, he muttered. Blake nodded, his usual cop bravado slipping for a second. That's why we've got people en route. 7 left easier to cover now, right? The joke landed like a lead balloon, and Blake looked away, guilt flashing across his face. Allison got to me too, he admitted. Like losing family. Reacher didn't answer. Instead, he focused on the road ahead, the Buick humming beneath him as they tore through the darkness. Harper lounged in the passenger seat, her hair catching the dashboard glow. The Army's strict procurement policies flashed through his mind GM this year, Ford the next, all to keep Detroit happy. The irony wasn't lost on him. Then headlights flared in the rear view, closing fast. Reacher nudged the speedometer past 80, but the other car blew past them like they were standing still, a sleek sedan vanishing into the night. Harper yawned. Maybe that's our guy. Racing to Portland ahead of us. Reacher smirked. Nah. Changed my mind, I don't think he drives. The road stretched ahead, dead straight toward Ritzville, but the tension in the car coiled tighter. Somewhere out there, a killer was moving. And they were running out of time. Reacher kept his foot steady on the gas, nudging the needle just past 90 as the taillights ahead flickered in the distance. You really think he's flying? Harper asked, shifting in her seat. The scent of her perfume, something crisp and citrusy, drifted through the car. And then what? Grab some generic rental at the airport? Exactly, Reacher muttered, eyes locked on the road. Those tire marks? Textbook standard. Probably some forgettable sedan, the kind every rental place stocks by the dozen. Harper frowned. Seems risky. Paper trails everywhere. Reacher smirked. Same as plane tickets. But this guy's meticulous. Bet he's got fake ID so solid you could build a house on it. Tracing him? Good luck. Ahead, the road stretched straight, the glow of the other car barely visible. Harper stretched, her elbow brushing against his arm. So think about Spokane, she said. He lands, grabs a car, drives to Allison's place, what, 30 minutes? Does his thing, another 30, then bolts. No way he sticks around. Not near the scene, Reacher agreed. Check the rental records. Look for super short turnarounds, 2 hours or less. That's your pattern. Harper turned toward him, studying his profile in the dim light. You keep switching between we and you. Can't decide if you're in or out, huh? Reacher exhaled. I liked Allison. What little I saw of her. And Rita Semeka, too. Tough as nails. Second lieutenant, aced officer training. Not the type to go down easy. His grip tightened on the wheel. Which brings us to the real question, how's he pulling this off? Walks in 30 minutes later, they're dead in the tub, no struggle, no mess. How? Harper hesitated. Gunpoint. Reacher shook his head. No way. If he's flying, he's not packing. Tisa doesn't exactly hand those out. And Rita? She wasn't some pushover. 5 guys came for her that night, and she still made 3 of them regret it. The car ahead veered west toward Seattle. Reacher eased off, swinging south onto 395. The road narrowed, winding through the darkness. Harper leaned back, arms crossed. So what's his move, then? Drugs? Hypnosis? Reacher's jaw clenched. Whatever it is, it's smooth. Too smooth. A beat of silence passed before he added, and that's what scares me. The hum of the engine filled the car as Oregon loomed ahead, the night stretching out like an unanswered question. Only 3 attackers managed to assault her, the others didn't stand a chance. One ended up with a shattered pelvis, another with both arms snapped like twigs. She fought like a cornered wolf. So, Harper asked, would Allison Lamar have gone down without a fight? Even with a gun to her head, you think she'd just take it for half an hour? Harper exhaled. I don't know. But she wasn't some shrinking violet. Army-trained, infantry background, she'd either snap and fight back or wait for her moment. But she didn't. Why? Reacher's jaw tightened. That's the question, isn't it? And we won't find the answer if your team keeps obsessing over the wrong motive. Harper turned toward the window, watching the night blur past. Care to explain? She pressed. Not yet, Reacher said. Not until Blake and Lamar are in the room. I'm not repeating myself. They pulled into a gas station just past the Columbia River near Richland. Reacher pumped fuel while Harper ducked inside. When she returned, she slid behind the wheel, adjusting the seat and mirror before firing up the engine. The car hummed back onto the highway, cutting through Oregon's emptiness under a sky littered with cold, distant stars. The Cascades loomed ahead, invisible in the dark. You're gonna have to talk, Harper said, gripping the wheel, or I'll pass out from boredom. Reacher smirked. Almost as bad as Lamar. Harper shot him a grin. Almost. He chuckled. Fine. Why'd you leave the army? She groaned. Seriously? That's your go-to? People ask because they care, he said. Or they're nosy. She shrugged. It was a mix of good and bad, like a marriage. You don't bail over petty annoyances. Reacher fell silent, watching the stars smear across the windshield. They downsized me, he finally admitted. Harper scoffed. Bull, your file says you volunteered. He hesitated. I got spooked. By what? Change. The army was massive global. Then they shrank it. Promotions meant more responsibility in a smaller world. I didn't want that. Big fish in a small pond isn't so bad, she countered. I didn't want to be a big fish, he muttered. I liked blending in. Harper rolled her eyes. A major doesn't blend in. He exhaled. Fine, medium-sized fish. But a big fish? Stuck behind a desk for years? No thanks. I'd have peeked at Colonel, rotting in some office, no way out. The stars above stayed silent, indifferent. Harper just shook her head. Still a lousy reason to walk away. Could have been 15, maybe 20 years, he admitted. But I just couldn't stay put. My whole life's been one long road trip, always on the move. Stopping scared me. I had no idea what being anchored down would feel like, but I was damn sure I wouldn't like it. And now, she pressed. He exhaled sharply. Now I am stuck. She wasn't letting him off that easy. And nothing, he grumbled. She rolled her eyes. Cut the crap, Reacher. You're stuck and... He dragged in a breath, the weight of it settling between them. And I hate it. The car fell silent, the hum of the engine the only sound. She gave a slow nod, like she'd expected this all along. Jody doesn't want the nomad life, huh? He rubbed his temple. Hell if I know. But she does. We both grew up military brats, never in one place longer than a suitcase could stay unpacked. Difference is she built the life she wanted. She knows what she's choosing because she's lived the alternative. She could still shake things up, she countered. Lawyers switch firms, take sabbaticals. He shook his head. Not like that. It's about roots, careers, stability. She's on track for partner soon. That's her path. Me? If I wake up in Oregon tomorrow and decide I want Oklahoma dust in my boots by sundown, I go. No plans, no strings. A drifter, she mused. More than that. It's in my bones. She tilted her head. How deep? Deep enough that right now, middle of the night, rolling towards somewhere new, feels like coming up for air. The corner of his mouth twitched. Might be the company, though. She smirked. Flattery won't dodge the question. Why's our guy's motive all wrong? Wait for Portland, he deflected. What's in Portland? Paint cans, no paper trail. And when you add it up, your theory's got more holes than a diner coffee cup. The Buick's engine growled as they climbed Route 35, Mount Hood's shadow looming. Harper downshifted, the jolt rousing Reacher from a half-sleep. Outside, the world was a monochrome masterpiece, moonlit snow in the gullies, jagged peaks like cut steel. Okay, Harper conceded, eyes on the vista, I get the appeal. Reacher grinned. Big planet, lots to see. They blew past Rhododendron, its streets dead at 3A. And followed signs to Rita Simica's place. The town was shut tight, gas station dark, general store locked. Harper turned onto a side street, tires crunching gravel. Third left. Somewhere up that slope, answers waited. Or more questions. Either way, they were rolling straight toward them. The house stood out immediately, not just because it was the only one on the block with lights still glowing, but because of the bureau car idling in front, its windows fogged from the agent's breath inside. Harper pulled up behind it, killing the engine with a quiet shudder. The night air was sharp, their exhales forming ghostly clouds as they stepped out. A young agent in a dark suit emerged from the sedan, rubbing his hands together against the cold. She's inside unharmed, he said, nodding toward the house. My orders were to wait here for backup. Harper glanced at Reacher before asking, and after that? The agent shrugged. I stick around till the local PD takes over at 8. Night shift's mine. Reacher raised an eyebrow. They only covering half the day. 12 hours, the guy confirmed, looking resigned. I pull nights. Good enough, Reacher thought. The house itself was a sturdy clapboard structure, its wide front porch adorned with intricate gingerbread railings. A short driveway led to a garage tucked beneath, the slope of the street making room for it. The yard was fenced in, dotted with flowers that looked silver under the moonlight. She awake? Harper asked. The agent nodded. Waiting for you. They followed the winding walkway, Harper moving lightly, while Reacher's heavier steps made the wooden stairs groan. Before the sound could fade, the front door swung open, revealing Rita Simica. She stood there, gripping the doorknob, her expression unreadable. Reacher, she said flatly. Samiga, he replied. You holding up? She pushed a strand of hair from her face. About as well as you'd expect at 3 a.m. Finding out I'm on some psycho's hit list along with 10 others, 4 already dead. Thanks for the heads up, by the way. Government efficiency, Reacher muttered. She studied him, arms crossed. And you? Since when do you work with them? Didn't have much say in the matter. A beat passed, the cold seeping through the porch boards. Behind her, warm light spilled from the house, casting long shadows. Finally, she exhaled. Well, whatever. Kinda good to see you, I guess. Same? She was tall, not as tall as Harper, but lean and athletic, built like a distance runner. Dressed in jeans and a loose sweater, she looked older than the last time he'd seen her 4 years ago. Frown lines framed her mouth, her sharp brown eyes assessing them both. This is Agent Harper, Reacher said. Simica gave a cautious nod. Harper offered a small smile. "Come in, men," Skymika finally said, stepping aside though her grip on the doorknob stayed tight, like she wasn't entirely sure about letting them cross the threshold. Harper entered first, Reacher following as the door clicked shut behind them. The hallway of the small house felt welcoming fresh paint, well-kept furniture, and an almost clinical level of cleanliness. Wool rugs softened the hardwood floors, while polished mahogany antiques and framed artwork gave it a lived-in elegance. Vases of chrysanthemums dotted the space, their deep gold petals catching the light. "I grow them myself," Sameka said, watching Reacher's reaction. "You approve?" "Definitely," he replied, "though I'd probably butcher the spelling." She smirked. "Gardening's my latest obsession. Keeps me busy." Then she motioned toward the front room. "Music too. Come see." The parlor was understated soft wallpaper, gleaming wood floors, and in the far corner, a grand piano with a glossy black finish. A German brand name gleamed in brass inlay. The bench was upholstered in black leather, and sheet music sat open on the stand, a storm of notes on thick cream paper. "Care for a listen?" she asked. Reacher shrugged. "Why not?" She settled onto the bench, fingers hovering before she struck a somber chord that resonated through the room. The melody twisted into something slow and mournful, like a dirge. "Got anything less depressing?" Reacher muttered. She exhaled sharply. Not really in the mood for happy tunes. Still, she shifted into Beethoven's Moonlight Sonata, the notes shimmering under her touch, muted by the damper pedal. Outside, the garden looked ghostly under the moonlight. The distant ocean, nothing but a whisper 90 miles west. "Better," Reacher admitted when she finished. She lingered over the keys, hands still resting even after the last note faded. The sheet music on the stand read Chopin, but she hadn't needed it. "You holding up okay?" Reacher asked. She turned, meeting his gaze. "You mean, have I bounced back after being raped by 3 men I trusted with my life?" Reacher didn't flinch. "That's the gist. I thought I was fine," she said flatly. "Then I found out some psycho wants me dead for reporting it. Kinda ruins the recovery process." Harper cut in, voice firm. "We'll stop him." Samika just stared. "So," Reacher said, shifting gears, "can we check out that new washing machine in the basement?" Samika snorted. "Except it's not a washing machine, is it?" "Not that anyone tells me anything." "Probably paint," Reacher said. "Army green. In cans." Her brow furrowed. "What for?" Covering his tracks. "Dumps you in the tub, pours it over you." She blinked. "Why?" "Good question. Some eggheads are working on that right now." Sameka turned to Harper. "You one of them?" "No, ma'am. Just an agent." "You ever been raped?" Harper shook her head. "Don't be," Skymika said, voice brittle. "That's my expert advice." Silence stretched before she added, "It rewrites your life. Gardening and music, that's all I've got left." "Solid hobbies," Harper offered. "Safe ones," Sameka corrected. "I don't leave the house much. Don't like people. So take the warning." Harper nodded. "Noted." "Basement," Skymika said abruptly, leading them to a narrow door under the stairs. The steps creaked as they descended into chilly air laced with gasoline and rubber. "Garage first," she muttered. A gold Chrysler sedan took up most of the space, its long hood gleaming. They edged past it, single file, before Skymika pushed open another door in the far wall. The moment Skymika yanked the cord, a harsh yellow bulb flickered to life, revealing the basement's cramped, dusty interior. Heat from the furnace clung to the air, mixing with the scent of old cardboard and insulation. Storage racks lined the walls, packed tight, while exposed pipes twisted up toward the ceiling. In the center of the room, a lone cardboard box sat crooked on the concrete, its crisp edges and shiny brown tape standing out against the orderly shelves. Reacher eyed it. Got a knife? Samaka jerked her chin toward a workbench, where tools hung in perfect rows on a pegboard. He grabbed a linoleum knife, half expecting the peg to come loose, but no, these were secured with neat little plastic clips. Efficient. He sliced the tape, flipped the knife, and nudged the flaps open. Inside, 5 metal lids gleamed under the light. He hooked one of the paint cans with the handle and turned it, studying the small white label, Camoga Green. Samika smirked. Seen a few of those before, huh? 1 or 2, Reacher muttered, dropping it back into the box. He returned the knife, then shot her a look. When would this show up? She shrugged. Couple months ago, maybe. I didn't order it. Harper frowned. You didn't think that was weird? I figured it was my roommate's. She moved out a few weeks back. Reacher circled the box, noting where the shipping label had been torn off. So she just left this behind? Maybe she's coming back for it. It's heavy. Nothing else? Just this. The 3 of them stood there, the yellow light casting sharp shadows across their faces. Samika exhaled, rubbing her temple. Look, I'm beat. You guys need to go. One last thing, Reacher said. Tell Harper what you did in the army. Samika blinked. Armaments proving. We tested new weapons before they got shipped out. Harper shot Reacher a questioning glance, but he just nodded. All right, we're done. Samika led them back through the garage, killing the light with another tug of the cord. Up the narrow stairs through the foyer, she checked the peephole before swinging the door open. A gust of cold night air rushed in. Later, Reacher, she said, her voice flat. The door clicked shut behind them. Good seeing you again, she said with a quick smile before shifting her attention to Harper. You can trust him, I still do, and that's saying something. The door clicked shut behind them as they stepped onto the walkway, the lock snapping into place before they'd even reached the sidewalk. The agent lingered in the doorway, watching them climb into the car. Harper cranked the engine, blasting the heat to fight off the lingering chill. She wasn't living alone, Harper muttered, gripping the wheel. Reacher exhaled. So much for that theory. We're back to the drawing board. More like board with a few extra pieces, Harper countered. It's still a pattern. Nobody hunts 91 women randomly. That's next level crazy. Reacher smirked. And dumping bodies in paint is totally sane? Harper rolled her eyes. Quantico it is. 9 exhausting hours later, after a turboprop to Seattle, a layover in Newark, and a final hop to D. See, they slumped into a bureau sous vide, the Virginia night swallowing them whole. Reacher dozed through most of it, waking only when the car wound past Marine checkpoints. The guard at Quantico's gate handed him a fresh visitor pass, and soon they were descending into the underground seminar room, its sterile walls plastered with crime scene photos. Blake, Polton, and Lamar hunched over scattered files. Lamar looked ghostly, her eyes darting like she was chasing shadows. Let me guess, Blake cut in before they could speak. Simika's box showed up months ago, no paperwork, and she shrugged it off as her roommates. Harper nodded. So the list of 11 is useless. Blake shook his head. Not useless. 11 women who appeared to live alone on paper. We called the other 80, posing as delivery reps. None recalled unexpected packages. That leaves 11 in the killer's crosshairs. Roommates just threw him a curveball. Reacher shot him a surprised glance. Hey, even a broken clock's right twice a day, Blake muttered. Lamar scribbled a note, her hand trembling. Maybe if you'd helped sooner, she said quietly, my sister would still be here. The room went still. 7 out of 7, Blake pushed on. No records, just vague answers. One more roommate situation, Polton added. 3 victims had delivery mix-ups. 2 were just spacey. Semega was traumatized, Reacher said. Cut her some slack. Lamar's nod was barely there. She's not the key. What about the delivery companies? Polton groaned. No paperwork, no leads. Could be ups. FedEx, who's hell, some guy in a van. Start with Spokane, Reacher said. Polton threw up his hands. And ask what? Hey, remember that one box in a million? Try anyway, Reacher shot back. Or wait for the next body. A beat of silence. Then Lamar's pen hit the table. Hard. The isolated location might stick in the driver's memory. Middle of nowhere. Hard to forget. Blake leaned in, rubbing his temples. Fine, we'll check it out. But that's the only shot. Anywhere else and we're chasing ghosts. Harper frowned. Why can't these women give us anything concrete? Lamar exhaled, her fingers tapping the table. Trauma does that. Reacher's right, they've been violated, physically and mentally. Their brains shut down details as a defense. It's textbook. Her voice was tight, her thin hands pressed flat like she was steadying herself. I still think it's bizarre, Harper muttered. Lamar gave him a tired, knowing look. Put yourself in their shoes. They're terrified. And now we've told them they're targets, of course. Samika's rattled. If I were the killer, she'd be next on my list. She knows it too. Blake dragged a hand through his hair. We need to nail this guy before he vanishes. Full protection on the 7 victims, but he'll see that coming. No way we catch him at a scene now. He'll lay low, Lamar said. Wait us out. How long are we keeping security? Harper asked. Silence. Then Blake sighed. 3 weeks. After that, it's unsustainable. Harper's eyes narrowed. What, you want to assign them bodyguards for life? Polton shuffled his papers. So we've got 21 days to find him. Blake nodded. Rotating shifts 24/7. Julia, you're up first. 12 hours off. Starting now. Lamar stiffened. No, I'm not leaving. You need rest, Blake insisted. I need to work, she shot back. Let Polton go first. Blake's jaw tightened. No debate. You're taking leave compassionate after everything. Her face went stony. I won't walk away. You have to, Blake said, voice dropping. They just brought your sister in for autopsy. You can't be there. Her breath hitched. For a second, she looked like she'd argue, then her shoulders slumped. Just get me the reports, she whispered. Blake nodded grimly. Meanwhile, in Spokane, the local FBI team had pulled an all-nighter. Construction crews ripped apart Allison Lamar's bathroom, yanking pipes and smashing through walls. Crime scene techs swaddled the tub in thick plastic, while a crane's hook swung through the gaping hole in the building. The whole thing dangled in the freezing air before landing in a foam-lined crate on a waiting truck. The driver didn't even shut off the engine before peeling out toward the airport. Lamar sat at the table, her fingers curling into fists. 3 weeks, she muttered. That's all we get. Blake didn't answer. The clock was ticking. The wooden crate was carefully loaded onto a military transport plane and flown straight to Andrews Air Force Base. From there, a chopper swooped in to transfer it down to Quantico, where a forklift operator gently deposited it in the lab's loading bay. For nearly an hour, it sat untouched, while the FBI's forensic team debated the best approach. Blake leaned forward in the pathology conference room, 3 buildings away from behavioral science. Just give me the cause of death, that's all I need right now, he said. Harper sat beside him, then Polton with Reacher at the end of the row. Across from them was Dr. Stavely, Quantico's lead pathologist, a burly, ruddy-faced man with an unsettling cheerfulness. His hands looked rough, like they belonged on a dock worker, but Reacher figured they were precise enough for the job. Next to him, a wiry, distracted technician fidgeted with a clipboard. We reviewed your other case files, Stavely said, pausing for effect. Blake raised an eyebrow. And let's just say I'm not brimming with confidence, Stavely replied. New Hampshire might be off the beaten path, but Florida and California have seen their share. If there was anything obvious, those guys would have spotted it. Blake smirked. Yeah, well, we've got the best up here. Stavely chuckled. Flattery won't make the evidence appear, but I appreciate the effort. It's not flattery if it's true, Blake shot back. Stavely flexed his thick fingers. Look, if there's nothing there, there's nothing. But since he screwed up with the crate, maybe he left us another gift. The pathologist sighed. Don't hold your breath. Then he stood abruptly, cracking his knuckles. You ready? He asked his technician. The thin man nodded. Assuming the paint's hardened on top, we can cut around the edges, slide a body bag under, and lift her out without disturbing too much. Good, Stavely said. Keep the paint intact. I don't want her jostled. The group followed them down to the lab, a sterile, white-tiled space humming with ventilation. Steel carts held an array of tools, and cameras stood ready to document every gruesome detail. The air smelled sharply of bleach, cold and clinical. Gowns and gloves, Stavely ordered, pointing to a cabinet. Harper passed them out. Masks probably won't be necessary, Stavely added. The paint's gonna be the real stench. He wasn't wrong. The moment the gurney rolled in, the reek hit them thick, chemicals suffocating. The body bag bulged, slick with green paint that oozed from the seams, leaving streaks on the floor. The technician's arms were coated up to his elbows, like he'd been wrestling with a can of industrial enamel. X-ray first, Stavely directed. The gurney rattled as the tech steered it toward a side room, the bag wobbling like some grotesque, overfilled water balloon. Reacher moved forward and yanked the heavy door open, muscles straining against its surprising weight. Lead-lined, Stavely explained with a grim chuckle. We hit him with enough radiation in there to light up a Christmas tree. Not like these folks are going to file a complaint, right? The tech vanished briefly before reappearing, heaving the reinforced door shut with a metallic thud. A deep mechanical hum vibrated through the room before cutting off abruptly. When the technician returned with the gurney, its wheels left faint green trails on the sterile floor tiles. Flip her over, Stavely ordered, nodding toward the examination table. The tech grabbed opposite ends of the body bag and heaved first one side, then the other, until the zippered side smacked face down against the steel surface. The contents shifted with a sickening squelch, fresh paint oozing through the seams. Stavely eyed the spreading mess and the floor's intersecting green tracks. Booties, everyone, he barked. Unless you want this crap glued to your shoes for a week. Harper rummaged through a supply cabinet, tossing out disposable plastic covers. Reacher slid his on, watching the thick paint creep outward like molasses. Grab the films, Stavely called. The tech darted back to the X-ray room, returning with a stack of large gray images. Stavely flicked through them like playing cards, holding one up to the harsh overhead light. Modern medicine faster than a Vegas blackjack dealer, he muttered. He singled out a film, slapped it onto the wall-mounted light box, and flipped the switch. The image glowed ribs, spine, pelvis, all rendered in eerie gray, with a forearm draped diagonally. But what caught Reacher's eye was the glaring white sliver of metal, sharp and slender, nestled near the abdomen. Some kind of tool, Stavely mused. Holton frowned. None of the others had that. Blake leaned in. We need to see it now. Stavely shook his head. It's pinned under her. This isn't a drive-through. It's gonna take time. He arranged the films in sequence on the light box, studying them like an art critic. Old injuries, he noted, tapping a faint line on the wrist X-ray. Athletes wear and tear. Probably took a nasty spill years ago. Reacher nodded. Her sister mentioned she was into sports. Stavely moved to the collarbone image. Yep, classic break your wrist, break your collarbone. Physics isn't kind when you eat pavement. Blake pressed, but nothing recent? Nope, no blunt force trauma here. Stavely killed the light box and cracked his knuckles. All right, folks, time to get messy. He unhooked a ceiling-mounted hose, twisted the nozzle, and a jet of clear liquid hissed to life. The thick, pungent odor of acetone filled the morgue as Stavely doused the body bag with the chemical, its sharp scent burning the air. Gotta strip this paint off, he muttered, spraying the steel table and the slick green surface of the bag. The lab tech grabbed wads of paper towels, wiping down the table as the viscous liquid pooled toward the drain. The fumes were suffocating. Flip the vent, Stavely ordered, and the tech scrambled to hit the switch. The overhead fans roared to life, drowning out the quiet hum of the morgue. Stavely adjusted the nozzle, watching as the acetone darkened the bag from green to black. He angled the hose low, creating a swirling rinse that carried the runoff straight into the drain. Scissors, he said, and the tech handed them over. A quick snip at the corner of the bag sent a thick stream of green paint oozing out. The acetone swirled it away, sluggish and stubborn, like molasses in winter. 5 minutes passed before the bag finally sagged, empty. All right, let's get to work, Stavely said, trading the hose for a scalpel. He sliced the bag lengthwise, peeling back the rubber with slow precision. It clung stubbornly to the skin beneath, releasing with a wet, sucking sound. Allison Lamar's body lay face down, coated in a slimy layer of paint, her skin glistening under the harsh fluorescent lights. Stavely worked methodically, cutting the rubber away from her feet, legs, hips, each movement deliberate. The paint had hardened into a grotesque crust, its underside bubbled and gelatinous, like something from a sci-fi horror flick. This won't hurt her? Blake asked, watching as Stavely rinsed the edges where the paint clung to her skin. Nah, it's just nail polish remover on steroids, Stavely replied, peeling back the crust with gloved fingers. The body shifted limply under his touch. The tech lifted her legs, while Stavely cut away the remaining rubber, working up to her thighs. Then came the worst part, her hair. A tangled, paint-caked mess. It framed her face like a grotesque cage. Gotta cut it, Stavely said, grim. Blake nodded, jaw tight. She had nice hair, Harper murmured, her voice barely audible over the fan. She stepped back, her shoulder brushing against Reacher's chest, just for a second too long. Stavely grabbed a fresh scalpel and sliced through the matted strands, as close to the crust as possible. With a firm grip, he lifted her head, freeing it from the hardened paint that clung like roots in swamp mud. Hope you nail this bastard, he muttered. Working on it, Blake replied, voice heavy. Flip her, Stavely instructed. The body turned easily, slick with acetone and paint. Face up now. Allison looked ghostly under the lights, her skin blotched, her eyes open, lids tinged green. The last scrap of the body bag clung to her torso, like some macabre swimsuit, the final shred of dignity in this grim process. And through it all the fans roared, the acetone hissed, and the weight of what had been done to her hung thick in the air. Stavely ran his fingers along the edge of the rubber sheet until he felt the hard outline of something beneath. With careful precision, he sliced through the material and reached inside, extracting the object like a surgeon removing a foreign body. A screwdriver, he muttered. The tech dunked it in an acetone bath before holding it up, a solid tool with a sturdy plastic grip and a gleaming steel shaft. Same brand as the ones in her kitchen, Reacher noted. You saw them when we checked her place. Stavely adjusted the hose, rinsing green residue from the victim's face. 4 thin, deliberate gashes ran from her left eye to her jawline. These weren't there before, Harper said instantly. Blake frowned. So what's the deal? Stavely glanced up. Was she right-handed? Polton hesitated, but Harper nodded. Reacher pictured her in the kitchen, pouring coffee with steady precision. Definitely right-handed, he confirmed. Stavely examined her hands, comparing them. Her right arm's more developed. These cuts, I think she did them herself. Blake leaned closer, skeptical. You sure? Stavely circled the table, studying the wounds under the harsh light. The acetone had puffed them up, turning the edges an unnatural green. I can't swear to it, he admitted. But think about it, why would the killer place them exactly where she could have reached? Reacher's jaw tightened. He forced her. Blake scoffed. How? Same way he made her pry open those paint cans. The screwdrivers for the lids, the scratches, were an afterthought. If he'd planned it, he'd have grabbed a knife. Blake rubbed his temple. Where are the cans now? Materials analysis, Polton said. Run the screwdriver over, check for tool marks. The tech bagged it, and Polton stripped off his gear before hurrying out. Blake exhaled sharply. But why make her mutilate herself? Reacher's voice turned grim. Controlled. Humiliation. Hell, maybe he got off on it. Stavely shook his head. Wounds are shallow, barely bled. No hesitation marks either. Blake muttered, could be symbolic. 4 lines mean anything? Reacher shrugged. Not in my playbook. Harper crossed her arms. How did he kill her then? Stavely peeled back the last of the body bag, hosing down her torso. The tech lifted the rubber away, leaving her exposed under the glaring lights, pale, lifeless, her skin mottled green like something dredged from the ocean floor. Reacher's chest tightened, remembering her laugh, the way her eyes had sparkled. Is it possible to murder someone without leaving a trace? He asked quietly. Stavely shut off the acetone, the hose retracting with a hiss. Not on my table. The fan hummed back to normal, the room falling silent except for the drip of fluid. The body lay there, stripped of everything, even dignity. Reacher clenched his fists. Somewhere between the kitchen and this cold slab, a monster had turned a vibrant woman into a grotesque exhibit, and they were no closer to figuring out how. The victim's hair was stiff with dried paint, unevenly chopped around her head like some grotesque halo. There are really only 2 ways to end someone, Stavely mused, adjusting his gloves. Stop the heart or cut off oxygen to the brain. But doing either cleanly. That's some Houdini-level magic. Blake frowned. How do you stop a heart without a bullet? Air embolism, Stavely replied, tapping a scalpel against his palm. 1 good bubble in the bloodstream, and boom, your heart treats it like a grenade. Nurses tap syringes for a reason. But good luck spotting the needle mark on this poor girl. The paints turned her skin into abstract art. He sighed. Still, I'll check her heart. Doubt I'll find anything, though. The other 3 victims were clean, too. Reacher crossed his arms. And suffocation? Classic pillow over the face move, Stavely said. Works great on frail folks, but this woman, she could have bench pressed me. No way she went down without a fight. A muscle twitched in Reacher's jaw. He remembered a stifled struggle years ago, the raw strength it took to pin a man until his thrashing stopped. She'd have left claw marks in the walls, he muttered. Stavely nodded. Exactly. And look at this bathroom. Spotless? No drag marks, no scuffs. You think someone hauled 125 pounds of dead weight into a tub without knocking over a shampoo bottle? Please. Blake chewed his lip. Maybe the killer painted her after. Reacher scoffed. Paint's buoyant. She'd have bobbed like a cork. No, she stepped in alive, pointed her toes, slid under, just like taking a bath. Stavely rubbed his temples. We'd need to test it, but I'm with Reacher. The first 3 showed 0 signs of being manhandled, no bruises, no joint damage. My bet? They walked into their own deaths. Harper's voice turned sharp. Walked into suicide? In a tub full of paint? Not suicide, Stavely countered. No slit wrists, no drowning. Just poof. Lights out. He stared at the body, his usual sarcasm fading. Honestly, I've got nothing. Give me 3 hours with a bone saw. Maybe I'll find a clue. Or maybe we're dealing with a ghost. Reacher's gaze drifted to the exit. The room reeked of chemicals and dread. Out, Stavely ordered suddenly. She deserves dignity while I work. They shed their gear in a heap and filed out, the fluorescent lights humming like a bad joke no one wanted to hear. They circled the parking lot before heading inside, the crisp autumn air doing little to wash away the lingering scent of paint and something darker. The elevator ride down 4 floors was tense and silent. When they reached the seminar room, Julia Lamar was already there, eyes fixed on the muted TV screen. You were supposed to leave, Blake said flatly. Any breakthroughs? She asked, ignoring him. Not yet, Blake replied. Go home, Julia. You're running on fumes. She shrugged. I told you I can't. Not until this is over. Blake exhaled sharply. You're no use to anyone if you crash. Won't happen. That wasn't a suggestion, Blake snapped. Lamar waved him off like swatting a fly. Hopper watched her, arms crossed. It was an order, Blake repeated. And I chose to ignore it, Lamar shot back. We have 3 weeks to stop this guy. That's not exactly a vacation. Reacher leaned against the table. 3 weeks is more than enough. Harper's gaze snapped to him. If we actually focus, he added. Silence settled over the room. Lamar tensed, her voice turning brittle. His motive is obvious. Reacher softened his tone, mindful of the fresh wounds she carried. Not to me. Lamar turned to Blake, frustration flashing in her eyes. We can't rehash this now. We have to, Reacher insisted. We've already been through it, she snapped. Blake held up a hand. Enough. We don't have time for infighting. Reacher didn't back down. Then stop wasting time looking in the wrong places. The tension thickened. Lamar clenched her jaw, staring at the table. Blake hesitated, then relented. Fine. 3 minutes, Reacher. Make it count. Reacher straightened. This guy? He's meticulous. 4 kills, 0 evidence. One tiny slip, an open box, and even that's a dead end. He's made 1,000 decisions flawlessly, under pressure. That takes a very specific kind of intelligence. Practical, logical, ruthlessly efficient. Blake frowned. Your point. Ask yourself, do you have a problem with black people? Blake blinked. What? Just answer. No. Women? Same as anyone else. Exactly, Reacher said. You know bigotry is irrational. So does he. Which means his motive isn't hate. It's something else entirely. The room went still. Lamar's fingers tightened around her pen. Blake exhaled slowly. Keep talking. Any man who throws a fit over harassment claims is dead wrong. Blaming the victims? Wrong. Hunting them down for payback? That's next level messed up. That guy's got wires crossed in his head, no logic, no grip on reality. At his core, he's just plain stupid. But our guy. Reacher leaned in. Not stupid. We already agreed he's sharp, not some quirky genius or unhinged whack job, but street smart, calculating, grounded. He's playing chess while everyone else is stuck on checkers. Anger at these women? Doesn't add up. You can't be razor sharp and brain dead at the same time. Reality doesn't work that way. Silence hung thick until Lamar cut through it. We know his motive. The pattern's too precise for it to be random. Reacher shook his head. You're painting him as unhinged, but unhinged guys don't pull off crimes this clean. Lamar's jaw clenched audibly, her stiff hairsprayed strands barely moving as she glared. Then enlighten us, genius, she hissed. What's really driving him? Reacher shrugged. No clue yet. But it's gotta be simple. Out in the real world, the obvious answer's usually the right one. Maybe that's not how you folks operate, but the door swung open, cutting him off. Polton stepped in, sandy-haired and smirking until the tension hit him like a wall. He sank into a chair, shuffling papers like a shield. What'd I miss? Blake jerked a thumb at Reacher. Our resident know-it-all's tearing apart Julia's theory. Bolton's smirk flickered back. Screwdriver marks match, by the way. But what's this motive debate? Reacher exhaled, scanning the room. Blake's hostility, Lamar's tension, Harper's curiosity, Polton's blank stare. It's basic, he repeated. Something obvious. Profitable enough to kill 4. My guess. He's wiping out witnesses. Witnesses to what? Blake snapped. Some kind of racket? Big, organized. Lamar's voice was barely a whisper. Inside the army? Obviously, Reacher said. The room went dead quiet. Then Lamar's hands flew to her face. No sound, just the shudder of her shoulders, the silent heave of sobs. Blake reached out. Julia, you good? She dropped her hands, her face twisted in agony. I messed up, she choked out. Reacher's right. I was wrong. The air turned heavy. Even Polton's papers stopped rustling. Because sometimes the truth doesn't just sting, it breaks you. Blake's reassurances fell flat. I should figured this out sooner, she muttered, her voice cracking. He tried to brush it off. Don't beat yourself up. But she wasn't having it. Her eyes burned with frustration. Don't you get it? Every second we lost, every lead we ignored, my sister paid for it. This is on me. Blake fumbled for the right words, but nothing stuck. You need a break, he insisted, watching her slump in her chair like a boxer after 12 rounds. Her face was a mess of red splotches, her breathing ragged. She looked hollowed out. Rest can wait, she snapped, forcing herself upright. We've got work to do. Think, what's the angle here? What's the army hiding? Reacher stayed quiet, arms crossed. Blake pressed him. You didn't come this far empty-handed. Spit it out. Fine, Reacher said. Let's start with the victims. Amy Callan, ordnance clerk. Lorraine Stanley, quartermaster. Allison started in transport. Rita Samika, weapons testing. See the pattern? Blake blinked. So? Reacher leaned in. Those M9 Berettas I took from those guys. Military issue, serial scrub. Stolen. Now ask yourself what's worth killing over. Weapons trafficking. And these women? They were in the perfect spots to notice missing gear. Silence. Then Blake scoffed. That's a stretch. You're saying all these harassment cases were just cover-ups? Lamar cut in, suddenly sharp, her fingers tapping the table like a drum roll. No, listen, they weren't harassed and witnesses. They were harassed because they were witnesses. You've got a problem soldier who won't look the other way? Make her life hell until she bails. Fastest way out? A sexual misconduct charge. Blake shook his head. Julia, no, but the pieces were already clicking into place. Reacher's mind was playing tricks on him, or so they thought. The odds of him randomly stumbling into the same shady operation that was targeting their victims. Astronomical. More like 1,000,000,000 to 1, Polton muttered, leaning back in his chair. Lamar shot them both a look, her patience thinning. Use your heads, she snapped. He's not claiming it's the same racket. The army's crawling with them, right, Reacher? Reacher gave a slow nod. Exactly. The restaurant thing just got me thinking about the bigger picture. The room fell quiet, tension thickening the air. Blake's face flushed red. Hundreds of scams? That's supposed to help us? We've got 3 weeks, not 3 years, Polton cut in, tapping the table. And what about the paint? If this was just about silencing witnesses, why not a clean shot to the head? The theatrics screamed serial killer. Reacher locked eyes with him. That's the point. The method shapes your assumptions. If it were a 92 to the skull, what would you be thinking? Polton hesitated, doubt flickering across his face. Blake leaned forward, palms flat on the table. We'd call it an execution. Doesn't change the motive. Reacher smirked. Be honest. You'd widen the scope. Bullets to the head? That's business as usual in your world. You'd be digging into army corruption, hunting some ruthless enforcer. But this guy? He wanted you fixated on the theatrics. He played you because he's damn good at it. Blake stayed quiet, which was answer enough. Not that you needed much convincing, Reacher added, dryly. Blake scoffed. This is just speculation. Of course it is. But isn't that your job? Sitting around, spinning theories until one sticks? The room went dead silent. Bullshit, Blake muttered. Reacher shrugged. Maybe. Or maybe it's some army hotshot cleaning house, hiding behind a psycho facade, because he knew you'd bite. Smart move. The silence stretched until Blake finally turned to Lamar. Julia? She exhaled, nodding slowly. It's plausible. Maybe even likely. We should chase it down now. Polton wasn't having it. He flipped through files, triumphant. Caroline Cook blows this theory apart. She worked war plans at NATO, nowhere near supply chains or shady deals. Before Reacher could respond, the door burst open. Stavely barged in, all urgency and noise, shattering the tension like a hammer to glass. The man wore a crisp white lab coat, but his wrists betrayed him. Streaks of green paint crept above his gloves like creeping vines. Lamar's face drained of color as she stared, her knuckles whitening against the table's edge. For a heartbeat, she looked ready to collapse, her fingers splayed like brittle twigs. Then, without another word, she grabbed her bag, slung it over her shoulder, and stood. Every step toward the door was slow, deliberate, her eyes locked on those smeared wrists, her sister's final mark on the world. She didn't look away until the door clicked shut behind her. Blake frowned. What just happened? Stavely exhaled. I know how he kills them. But there's a catch. Which is, it shouldn't be possible. Stavely circled the table, dropping into a chair like a man settling into a bad joke. We're working with a pattern here. No blunt force, no bullets, no knives, no poison. So what's left? Polton leaned in. Drowning? Nope. Lungs were clean as a whistle. Blake threw up his hands. Then what? 2 options, Stavely said. Stop the heart or cut off oxygen. Their hearts? Perfect. Like marathon runners. Not a scratch. So that leaves oxygen deprivation. Like suffocation? Harper's voice dripped skepticism. Exactly. But here's the kicker, no signs of force. No bruises, no broken bones. Nothing. Blake scoffed. So what, he magicked the air away. Stavely smirked. If only. No gas residue, no equipment. Just silence. He paused, tapping the table. Ever heard of gentle strangulation? Harper grimaced. Sounds like a bad romance novel. It's real. Steady pressure, no marks, but the damage is there. Except, he spread his hands. Not this time. No fractures, no swelling. Like they just decided to stop breathing. Reacher cut in dry as dust. She wasn't sick. No sore throat, no rasp. Healthy as a horse. Stavely's grin widened. Exactly. So tell me, geniuses, how do you kill someone without leaving a single damn clue? The room went quiet. Somewhere down the hall, a door slammed. The answer, it seemed, was still out of reach. The medical examiner pointed to the faint inflammation in the victim's throat, the kind you'd see after a minor cold or allergies. Normally, I wouldn't think twice about it, he admitted. But all three victims had the same thing. That's not random. Blake frowned. So what's the takeaway? Stavely leaned forward, his hands flat on the table. It means something was forced down their throats. Something soft enough not to leave damage, but dense enough to block airflow. The room went quiet. Like what? Blake pressed. A sponge, maybe? Did the crime scene reports list any? Reacher shook his head. Not in Spokane? Polton flipped through the paperwork. Nothing in the inventories. Harper crossed her arms. He could have taken them, like he did with their clothes. Blake rubbed his temple. So we're saying he brings his own? Some kind of signature tool? Stavely exhaled. It's the only explanation. Sherlock Holmes' rules eliminate the impossible, and whatever's left, no matter how wild, has to be the truth. Blake nodded, then hesitated. But how? You can't just shove something down someone's throat without a struggle. Reacher motioned to Harper. Come here. She raised an eyebrow but walked over, amusement flickering in her eyes. Going for a demonstration? Lie down, he said, stacking papers under her head like a makeshift pillow. He crumpled one sheet into a ball. Pretend this is the sponge. Harper smirked but played along, reclining like she was settling in for a dental exam. Reacher held the paper near her lips. Now, how do I get her to open up? Threaten her? Pinch her nose? Before he could act, Harper threw a mock punch, grazing his temple. Or I could just clock you. Exactly, Reacher said, unfazed. 2 seconds in, and we're brawling. Paint spills. Furniture topples. No way this happens without a mess. Stavely sighed. He's right. Forcing anything down someone's throat leaves marks, bruises, torn skin, defensive wounds. These women showed none of that. Blake chewed his lip. What if they were drugged? Like with Rohypnol. Stavely shook his head. Talk screens were clean. No sedatives, no paralytic agents. This guy didn't chemically subdue them. A beat of silence. Then Reacher tossed the crumpled paper aside. So either we're missing something, or our killer's got a method we haven't figured out yet. Harper sat up, smoothing her jacket. And until we do, he's still out there. The air in the room turned thick with tension. As the toxicology report confirmed, none of the victims had been drugged. Reacher hauled Harper to her feet, her palms damp against his as she steadied herself and brushed imaginary lint off her jacket before reclaiming her seat. Blake's frustration simmered. So you've got nothing? He snapped. Stavely exhaled, rubbing his temple. Oh, I've got a conclusion. Just one you won't believe. Reacher smirked. Told you this guy's playing chess while you're stuck on checkers. 4 bodies and you still can't crack his game. Blake's jaw tightened. Enlighten us, genius. What's the secret even the top pathologists missed? Reacher stayed quiet, letting the silence stretch until Blake repeated the question like a bad echo. I don't know, Reacher admitted. Fantastic. Another dead end. Not for long. I'll track him down and ask him myself. Meanwhile, across town, a colonel in civilian clothes wove through the chaos of National Airport, his uniform stashed in a leather garment bag. He blended into the crowd, just another traveler in the sea of suits and backpacks. Portland, Oregon, he told the ticket agent. Next flight out. The clerk tapped keys, nodding. Boarding in 2 hours. The colonel pocketed his ticket and vanished into the terminal's pulse. Back in the conference room, Polton scoffed. You'll never find him. Your whole theory's garbage. Caroline Cook never worked ordnance. Reacher's grin was razor thin. You FBI types love your paperwork, but the Army doesn't hand out full-service records like candy. Cook was fast-tracked war plans, doesn't take rookies. Check deeper. You'll find her tied to the right place. The room hummed with the flicker of dying fluorescence and the whisper of the lift lock. Blake drummed his fingers, weighing his next move. You really think you can do this? Reacher shrugged. Someone has to. You're spinning your wheels. You'll need backup. A little support wouldn't hurt. Blake exhaled. This is a gamble. Better than folding on a losing hand. 7 lives are on the line. 7 lives and your reputation, Reacher corrected. Blake's gaze flicked to Harper. Odds. Reacher didn't blink. Guaranteed. 3 weeks is plenty. You're insufferable. No, just honest. Now payment. Blake arched a brow. You want money? Fair's fair. You get a win. I get compensated. After a beat, Blake nodded. Find him, and I'll clear your Petrosian mess. Plus a fee. Deal. But Harper comes with me, consider it insurance. Blake smirked. Fine. Just don't lose her. Reacher's grin returned. Wouldn't dream of it. Blake cut her off with a sharp shake of his head. She doesn't get a say in this. What else do you need? Get me in touch with Kozo, Reacher replied. I'll kick things off in New York, but I'll need intel from him first. Blake gave a quick nod. I'll set it up. You can meet him tonight. Reacher shook his head. Tomorrow. Tonight I've got plans with Jody. The room erupted into motion. Blake headed for the elevator, already dialing Kozo's number, while Polton made calls to Spokane, checking rental agencies and shipping records. Harper disappeared to arrange flights, leaving Reacher alone at the long conference table, his gaze fixed on a blank wall like it was a window to somewhere else. 20 minutes passed before Harper returned, arms full of paperwork. More red tape, she sighed, dropping the stack in front of him. If the Bureau pays you, they've got to insure you. Standard procedure. She pulled out a pen. Ready? He nodded. Full name? Jack Reacher. That's it? No middle name? Nope. Short and sweet, she mused, scribbling it down. Date of birth? He gave it, watching her do the mental math. Her eyebrows lifted slightly. Older or younger than you expected? He asked. Older, she admitted. You don't show it. Bull. I look like I've been dragged through a war zone because I have. She smirked. Bet you clean up nice, though. Social? He rattled off the number, the same as his old military ID, in the clipped rhythm of a soldier. Address? Don't have one. She frowned. What about Garrison? He blinked. What about it? You own a house there. That's an address. He hesitated. I guess. Never really thought of it that way. She leaned forward. You don't know your own zip code. A beat of silence. Then she tilted her head. You're in deep, aren't you? In deep with what? Denial? Avoidance? Whatever you want to call it. He exhaled. Yeah? Maybe. So what's the plan? Dunno. Maybe I'll adjust. Or maybe you won't. He met her eyes. What would you do? People should chase what they actually want, she said firmly. That's the only way it works. You always follow that advice? She nodded. Parents wanted me teaching in Aspen. I wanted a badge. Big fight. At least yours was about parents. Mine's just me. She studied him. You sure it's not Jody? He shook his head. It's me. My own damn problem. The room went still. So what's the move? He pressed. She hesitated. Not my place to say. Why not? Because I might tell you to walk away. His jaw tightened. You think I should? She held his gaze. I think you already know. A sharp laugh escaped him. Yeah, probably do. Harper's phone buzzed, breaking the tension. She glanced at it, then back at him. One thing's for sure, you can't outrun yourself forever. Reacher stared at the fake window again. Somewhere beyond it, New York waited. And so did Jody. People always do deep down. That hesitation you're feeling? That's just your brain throwing up roadblocks, because the truth is too damn uncomfortable to stare in the face. He turned toward the artificial window, its digital glow casting weird shadows. Occupation? She pressed. He smirked. Let's go with consultant. Sounds better than guy who solves problems people pretend don't exist. The door burst open. Blake and Polton, rushing in, clutching fresh files like they'd just struck gold. We're finally getting traction, Blake announced. Got a lead from Spokane. Polton jumped in. Up's driver there quit last month, moved to Montana for some warehouse gig. Phone interview says he might recall the delivery. Harper frowned. No records at Up's? Blake shook his head. Gone after 11 days. But if the guy remembers the exact date, we might salvage something. Then out of nowhere, anyone here a baseball nerd? Polton asked. Reacher shrugged. 2 players in history's top 10 had a U in their names. That's your fun fact for the day. Harper blinked. Why baseball? Blake grinned. Because on the day in question, some Seattle slugger hit a grand slam. Driver heard it on his radio, stuck in his head. Reacher snorted. Seattle winning. That would be memorable. Polton squinted. Babe Ruth's one. Who's the other? Honus Wagner? Who? Exactly? Blake cut in. Hertz finally coughed up something short rental at Spokane Airport. Same day Allison died. In and out in 2 hours. Harper leaned forward. Name. Blake sighed. Systems down. They're digging through paper files. She rolled her eyes. And the clerks, please. Half of them forget their social security numbers by lunch. Reacher crossed his arms. I'm still going. That name's fake, and the Ups lead's a dead end. This guy doesn't leave breadcrumbs. Blake hesitated, then nodded. Yeah, go. A nondescript Bureau Chevy got them to D. See? Airport by dusk. The United shuttle queue was all suits, lobbyists, lawyers, Reachers sticking out like a bruise in a boardroom. The flight attendants greeted half the passengers by name. Harper beelined for the back. No hurry, she said. Kozo can wait till morning. Reacher stayed quiet. And Jody's still billing hours, she added. Partner tracks a grind. He'd already done that math. Back here's quieter, she insisted. Except for the jet engines. But no eavesdropping suits. He smirked, took the window, and clicked his belt. 5 minutes, she said. Then we sleep. Talk about what? The scratches. I need to get it. He eyed her. Planning to solo this case? Damn right. Be nice to shove an arrest in the suits' faces. Lisa Harper versus? The pencil pushers. Damn straight. They treat us like interns. The plane roared to life, lurching backward. Harper didn't flinch. So, the marks? Reacher leaned back. Proof I'm right. This might be the most crucial clue we've uncovered yet. Harper frowned. How so, young? Reacher stretched his shoulders, his voice edged with fatigue. Because it's sloppy, like he's forcing himself to play a role. I'm sitting here analyzing these cases thinking, where's the rage? Meanwhile, this guy's probably panicking because he realizes he forgot to act angry enough. So he overcompensates next time, but it's all fake, no real emotion behind it. Just empty. Harper tapped her fingers on the armrest. Staveley said the victim barely reacted. Like she wasn't even scared. Exactly, Reacher muttered. No heat, no passion. Just a cold, calculated performance. This whole thing's a smokescreen, some greedy bastard, hiding behind a cheap horror movie act. He manipulated her into hurting herself, Harper said, her voice tightening. Reacher exhaled. Probably. Maybe he's paranoid about leaving evidence. DNA, handedness. Or maybe it's just about power. Either way, she wouldn't go all in. That's why it looks so weak. Harper leaned forward. But why target Allison fourth? Why wait? Perfectionist, Reacher said, rubbing his temple. Guys like this? They tweak, adjust, obsess. By number 4, he's fine-tuning his script. You think she meant something to him? More than the others. Reacher smirked. That's FBI psych babble. Stick to basics, you're a no-nonsense agent. Remember? And the no-nonsense answer? Money. Always is. Love makes people reckless, and this guy's too controlled for that. The plane lurched as it braked at the runway's edge, then surged forward with a roar. Outside D. C. Lazo Traveling tilted away. Harper raised her voice over the engines. Why mess with the timing between attacks? Reacher shrugged. Maybe he just enjoys screwing with you. Nothing throws off an investigation like a shifting pattern. You think he'll change it again? The plane leveled out, and the noise faded. Won't matter, Reacher said, yawning. Your team's got the women covered now. Arrest coming soon. Harper arched a brow. That confident? Wouldn't bet against us. He wedged his head against the seat and shut his eyes. Wake me when we land. 3 hours later, the jolt of the landing gear startled him awake. His mouth tasted like stale coffee. Outside, New York's lights glittered. Harper nudged him. Dinner? Unless you're rushing to Jody. He checked his watch plenty of time. You pick. You're the one with the Bureau's credit card. She grinned. My hotel's near Park and 36th. Know any good places? Best Italian in the city. But it's a hike. Good thing we've got a chauffeur, she said, nodding toward the gate where their usual driver stood, holding a placard with the FBI logo. Traffic crawled into Manhattan, brake lights painting the streets red. Reacher cracked the window, letting in the honks and exhaust of rush hour. Somewhere in the gridlock, a street musician's saxophone wailed a lonely, off-key soundtrack to the hunt ahead. The driver handled the car like traffic laws were just suggestions, and they pulled up outside Mostro's less than an hour after landing. The street was shadowy, but the restaurant radiated warmth, its golden light spilling onto the sidewalk. Inside, a handful of diners lingered over their meals, while Puccini's soaring melodies filled the air. The moment Reacher stepped into view, the owner rushed to greet them, grinning like they were old friends. He personally led them to a table and handed them menus. Harper leaned in, voice low. This is where Petrosian was shaking people down? Reacher jerked his chin toward the owner, now bustling behind the counter. Does that guy look like he needed that kind of trouble? You should have let the cops handle it, Harper said. Reacher smirked. That's exactly what Jody told me. Harper arched a brow. Smart woman. The dining room was cozy despite its size, and Harper shrugged off her jacket, draping it over her chair. The movement pulled her shirt taut for a second before settling. For the first time since they'd met, he noticed she was wearing a bra. She caught him looking and flushed. Didn't know who we'd be dealing with tonight, she muttered. Reacher's expression darkened. Oh, we'll be dealing with someone. Count on it? The edge in his voice made her pause. You're really gunning for this guy now, huh? Damn right. For Amy Callan. You liked her? She was fine. Alison Lamar left more of an impression. But Rita Semeka? That's who I want him for. Harper studied him. She's got a thing for you. I could tell. Reacher shrugged. We had history. Not the kind you're thinking. Then what kind? He exhaled. She was in a bad place when I met her. Still is. I was older, played the big brother role. Took her out a few times, kept it clean. She needed someone, but she hated needing anyone. Like a soldier learning to walk again. And now this guy's reopening old wounds. Exactly. If it was just harassment, fine. But he's twisting the knife, making it personal. That's not gonna fly. Harper smirked. So now it's personal for you too. Reacher's grin was razor sharp. People shouldn't poke the bear. Or what? Or they'll regret it. She shook her head. We're bringing him in by the book, Reacher. My rules. He held up his hands. Already agreed. The waiter arrived and they ordered 2 courses each, eaten in comfortable silence. The food was impeccable, maybe even better than usual. And thanks to the owner's gratitude, the meal was on the house. Later, the FBI driver dropped Harper at her uptown hotel while Reacher strolled toward Jody's place, savoring the quiet. He let himself into her building, rode the elevator up, and stepped into the dark apartment. Stillness greeted him. No Jody. He flicked on a lamp, adjusted the blinds, and sank onto the couch to wait. This time there'll be guards. No surprises there. He smirked to himself. Correction this time, it'll be fun. This time won't be easy, far from it. But impossible? Not for you. It's just another challenge, one that'll push you to the edge of your skills. Adding guards into the mix? That's what makes it worth your time. They're the spark that turns a routine job into something thrilling, something that forces you to think sharper, move smarter. You don't win by rushing in blind. You win by watching, calculating, dissecting every detail until the pieces click. And that's where you shine: cold, precise analysis. Nobody reads a situation like you do. 4 times now you've proven that. So, who are these guards? Out here in the middle of nowhere. Odds are they're just small-town cops, underpaid, overfed, and barely trained. Not exactly elite. But here's the catch. A podunk Oregon town like this won't have enough manpower for round-the-clock surveillance. They'll call in the feds for backup, no question. And you know how that plays out. Locals handle the day shift. FBI takes nights. You're not stupid enough to tangle with the Bureau, so daylight it is. Broad daylight, you love the sound of that. There's something poetic about it, isn't there? The crime was committed in broad daylight. But even with a bunch of donut-loving deputies on duty, you're not walking in unprepared. You'll scout the area first, find the perfect vantage point. Mountains are your friend, plenty of cover. Plenty of idiots with binoculars pretending to birdwatch. Blend in, pick a high spot, and watch. Wait. Study their patterns until you know them better than they know themselves. Meanwhile, Reacher sprawled across Jody's couch, fighting exhaustion. He meant to stay alert, but the quiet hum of the apartment lulled him under. 1 minute he was blinking at the ceiling. The next, her lips brushed his cheek. Hey, Reacher. He pulled her close before she could say another word, arms locking around her like a vice. She dropped her briefcase with a thud, her coat slipping to the floor in a whisper of silk. The wool dress she wore had a zipper running down her back, and he took his time with it, savoring the warmth beneath. She wasn't patient, elbows digging into his ribs, hands yanking at his shirt, belt buckle clinking as she tore it open. They barely made it to the bedroom, shedding clothes in their wake. The bed was cool, crisp, and waiting. The city's neon lights flickered through the window, painting the room in shifting colors. She pinned him down effortlessly, her gymnast strength surprising him. There was a wild energy to her movements, urgent, almost electric. By the time they collapsed, breathless and tangled in the sheets, he was completely undone. Her body pressed against his, her heartbeat rapid against his chest. Strands of her hair caught in his mouth as he gasped for air. She grinned, her face buried in the crook of his neck, her smile warm against his skin. He could feel the curve of her lips, the faint coolness of her teeth, the restless energy in her muscles. She wasn't just beautiful, she was alive, radiating intelligence and passion like a live wire. His fingers traced the smooth line of her spine as she stretched, her toes brushing against his leg, playful. That same secret smile lingered against his neck. Now you can ask me about my day, she murmured into his shoulder. How was your day? he obliged, voice rough. She propped herself up on one elbow, blowing a stray lock of hair from her face before grinning again. Amazing, she said. Amazing how? Office drama, she teased. My assistant had lunch with one from the executive floor. And there's a partners meeting coming up. He raised an eyebrow. And they're making an offer. His grin matched hers. To who? Guess he pretended to consider it. Someone brilliant, obviously. The sharpest, most driven, most charming associate they've got. That's the idea, she laughed. Congratulations, babe. You've earned it. She wrapped her arms around him, pulling him into a tight embrace. Partner, she whispered. Everything I've worked for. At 30, damn. If you'd gone into politics, you'd be running the country by now. She exhaled, suddenly serious. It's not official yet. Maybe I shouldn't celebrate too soon. It's happening, he assured her. She bit her lip. There'll be a party. Will you come? If you want me there. I might need a suit. Wear your medals. They'd love that. He fell quiet, imagining himself in a suit for the first time. What about you? She asked. Got everything you want? He tightened his arms around her. Right now? Yeah. I mean in general. I'm selling the house, he admitted. She stilled. Okay. It's weighing me down. You don't owe me an explanation. The money could last me years. No more rent, no more ties. Taxes, though, he shrugged. Still better than being stuck. She hesitated. What about your car? Selling that too. I thought you liked it. It's just stuff. Too much responsibility. A car isn't exactly a ball and chain. To me it is. Insurance, registration, too much hassle. She frowned. How will you get around? Same as always. Hitchhike. Take the bus. She sighed. Fine, sell the car. But maybe keep the house. It's helpful, he muttered, shaking his head beside her. But it's driving me insane. He could sense her lips curling into a smirk. You're literally the only person I've met who wants to live out of a backpack, she teased. Most folks spend their lives trying to avoid that. He didn't hesitate. It's all I think about. You chase promotions, I just want open roads. Her voice dropped. Open roads away from me? He exhaled. Away from the mortgage. That places a chain around my neck. You're not. She pulled back, propping herself up on one arm, skepticism flashing in her eyes. Bull. The house weighs you down fine. But so do I, don't I? He rubbed his temples. The house suffocates me. You're the oxygen. That's the difference. She arched a brow. So you ditch the apartment but stick to Brooklyn? The pause. Maybe bounce around a bit, he admitted. You're always jetting off for work anyway. We'd make it work. Her laugh was brittle. We'd fade out. He shook his head. It'd be like this past year just without me stressing over leaky faucets. She studied him. You've already decided, haven't you? Nod. To courage wheat him to. It's eating at me. Hell, I don't even know the damn area code. Probably 'cause I don't want to. She sighed. You don't need my blessing. Silence stretched between them. You mad? He asked, already knowing the answer. Nervous, she whispered. He reached for her hand. Nothing between us changes. And why do it? Because I'll lose my mind if I don't. She didn't answer. They fell asleep tangled together, the air thick with unspoken tension. Dawn broke without resolution. Jody rushed out, skipping coffee, avoiding questions. He followed soon after, locking up, stepping into the crisp Manhattan morning where Lisa Harper leaned against the FBI sedan, sunlight glinting off her pinned-up hair. Horns blared as gridlocked drivers swerved around their idling car. "You good?" she asked. He shrugged. "Peachy." "Then let's roll." The agent navigated uptown through snarled traffic, descending into the same garage from before. The elevator ride to the 21st floor was tense, the hallway eerily quiet. Their escort gestured ahead. Third door. Inside, James Kozo sat behind his desk, sleeves rolled up, eyes glued to a muted news segment about budget hearings. "Look who's back, the one-man wrecking crew," he deadpanned, nodding at Harper. He tossed a file aside, scrubbing his face like he could wipe away the exhaustion. "What's the play?" Reacher didn't blink. "Petrosian's guys. Where are they?" Kozo smirked. "The ones you hospitalized? They won't send thank you cards. They'll be thrilled when I'm gone. Planning round two? Likely." Kozo chuckled, yanking a folder. "Be my guest, tough guy." He scribbled an address, then abruptly shredded the paper. Sliding a blank sheet toward Reacher, he tossed down a pencil. "You copy it. My handwriting stays far from this mess. The location? A pricey high-rise near Fifth Avenue. Fancy?" Reacher remarked. Kozo grinned. "Crime pays. Or did till you wrecked their operation." Silence. "Take a cab," Kozo added, eyeing Harper. "And try not to get involved. Keep the Bureau out of this, got it?" Kozo said, and she gave a hesitant nod. "Go enjoy yourselves." They headed toward Madison Avenue, Harper gawking like a first-time visitor to the city. They hailed a cab, riding uptown before hopping out near 60th Street. "We'll cover the last stretch on foot," Reacher told her. "We?" Harper raised an eyebrow. "Good. I'm not backing out now." "You can't back out," Reacher corrected. "They won't open the door if it's just me." The address took them 6 blocks north, to a nondescript mid-rise apartment building, gray brick, utilitarian metal windows, no frills. No doorman, no fancy awning, but the place was tidy, the kind of spot that wasn't cheap but wouldn't bankrupt you either. "High-end?" Harper asked. Reacher shrugged. "Not the top tier, but they're not handing out free leases." The lobby was cramped, its stucco walls faux marbled with streaks of paint. A single elevator waited at the back, its narrow brown door sliding open when Reacher hit the button. Inside, the walls were lined with bronze mirrors, multiplying their reflections endlessly as they rode up to the 8th floor. "You knock," Reacher instructed. "They'll bolt if they spot me through the peephole." Harper nodded as the elevator dinged. The landing was as plain as the lobby, and the apartment they needed was tucked in the back. Reacher pressed himself against the wall, while Harper positioned herself in front of the door. She tossed her long blonde hair back, took a breath, and rapped her knuckles against the wood. Silence. Then Harper tensed someone was watching. A chain rattled, and the door cracked open. "Building maintenance," Harper said smoothly. "Just checking the AC units." Wrong season for that, Reacher thought. But Harper had presence tall, striking, her shirt pulled tight where her hands rested in her pockets. The door shut briefly, the chain slid free, and then it swung wide. Harper stepped in like she owned the place, Reacher slipping in behind her before it closed. The apartment was dim, overlooking a light well, everything drowned in shades of brown rugs, furniture, curtains. A tiny foyer led to an equally small living room, where Harper now stood face to face with the 2 guys Reacher had last seen slinking out of Mostro's alley. "Long time no see," Reacher said. "We're brothers," one blurted, as if that explained anything. Both had thick strips of hospital gauze taped to their foreheads, stark white and oversized, like bad Halloween costumes. One had his hands wrapped too. Dressed in matching sweaters and golf pants, they looked smaller without their bulky coats. One wore boat shoes. The other had on homemade-looking moccasin slippers, like he'd assembled them from a dye kit. Reacher studied them, his usual edge fading. "Damn," he muttered. They stared back, wary. "Sit," he ordered. They obeyed, sinking onto the sofa in unison, their eyes darting under the ridiculous bandages. "These the right guys?" Harper asked. Reacher nodded. "Guess things change." "Petrosian's dead," the first brother said. "Yeah, we know," Reacher replied. "We don't know nothing else," the second insisted. Reacher shook his head. "Cut the act. You know plenty." "Like what?" "Like where Bellevue is." The first brother tensed. "Bellevue." "The hospital they patched you up at," Reacher clarified. Both men suddenly found the wall fascinating. "Enjoy your stay?" Reacher pressed. Silence. "Feel like going back?" Still nothing. The emergency room at Bellevue was massive, perfect for patching up all sorts of damage, from shattered bones to whatever else life threw at you. The older brother, hands wrapped in bandages, acted as the mouthpiece. "What's your play here?" he demanded. "A swap," Reacher said. "Intel in exchange for not dragging you back to that ER." The guy barely hesitated. "Fine." Harper smirked. "That was quick." "Too quick," Reacher muttered, almost suspicious. The brother shrugged. "Times change. Petrosian's gone." Reacher leaned in. "Those Berettas you were packing, where they come from?" The guy tensed. "The guns?" "Yeah, the guns." "Spill it." "Petrosian handed 'em to us." "Where'd he get 'em?" "Dunno." Reacher scoffed. "That's weak. You can't speak for your brother. Maybe you don't know, but he might." The older brother doubled down. "We don't know." Reacher smirked. "Try this, they were army stock. Petrosian paid for 'em, sure, but he didn't waltz into a PX." The younger one piped up. "He gave 'em to us." "Mail delivery?" The older one nodded. "Yeah, FedEx or something." Reacher rolled his eyes. "Nah, he sent you to grab 'em. Probably a bulk deal. Petrosian wasn't the type to run errands himself. That's why you had that Mercedes." The brothers exchanged glances, weighing their options. "Who are you?" the older one finally asked. "Nobody special. Not a Fed, not a cop, just a guy with questions." Reacher crossed his arms. "Here's the deal. Talk and this stays between us. Clam up? Well, let's just say Bellevue's orthopedic ward's got beds with your names on." The younger brother swallowed hard. "You ice?" Reacher grinned. "Lose your paperwork?" When they stayed silent, he waved it off. "Relax. I don't care about visas. But my patience? Running thin. Those slippers won't save you forever." The older brother cracked. "New Jersey. Roadhouse off Route 3, near the turnpike. Name? Something Irish. Mac somebody's bar. Who'd you meet? Guy named Bob. No last name, no chit-chat. Just cash for guns." Reacher pressed. "Military?" "Could be. Buzz cut, stiff posture. Parked an old Cadillac DeVille Outback trunk full of Berettas." "How many runs?" "3. 12 pieces each time." Reacher nodded. "Bob ever in uniform?" "Nah, but he moved like it." The older brother squinted. "Looked kinda like you, honestly. Big, scary." The Diaz asset seizures in NIC meant a fleet of impounded cars, so many they loaned extras to the FBI. Handy for undercover work. Or unplanned road trips. The FBI keeps a fleet of unmarked civilian vehicles for covert operations, perfect for blending in or maintaining plausible deniability. So when James Kozo handed Harper the keys to a sleek, black Nissan Maxima from the underground garage, she knew this wasn't just a casual ride. "Enjoy the drive?" he said with a smirk. Harper gripped the wheel, her palms damp. Navigating New York's chaotic streets for the first time was nerve-wracking, with cabs swerving and horns blaring around her. "So, what's the plan?" she asked, white-knuckling the steering wheel. Reacher stretched lazily in the passenger seat. "Bob won't be around till 8. We've got hours to burn." Harper frowned. Shouldn't we be working the case? Reacher shrugged. No hurry. We've got 3 weeks. First, let's grab lunch. I skipped breakfast. Meanwhile, miles away, patience was key. Missing a stale motel breakfast was nothing compared to the payoff confirmation of the shift change. The pattern was predictable. Local cops and FBI swapping shifts at 8 a.m. and 8 p.m. like clockwork. Yesterday's evening handoff had been textbook, and now, before dawn, the same scene was about to unfold. The drive had been long and winding, no direct routes, no rented rooms nearby. Smart operatives don't leave obvious trails. The car was left on a gravel pull-off, just another anonymous vehicle in a spot frequented by hikers and birdwatchers. Invisible. A short hike uphill through scraggly pines led to the perfect vantage point. The terrain was rough, but the natural trench provided cover. At the ridge, 2 massive boulders formed a natural window framing Lieutenant Rita Skemeka's house in perfect view, just over 200 yards away. The FBI's dark blue Buick sat parked out front, one agent inside, probably fighting sleep. The morning air was biting. Gloves and a scarf muffled the steam from each breath, keeping warmth in and visibility low. Adjusting the binoculars, the details sharpened the chain-link fence, the short driveway, the stillness of the quiet neighborhood. Nothing moved except the agent's occasional yawn. Then, just as predicted, headlights. Another car rolled up. Shift change. Right on time. At the end of the driveway, a solitary garage door sits beneath the overhang of the front porch. A winding stone path lined with carefully arranged rocks and shrubs leads up to the front entrance. Parked strategically across the street, just uphill from the driveway, is a Bureau sedan positioned so the driver has a clear line of sight to anyone approaching. Smart move. Whether you walk up the hill or sneak up from behind, he'll spot you the second you step into view. Then movement catches your eye, a black and white Crown Vic, creeping around a sharp turn half a mile west, rolling slow and deliberate like it's on patrol. The car's exhaust puffs white in the chilly air, a dead giveaway the engine's still cold from sitting overnight. It pulls up alongside the Buick, close enough for the drivers to exchange a few words through lowered windows. The local cop tries to play it cool, but you can practically see the excitement bubbling under his bored expression. This might be the most action he's seen in months. With a quick nod, the Bureau agent guns the Buick's engine and peels off downhill. The Crown Vic slides into the exact same spot, bouncing slightly as it settles. The cop kills the engine, exhales, and scans the path with the same practiced gaze. Maybe he's not as clueless as he looks. Meanwhile, Harper steers the Maxima into a parking garage on West 9th, just as Reacher warns her the grid's about to dissolve into chaos. They backtrack on foot, winding up at a cozy bistro overlooking Washington Square Park. Their waitress, a new student, juggling philosophy journals and coffee orders, scribbles down their breakfast picks in precise, scholarly handwriting. The morning sun cuts through the crisp air, painting the sky a sharp blue. I love this city, Harper muses, stirring her coffee. Reacher leans back. Told Jody I'm selling the house. Harper arches an eyebrow. She take it okay? He shrugs. She's overthinking it. If it makes me happier, why's she worried? Because happy and untethered look the same from her angle. That's exactly what she said. Harper smirks. Smart woman. She's peeling back the layers why I ditched the house. Hazel? Sure. But she's wondering what's under that. Reacher scowls. You're both talking in circles. Just translating. The waitress drops off their order, and Harper snags the check. You gotta reassure her. Selling the house doesn't mean you're vanishing. Reacher takes a bite of Danish. Also told her I'm ditching the car. Harper grins. Now that might actually help. Sticking around doesn't sound like your style, Harper said, pausing for a moment. I mentioned I might do some traveling, Reacher replied. She shot him a look. Seriously? That's not exactly comforting. He shrugged. She travels tube into London twice already. I didn't freak out about it. Harper crossed her arms. So how much traveling are we talking? Another shrug. Not sure. Enough to keep things interesting. I like moving around, you know that. Harper let out a slow breath. Here's the thing before you convince her you're staying. Maybe you should figure out if you actually believe it. Reacher took a sip of coffee. I believe it? Do you? Or are you just planning to drift in and out whenever it suits you? He chewed on his Danish. A little of both, probably. Harper shook her head. You'll grow apart. That's what she said, too. Harper smirked. No surprise there. Reacher stayed quiet, finishing his coffee. Time to pick a lane, Harper pressed. Either you're on the road or you're not. Can't have both. Meanwhile, across town, the first real test was coming lunch break. At first, bathroom logistics had seemed like a possible opening, but the guy just walked inside and used hers. After about 90 minutes, he stepped out of the car, stretched on the sidewalk, then headed up the path and rang the doorbell. Through the binoculars, his body language was stiff, almost reluctant. No words exchanged, just a silent understanding. Poor Skimmica, having to deal with some random guy barging in for that. But it went smoothly. Door closed, a minute passed, door opened again, and he was back in the car, scanning the street like a pro. No luck with bathroom breaks. Lunch was the next shot. No way this guy was skipping a meal. Cops, always eating. Donuts, burgers, steak and eggs fuel for the job. Later, Harper wanted to see the city like a wide-eyed tourist. Reacher humored her, walking her through Washington Square Park all the way down to the World Trade Center. The crisp fall air made the skyline sharp, the streets buzzing. We could grab lunch at the top, Reacher suggested. On the bureau's dime. Harper rolled her eyes. I just fed you? That was breakfast. You're always eating, she muttered. Big guy, big appetite, he shot back. They checked their coats, rode the elevator up, and got a window seat with a killer view West Broadway stretching out below, the city sprawling in golden autumn light. This is insane, Harper breathed, pressing her face to the glass. The rivers gleamed. The burrows faded into the horizon. Bob's out there somewhere, she mused. Reacher nodded. Who's Bob? Total jerk. She laughed. Not exactly a detailed profile. He's small time, Reacher said. Trunk of the car kind of guy. No ambition. Definitely not their guy. Just another nobody in a city full of them. The risk isn't worth taking lives over. Then what's his value to us? He's got connections, suppliers, competitors, the whole network. One lead cracks open another, and the dominoes start falling. They're all linked like that? Reacher gave a slow nod. It's business. Everyone's got their niche and turf, just like any other industry. This could drag on forever. Reacher smirked. I like the setup here. Makes perfect sense. The setup? Think about it, you're in the army, itching to swipe weapons. You don't tiptoe through the barracks swiping sidearms from sleeping grunts. That buys you, what, 8 hours before someone wakes up screaming, "Where's my damn M9?" So where do you hit? Somewhere they won't notice storage depots, stockpiles waiting for the next war. And where are those? Check an interstate map. Why interstates? Reacher leaned in. You think Eisenhower built those highways for family road trips to the Grand Canyon? Nah. Cold War logistics troops, tanks, gear, all moving fast. And where do the interstates converge? That's where they stash the stockpiles. Quick deployment any direction. Mostly near the coasts. Ike wasn't losing sleep over paratroopers landing in Nebraska. He worried about ships rolling in. And Jersey fits the bill? Prime real estate. Tons of storage, tons of theft. So Bob's our guy? He'll point us somewhere. Don't expect more than that. The stakeout was a bust. Through the binoculars, the scene played out like a bad cop drama. A second cruiser rolled up, idling beside the first, engines humming. 2 units, probably the entire local PD's inventory, lined up like showroom models. The new cop passed over a greasy paper bag and a to-go cup lunch delivery. The waiting officer, some fresh-faced rookie with a hero complex, grinned as he unrolled the bag. Probably a double cheeseburger and a slice of apple pie. The kid looked thrilled like he'd just saved the town. A dark thought took root. Let him keep smiling. When he knocks on her door later and gets silence, that'll wipe the smirk right off. No need to take him out early this way. The moment would be sweeter. The Nissan Maxima blended in perfectly at the Jersey bar, exactly the point. Reacher knew drug runners had loved these cars a few years back, which made it the ideal cover. No one glanced twice at a Maxima. But an unmarked government sedan? Might as well hang a neon sign, "Feds here." Civilians splurge on chrome rims and metallic paint. Feds drive bland boxes with bad suspension. The government never quite mastered the art of subtlety when it came to unmarked police cars. They might as well have slapped flashing lights and undercover decals on them. They stuck out like sore thumbs. If Bob spotted one of those in the parking lot, he'd ditch his usual routine and find somewhere else to be, no hesitation. Reacher took the wheel, while Harper sat shotgun, avoiding the chaos of Manhattan's rush hour. The traffic crawled along the city's main arteries, bottlenecking at the tunnel entrance. Flipping through radio stations, Reacher landed on one where a traffic reporter cheerfully announced a 45-minute delay, twice as long as walking, which was exactly how it felt. As they inched forward beneath the Hudson, his mind wandered to his old place upriver. That yard had its charm, lush grass that seemed to grow an inch if you blinked. Clusters of maples and cedars Leon had planted just right. In the fall, the maples shed their leaves, while the cedars dropped tiny purple berries. When the trees were bare, you could see clear across to West Point, a place that meant something to Reacher once. But nostalgia wasn't his style. Drifters don't look back, they chase what's next. And for him, that meant new roads, new towns, new faces, not circling back to the same spot every night. The decision settled in his gut like a weight lifting. Sell the house. The house is on the market. The house is sold. No more leaky pipes, no more bills, no more being tied down. Just open road and endless possibility. He grinned in the dim tunnel glow. You actually enjoying this? Harper asked, eyebrow raised. Best mile of my life, he shot back. Meanwhile, somewhere else, patience was a practiced art. Waiting, watching perfection demanded nothing less. The cop outside Skamika's place had become part of the scenery, eating in his car, making occasional bathroom runs. The idea of hijacking him, slipping into his uniform, and waltzing right up to her door flickered through the mind of someone very determined and very quickly dismissed. The uniform wouldn't fit, and the FBI agent at shift change would sniff out the ruse in seconds. This wasn't some sprawling NIPE precinct where faces blurred together. So options? Move the cop or go in bold. A diversion. Maybe a staged car wreck at the intersection, or a fire, except this sleepy town didn't even have a school to torch. Back to the drawing board. You've spotted those bright yellow school buses rolling down the highway, shuttling kids in and out of Portland. The school itself must be just outside town, too far to be useful. A staged car crash? Too messy, and you're not about to wreck your own ride. Convincing 2 strangers to collide? Good luck with that. A bomb threat might work, but where? The police station? No way, they'd just order everyone to stay put while they checked it out. You need chaos. A place where the whole department would scramble to evacuate a crowd. But this is a sleepy little town. Where do people even gather? The church steeple looms near the main road, but Sunday's too far off. The library? Maybe two elderly ladies knitting in the corner, barely glancing at the books. One cop could clear that place in seconds. Then there's the problem of the call itself. Pay phones. Forget it, you're in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by mountains. Using your cell is out of the question. Those records might as well be a signed confession. And your voice? Too recognizable. But the more you think, the more the phone becomes the key. There's one person who can hear your voice safely, but it's a logistical nightmare. You need to call from right here in the open, without leaving a trace. Impossible. Meanwhile, the Maxima cruised out of the tunnel, merging into the flow of westbound traffic. Route 3 curved north toward the turnpike, cutting through the damp New Jersey night. The streets gleamed under the orange glow of sodium lights, fog swirling around them like halos. Neon signs flickered, advertising diners and dive bars tucked behind cracked parking lots. Their destination sat at a three-way intersection, a low-slung roadhouse with a flickering beer sign that read, Max Diophons. Reacher figured it was Gaelic for Stevenson's, though the shamrock decals in every window screamed Irish pub. The parking lot was mostly empty, dimly lit, with potholes lurking in the shadows. Reacher parked at an angle, taking up two spots near the entrance. He stepped out, scanning the lot under the streetlights. No Cadillac, he muttered. He's running late. Harper eyed the door, hesitating. We're early, she said. Guess we wait. You could stay out here if you want, Reacher offered. She shook her head. I've seen worse. Where? Reacher almost asked, but the smell of stale beer and cigarettes hit them as they pushed inside. The place was a time capsule, dark wood walls sticky with decades of smoke, green neon shamrocks casting an eerie glow. The bar was lined with halved whiskey barrels, stools with cracked red vinyl seats scattered around barrel-top tables. The air was thick, the ventilation non-existent. Not exactly five-star, but it would do. The bar's counter was worn down to a dull sheen, polished by years of elbows and palms sliding across its surface. Behind it stood a bartender in a wrinkled button-down, the pleats on his shirt as tired as his expression. 8 regulars, all men. None soldiers sat scattered around the room, their half-empty beers untouched as they sized up the newcomers. Too old, too rough, too unkempt for military life, but their stares were sharp enough to cut glass. The air was thick with tension, the kind that comes when a conversation dies mid-sentence. Reacher met each gaze head-on, lingering just long enough to show he wasn't rattled before turning to the bar. He pulled out a stool for Harper, who perched on the edge, one foot planted on the floor, the other hooked on the rung. Her jacket hung open, her hair loose down her back as she leaned in. What's on tap? Reacher asked. The bartender, gray-faced, maybe pushing 50, ignored him, wiping a glass with a towel slung over his shoulder. Hey, you deaf? Harper called, flashing a grin. Here's a thought. We give you money, you give us beer. Revolutionary concept, right? Might even turn this place into a real business. The bartender finally turned, his smirk revealing a few gaps in his yellowed teeth. Never seen you two before. Fresh faces, Harper said. Think of us as your golden opportunity to dominate the New Jersey bar scene. Reacher cut in. 2 beers. Whatever's pouring. Bud or Bud Light, the bartender muttered, finally grabbing 2 glasses. The room stayed dead silent, the weight of 8 pairs of eyes boring into Reacher's back. The bartender slid the beers across the counter, foam spilling over the rims. Harper tossed down a 10. Keep it. Now, why's Bob gonna be a no-show? The bartender pocketed the cash with a slow, deliberate motion. Bob's locked up. Army got him. Reacher's jaw tightened. For what? Some military mess. Don't know, don't care. MPs stormed in here, wrecked a table, dragged him out. Got a check from the Pentagon for damages real official. All the way from D.C. Harper exchanged a glance with Reacher. When? Few weeks back. Baseball season was still on. The bartender shrugged. Guess you're out of luck. Reacher took a slow sip of his beer, the taste flat and soapy. Or maybe, he said, setting the glass down, we're just getting started. A few months back, maybe, Harper muttered, pushing the untouched beers aside as they stepped out into the dim parking lot. The Nissan's door creaked open, and Reacher slid into the driver's seat. 2 months is bad news, Harper said, buckling up. That timeline knocks him right out of the running. Reacher smirked. He was never in the running. But we'll still track him down. How? Harper shot back. He's buried in some army database. Reacher turned, his expression deadpan. 13 years as an MP, Harper. If I can't find him, who can? He could be halfway across the country by now. Not a chance. If this dive is his regular spot, he's stationed nearby. A guy like him? Probably stuck in some regional MP office, waiting on paperwork. 2 months in, he's not court-martialed yet, just cooling his heels at Fort Armstrong, right outside Trenton. Hour-and-a-half drive, tops. Harper raised an eyebrow. You sure about that? Reacher shrugged. Unless the Army's gone completely off the rails in the last 3 years. She hesitated, then dug into her bag, pulling out a sleek little phone. Here, use mine. Save us the trip if you're wrong. Reacher eyed the device but didn't take it. No need. I know how this works. Harper rolled her eyes. Of course you do. The truth was, phones fascinated him not for their tech, but for what they revealed about people. Everyone was glued to them these days, chattering nonstop like the world would end if they paused for breath. Where did all those conversations come from? Before cell phones, did people just bottle it all up until their stomachs burned with unspoken words? Or did the tech create the urge, like some kind of social experiment gone wild? Most calls, he figured, fell into 2 categories, pointless fun or pure ego. And if he had to bet, he'd say women talked because they enjoyed it, men because it made them feel important. Hey babe, just landed. Like anyone cared. But that ego boost meant men noticed a missing phone faster, reacted harder. That's why he preferred targeting women. Smaller pockets, bigger bags, easier to snag a phone left unattended. Sure, they guarded their purses like treasure, but laptop cases? Different story. Business types juggling coffee, laptops, and handbags often left the extra bag behind just for a second. Not that he'd ever admit it out loud, but the irony wasn't lost on him. The more expensive the leather, the less they seemed to care. The travelers who rush home for work, the ones who need to check emails or tweak a spreadsheet, would notice a missing phone immediately. Cops called, accounts frozen, all within minutes. Bad news for you. So you focus on the casual flyers instead. The ones with small backpacks slung over their shoulders, not the briefcase crowd. And you're eyeing the outbound flights, not arrivals. These people make a few last calls at the airport before tossing their phones into their bags, forgetting about them entirely. Why? Because roaming charges overseas are a nightmare. And who needs a phone when you're sipping margaritas on a beach? It's just dead weight, like house keys you won't use for a week. Your mark today is a woman in her mid-20s, about 40 feet away. Dressed for comfort leggings, sneakers, an oversized sweater, she's slouched in a chair, phone wedged between her ear and shoulder. She's grinning absently, picking at her manicure, twisting her hands under the terminal lights. This isn't a serious conversation. Just killing time before boarding. Her designer backpack covered in pointless zippers and straps gapes open at her feet. She sips from an empty coffee cup, checks her watch, then abandons it to join the line for a refill. That's your cue. You're up in a flash, car keys jingling in your palm as you stride across the food court. 30 feet 2010? You're just another traveler in a hurry. She's distracted, waiting for her latte. You drop your keys, they skitter across the tile, and when you bend to grab them, your fingers brush her bag. Up you come, keys in one hand, her phone in the other. Smooth. Now you're just another guy on his phone, leaning against a pillar, blending into the crowd. You flip it open, hold it to your ear, murmuring nonsense. Behind you, she's back at her table, oblivious. 5 minutes pass. You tap random buttons, pretending to dial again. She finally stands, yanking her backpack straps tight before swinging it over one shoulder. A quick pat down of her purse ticket, still there, and she's off, marching toward the gates. She passes within arm's reach, never glancing your way. You pocket the phone and head the opposite direction, smirking. Someone else's bill, someone else's problem. Later, when you make the call that matters, the duty officer at Fort Armstrong dances around your questions like a politician. But you've been doing this long enough to read between the lines. He sees there, you say. Harper, listening in, raises an eyebrow. They actually admitted it. Close enough. Think it's worth the trip? She asked. Reacher gave a firm nod. He'll be there, bet on it. The Nissan's glove compartment was empty, no maps in sight, leaving Harper completely disoriented. Reacher's knowledge of New Jersey was patchy. At best he could navigate point to point, but whether his route was the shortest or most efficient, no clue. He pulled out of the lot and aimed for the turnpike entrance, figuring an hour southbound would at least get them moving. Almost immediately, he recognized the same stretch of road Lamar had taken him down just days earlier. Rain drizzled against the windshield, the Nissan handling rougher than Lamar's smooth-riding Buick. The wipers fought a losing battle against the grime-smeared glass, alternating between streaks and brief clarity. Meanwhile, the gas gauge dipped below a quarter tank. We need to stop, Harper said. Gas, a clean windshield, maybe even a decent map. Reacher agreed, pulling into the next rest area, which looked eerily similar to the one where Lamar had stopped for lunch. Same layout, same dull architecture. After filling up and getting the windshield scrubbed, Reacher returned with a flimsy, oversized map that fought him as he unfolded it. We're on the wrong road, he muttered. Route 1 would be faster. Harper leaned in, tracing the route south with her finger until she spotted Fort Armstrong near Trenton. Close to Fort Dix, she noted, where we were before. Reacher stayed silent, wiping rain from his face before firing up the engine again. I-95 was a congested nightmare, but Route 1 proved smoother, cutting straight through Highland Park before stretching uninterrupted toward Trenton. Reacher remembered Fort Armstrong as a right turn coming south, leading them down a long, unbroken road to a brick guardhouse. The base itself was textbook 1950s military: white curbs, green steel staircases, and an air of faded grandeur. Back then, the Army had money to burn, Reacher mused. We ruled the world. A sentry in a rain cape stepped out, peering into the car. You the one who called the captain? He asked, his deep southern drawl cutting through the damp night. Reacher nodded, and the sentry grinned. He figured you'd show up in person. Go on ahead. The barrier lifted, and Reacher eased over the tire spikes. That was too easy, Harper remarked. Reacher smirked. Ever dealt with retired FBI guys? She nodded. Same energy, huh? Exactly. Every organization's a club. MPs just stick tighter because the rest of the Army hates us. He navigated the base's grid with practiced ease. You know this place? Harper asked. Reacher shrugged. Find the biggest flower bed, that's where the brass sits. She pointed ahead, and he chuckled. See, some things never change. The Nissan's headlights swept across a massive rose garden, rows of bare, dormant stalks poking through a thick layer of manure and wood chips. Beyond it stood a stark, symmetrical building, with freshly whitewashed steps leading to a set of double doors. A single light glowed in a window on the left side. "That's the duty office," Reacher said, cutting the engine. "The sentry already called the captain the second we rolled in. Any second now, he'll come walking down the hall." Right on cue, the fan lights above the doors flickered to life, casting a warm yellow glow. Then the exterior carriage lamps flared up, illuminating the entrance. Reacher stepped out of the car, Harper following close behind. The doors swung inward, and a uniformed officer stepped into the light. The guy was built like a linebacker, compact but solid, with a neat haircut and wire-framed glasses. His jacket was buttoned, but his expression was open, almost friendly. "That was me once upon a time," Reacher muttered. The captain stood just under the shelter of the overhang, avoiding the drizzle. "Come on in," he called, his voice sharp with an East Coast edge. "No sense standing in the rain." Reacher took the steps first, his boots leaving damp streaks on the fresh white paint. Harper hesitated, glancing down at her own wet footprints. "Don't sweat it," the captain said with a grin. "Prisoners repaint these every morning." "Lisa Harper, FBI," Reacher introduced. "John Layton," the captain replied, shaking hands with both of them before ushering them inside. He flicked off the exterior lights with a practiced motion. "Budget cuts," he sighed. "Can't believe I'm burning all night." The office was a time capsule, a relic of the 1950s, with only the bare essentials updated. A bulky old desk sat beside a sleek new computer, stacks of paperwork threatening to spill off every surface. "Looks like they're keeping you busy," Reacher remarked. Layton snorted. "You have no idea. We'll try not to take up too much of your time." "Nah, don't worry. I made some calls after you reached out. Word is you were one of the good ones for a major, anyway." Reacher smirked. "I'll take that as a compliment. Who vouched for me?" "Some guy who served under you back in the Garber days. Said you were solid, and if Leon swore by you, that's good enough for me." "People still remember Garber?" Layton raised an eyebrow. "Do Red Sox fans still curse Bucky Dent?" Reacher chuckled. "Fair point. Actually, I'm seeing his daughter now." "I know," Layton said, grinning. "Small world. Jody's good people. You lucked out." Reacher fell quiet for a moment, thinking about Jody and the house Leon had left him, the one she was worried he'd sell too soon. "Take a seat," Layton offered, gesturing to a pair of rickety metal chairs that looked like they'd been salvaged from a church basement. "So," Layton leaned back, eyes shifting between them, "what brings you here?" Reacher nodded at Harper. "She'll explain." Harper launched into the briefing, concise but thorough. Layton listened intently, interjecting with sharp questions when needed. The whole thing took less than 10 minutes, but the weight of it hung in the air long after she finished. "I know about the women," Layton admitted, rubbing his temples like he was fighting off a migraine. "Word gets around." Harper laid out Reacher's theory. The Army supply chain leaks, the trail winding from Petrosian's crew and night to some low-level guy named Bob McGuire in Jersey. "Quartermaster Sergeant," Layton confirmed, slumping back in his chair. "We picked him up 2 months back. Trust me, he's not your mastermind. Guy couldn't organize a 2-car funeral." Harper shrugged. "Figured he might roll on someone higher up. You know, the kind of player who'd waste witnesses to protect his operation." Layton cracked a tired grin. "In theory, sure. But in practice," he trailed off, tapping his fingernail against his monitor with a hollow ping. "Army's different now. Smaller, smarter. Everything's digitized inventories, supply chains, even the damn coffee orders. Want to know how many Vietnam-era ration tins are still sitting in a warehouse? I could pull that up before you finish your sentence." Reacher crossed his arms. So the numbers don't lie." We track every Beretta, every bullet. If something's missing, we know before the ink's dry on the report. And right now, 0 unaccounted M9s. Zip. Nada. Harper frowned. Then what was McGuire selling 2 months ago? Leftovers, Leighton said. Dude had been skimming for a decade. Computers flagged him along with 24 other small-timers across the country. We cleaned house, Reacher. No more leaks. Silence hung thick in the room. Harper exhaled sharply. Well, there goes our lead. Leighton leaned forward, suddenly animated. Maybe not. See, we've got a theory too. The mythical big fish. Exactly. And here's the kicker, he's not active. Not anymore. We shut down every pipeline. But the way we caught these guys, undercover stings. McGuire sold 2 Berettas to a couple of pretenders in a dive off the Jersey Turnpike. Max Theophanes, Harper muttered. We were just there. Leighton smirked. Yeah, well, those bartenders were ours. $200 a pop steal of a deal, if you ignore the felony charges. He paused, then added, funny thing, though. Every one of these guys swore they were just middlemen. Said there used to be a guy, someone who made the whole operation hum. But nobody's seen him in years. Reacher's eyes narrowed. Sounds like a ghost. Or a damn good exit strategy, Leighton said. We bring McGuire in and tear into him. The computer inventory analysis gives us a rough count of the stolen items over the years, so we estimate the total value and start tracking where the money went. Turns out, only about half of it shows up, some in bank accounts, some in purchases. Reacher raises an eyebrow. And nothing concrete yet, Leighton admits. But here's the weird part, every case we've looked at has the same pattern. Half the money's missing like clockwork. These guys aren't criminal masterminds. If they were hiding cash, why would they all stash exactly 50%? Why not different amounts? Reacher leans back. Enter the puppet master. Leighton nods. Exactly. It's like there's a shadow boss calling the shots, taking a cut in exchange for protection. Maybe even controlling the whole operation. Harper chimes in. A scam within a scam. There's a heavy pause before Harper adds, fits your profile too. A guy like that would have to move around, putting out fires. Explains why he's targeting multiple women, not because they knew him, but because each one might have known one of his clients. Leighton rubs his temples. Timing lines up. If our guy's yours, he started cleaning house 2 or 3 months ago when his crew started getting busted. Harper leans in. How much could these women have seen back then? Enough to bury him, Leighton says grimly. She presses further. How solid is your case against McGuire? Leighton exhales. Not airtight. We've got him on 2 sales, but the rest is circumstantial. The missing money weakens everything. So silencing witnesses makes perfect sense. Leighton nods. Too much sense. Reacher cuts in. So who is this ghost? Leighton shakes his head. No name. No proof he even exists. Just a theory. And nobody's talking 24 guys, all clammed up. Whoever he is, he's got them terrified. Harper's voice is steady. He exists. The office falls silent, except for the rain tapping against the windows. Reacher stands. Then we need a name. Let me talk to McGuire. Leighton smirks. Knew you'd say that. Was gonna say no, but what the hell? Go ahead. They head out into the rain, collars up, shoulders hunched. The cell block sits across a soggy rose garden, a squat brick building with an iron door. Leighton yanks an old bell pull, and after a moment the door creaks open to reveal a glaringly bright hallway and a massive master sergeant stepping aside to let them through. The interior was stark and utilitarian white porcelain, glazed brick walls, polished green concrete floors, and ceilings that reflected the harsh glow of fluorescent lights encased behind heavy metal grills. Iron doors with barred windows lined the hallway, and to the right, a cramped office held a wooden key rack with oversized metal hoops. A massive desk was cluttered with video recorders, their screens displaying grainy footage from 12 monitors. 11 cells stood empty, while the 12th showed a motionless lump beneath a blanket. "Looks like the Hilton's running a special tonight," Reacher remarked dryly. Layton gave a tired chuckle. "Saturday nights are when the real party starts. Right now, McGuire's our star attraction." "The surveillance system's a joke," Reacher muttered, eyeing the flickering screens. "Tell me about it," Layton sighed, leaning over the desk. With a deliberate tap of his knuckle, he hit a switch, and the recorders whirred to a stop, the red rec indicators blinking out. "See, total garbage. Probably take half the night to get it running again." The sergeant, a mountain of a man, with skin like dark roast coffee, loomed nearby, his uniform jacket large enough to double as a circus tent. He gave a knowing smirk as he unhooked a set of keys. "McGuire's got company," Layton said, dropping his voice. "No need to log it." Reacher stripped off his coat and jacket, folding them neatly onto the sergeant's chair before following the giant MP through a series of locked doors. The staircase was worn brick, the steps rounded from years of use, the white walls gleaming under the unforgiving light. Another locked door, then a sterile corridor, then yet another barrier before they reached the cell block. Fluorescent bulbs buzzed to life, flooding the space with a clinical glare. The block was divided into 4 cells, 3 standing empty, their gates swung open. The 4th held McGuire, who jerked awake at the sudden brightness, his face a mix of confusion and irritation. "Someone here to see you," the sergeant announced, dragging a wooden stool in front of the cell before retreating to his post. Reacher didn't sit. He stood motionless, arms folded behind his back, studying McGuire through the bars. The man was built like a linebacker, thick-necked, heavily muscled, with a buzz cut and faded tattoos peeking from under his olive undershirt. "Who the hell are you?" McGuire growled, his voice rumbling from deep in his chest. Silence. Reacher had mastered this tactic years ago. Let the quiet stretch, let the uncertainty gnaw at them. Not a friend, not a lawyer. So who? McGuire's patience snapped first. "I said, who the hell are you?" Without a word, Reacher turned and walked away. Reacher moved toward the master sergeant, leaning in close to murmur something private. The big man's eyebrows shot up in surprise. "You sure about this?" Reacher whispered something else, and after a beat, the sergeant nodded, handing over the keyring before stepping out and shutting the door behind him. Reacher hooked the keys on the knob and turned back to McGuire's cell. The man was glaring through the bars, suspicion etched into his face. "What do you want?" McGuire spat. Reacher didn't blink. "I want you to take a good look at me." "What? Tell me what you see." McGuire scoffed. "Nothing? You blind?" "No, I ain't blind." "Then you're lying," Reacher said, voice low. "Because you don't see nothing." McGuire's jaw tightened. "I see some guy." "You see a guy bigger than you, trained to break men like you, while you were stuck pushing papers in some backwater supply depot. So what?" "Just something to remember," Reacher said. "For later." McGuire's eyes darkened. "What's later?" "You'll find out." "What do you want?" "Proof." "Of what?" "Proof that you're as stupid as you look." McGuire's face twisted, his knuckles whitening around the bars. "Easy to talk tough when you stand 'em out there," he sneered. Reacher took a deliberate step forward. "Now I'm 2 feet away." "Still think I'm bluffing." McGuire matched him, gripping the bars tighter. "Yeah, another step. Now I'm right here." "And you're still an idiot." McGuire's fist shot out like a piston, aiming for Reacher's throat. But Reacher was faster. He caught the wrist, twisted, and slammed McGuire hard against the bars, bending his arm at a painful angle. "See how dumb that was?" She said, voice calm. Ear more move, and I snap it. McGuire gasped, muscles straining. Reacher let go with a smirk, watching as the man rubbed his wrist, testing the damage. What do you want? McGuire growled again. Reacher tilted his head toward the exit. Want me to even the odds. He grabbed the keys, flipped through them with practiced ease. Years of handling cell locks made it second nature, and unlocked the gate. It swung open with a metallic groan. McGuire didn't move. Reacher walked away, tossing the keys back on the doorknob before turning his back. Sit down, he said, nodding at the stool. Silence. Then the scrape of bare feet on concrete. McGuire stepped out but stopped short. What's your game? Reacher kept his back turned, listening. It's complicated. You'll need to think hard about this. About what? First, Reacher said, finally turning, I'm not official. No badge, no rules, no consequences. McGuire blinked. Meaning? Meaning if I leave you crawling out of here, nobody can touch me. A flicker of doubt crossed McGuire's face. Second, Reacher continued, whatever the sergeant threatened, I can do worse. McGuire's fists clenched. What sergeant? Reacher grinned. Now it gets interesting. Pay attention. Here's the rewritten version with the requested changes. The third factor was simple. Give me the guy's name, and he disappears permanently. Hand him over, and he'll never touch you again. Not in this lifetime? Got it. What name? What guy? McGuire's voice wavered. The one skimming half your cut. Don't play dumb. Reacher sighed. We're way past denial. We know he exists. So skip the lies unless you want this conversation to get ugly real fast. McGuire stiffened, his breath ragged, then slumped slightly, his eyes sharpening with reluctant focus. Pay attention, Reacher said. You think snitching puts a target on your back. Wrong. Rat him out, and you're safe because the feds want him for way worse than army theft. They'll bury him so deep, he'll never see daylight again. McGuire swallowed. What'd he do? Reacher smirked. If only the surveillance cameras had audio. Layton would be doing cartwheels back at HQ. 4 dead women. FBI's case. Give me his name and he's gone forever. Nobody's even gonna ask about your little side hustle. Silence. McGuire's brain churned at a glacial pace. 2 more things, Reacher pressed. Tell me now, and I'll put in a word. Cops listen to ex-cops. You might walk with probation. McGuire stayed mute. Final factor, Reacher said, almost gently. You will talk. Only question is, when now? Or after I shatter every bone in your body? He's dangerous, McGuire muttered. Yeah, I bet. But here's the math. His threats are maybes. Mine? Guaranteed and happening now. McGuire scoffed. You ain't doing squat. Reacher grabbed the wooden stool, flipped it, and wrenched 2 legs free with a sharp crack. He tossed the wreckage aside, hefting a splintered leg like a Louisville slugger. Your turn, he said. McGuire strained, veins bulging, but his stool stayed intact. Pity, Reacher said. I wanted this fair. Guy's ex-special forces, McGuire blurted. Desert storm vet. You don't scare him. Reacher shrugged. FBI'll drop him before he blinks. Problem solved. A beat. Then softer. He'll never know it was you. They'll make it look like he slipped up. McGuire hesitated. Reacher swung the stool leg. Left arm or right? The Sal Kruger McGuire spat. Supply battalion. Colonel? Meanwhile, across town. Stealing the phone was child's play, but casing the place? That took finesse. Timing was everything. Wait for full dark, wait for the day shift cops, last sluggish hour. Dumber than the feds, and by then his focus would be shot. Eyes glazed, brain already on his couch, a cold beer in hand, or whatever sad ritual passed for his downtime. The window? 7 to 7:40. Tight but doable. You split the operation into two phases. First the house, then the perimeter. After landing, you take the highway back, blowing past the intersection just 3 blocks from her place. A small parking lot for hikers sits a couple hundred yards up the road where you pull over. A gravel path winds east toward Mount Hood Slope, but you ignore it, cutting west instead through sparse woods. You move carefully, keeping low, until you're parallel with the house, but behind it this time, not in front. The neighborhood is tight, with narrow yards backing into steep, overgrown hillsides. You push through tangled brush until her fence comes into view. Pausing in the shadows, you listen. The drapes are closed, but faint piano music drifts through the night. The house is wedged into the hillside, its side facing the street like a front, a long porch stretching along it. No doors on this side, just windows. You skirt the fence to check the back. Same deal. Only 2 entry points, the front door on the porch and the garage facing the street. Not perfect, but you've prepped for worse. Back in the duty office, adrenaline still buzzing from the rainy sprint, the mood was electric. Leighton, Harper, and Reacher were soaked, but grinning, swapping high fives like they just won the Super Bowl. Harper even threw an arm around Reacher, laughing. Leighton, still catching his breath, scrolled through his computer. That stool trick was chef's kiss, Harper said, still riding the high. Watching it live was even better. Reacher shrugged. I stacked the deck. Picked the wobbly one, figured the board sergeant had loosened it up over time. Guy that size? No way those joints held. But it looked convincing, Harper pressed. Rule number 1, sell the act, Reacher said. Leighton tapped the screen. Found him. LaSalle Kruger, full bird colonel. Now let's see if he's got skeletons. Reacher leaned in. Special Forces in Desert Storm, now shuffling supply papers? That's a red flag. Leighton nodded. Could be disciplinary. But digging deeper is gonna take all night. He paused, smirking. And no, you can't watch. Prisoners? Fair game. Classified files? Hands off. Harper cut in. What about that missing paint? If we tied Kruger to, say, 300 gallons of camo paint, Leighton groaned. Oh, the Army's gonna adore me. Busting my back to hand their guy to the FBI. Harper flashed a guilty smile. Jurisdiction's clear, though. Right. Leighton gave a grim nod. Homicide trumps theft every time, he muttered. Like rock crushes scissors. You've lingered long enough outside that house, listening to her play that haunting melody on the piano in the dark. It won't bring anything back. So you push off the fence, slipping into the underbrush, moving east and south toward the car. You brush the dirt from your clothes, slide behind the wheel, and head back toward the crossroads. The second phase of your plan looms ahead 20 minutes to pull it off. The road stretches ahead until you spot a weathered strip mall 2 miles west of the junction, its faded C-shape barely holding together. A grocery store anchors the center, flanked by a string of small shops, some abandoned, their windows boarded up. You cruise into the far end of the lot, scanning the fire lane until you spot exactly what you need 3 storefronts down from the supermarket. Your fist slams the steering wheel, a mix of satisfaction and frustration. Perfect yet exposed. Every shop has a clear line of sight. The dim lighting won't last daylight, will ruin everything. Then you circle behind the mall, and your mood lifts. A narrow row of overflow parking faces the blank delivery doors, no windows, no witnesses. You cut the engine, scanning the area. This is it. No question. Flawless. Back in the main lot, you park among a cluster of cars and wait. 10 minutes pass before the familiar Bureau Buick rolls by, steady and routine. Sweet dreams, you mutter before pulling out in the opposite direction. Harper drives while you navigate toward the motel off Route 1 near Trenton. Cheap, clean, the kind of place where prison visitors crash. The clerk at the desk barely looks up. Room 12's a good double, he offers. Harper nods. We'll take it. Reacher raises an eyebrow. A double? Save the debate for later, she says, handing over cash. Rain drums on the roof as they step inside. The room is standard overheated. 2 chairs by the window. Reacher drops into one, elbows on the table, head in his hands. Harper paces, restless. We've got him, she says, voice tight with adrenaline. Reacher stays silent. I should call Blake, she adds. Not yet. Why not? Let Layton close it. If Quantico jumps in now, they'll yank him for some brass who'll drown the case in bureaucracy. Layton deserves the win. Harper drifts into the bathroom, eyeing the tiny shampoo bottles like they hold answers. The weight of the night presses in too much energy, too little sleep. Outside, the rain keeps falling. She stepped out of the bathroom, shrugging off her jacket. Reacher averted his gaze. Relax, she teased. It's not like I'm not covered. He stayed silent. Come on, she pressed. I can see the gears turning in that head of yours. He met her eyes. Honestly, being alone with you near a bed isn't exactly helping my focus. A playful grin spread across her face. Feeling tempted? I've got a pulse, don't I? Same here, she shot back. If I can keep my cool, you'll manage. He didn't reply. Shower time, she announced, disappearing into the steam. Great, he muttered under his breath. The motel room was a carbon copy of every roadside stop from California to Maine. Dingy carpet, a queen bed with questionable stains, a TV that might have been older than him. He tossed his coat in the closet, but kept his gloves on. No point leaving traces, even if the odds of anyone tracking this place were slim. A lifetime of caution wasn't something you shrugged off. The only time those gloves came off was in the shower, and even then he knew the drill. By checkout, some overworked housekeeper would bleach every surface into oblivion. Fingerprints didn't stand a chance. He sank into the chair, eyes shut, mapping out tomorrow. Darkness was non-negotiable for the exit, but he wanted the day shift cop to be the one who found her. A morbid little flourish, sure, but where was the fun in playing it straight? That meant hitting the sweet spot after sunset, but before the cop's final coffee run. Narrow window, 5:30, maybe 5:40. Better make it 5:30. He wanted front row seats to the aftermath. Past jobs had taken 22 minutes max, but he'd budget a full half hour here. That meant inside by 5. Reverse engineering her routine. The call had to go out around 2 p.m. Check out by 11, stake out by noon, call it 2. Done. He stood, stripped down, and slid under the scratchy sheets, gloves still on, because old habits die hard. Harper emerged from the bathroom, a towel barely clinging to her frame. Her hair dripped down her back, makeup-free face giving her an almost childlike softness. Cornflower eyes, sharp cheekbones, a smile that could disarm anyone, except she towered over most people, making that motel towel laughably inadequate. I should update Blake, she said, perching at the dresser. The towel inched higher. Reacher stiffened. Keep it vague. One wrong word and this whole thing spirals. I'll just say we're following a lead, she assured him, reaching for her bag. Grab my phone. He rifled through her purse, the scent of perfume and lipstick wafting up. Handing her the phone, he repeated, vague. She rolled her eyes. Relax. I've got this. As she dialed, he headed for the shower, tossing over his shoulder, Try not to miss me too much. The door clicked shut behind him. Harper's wardrobe was draped over the bathroom hook, every last piece, from her crisp white lace underwear to her neatly folded blouse. For a second, he considered blasting himself with freezing water to clear his head, but stubbornness won out. Instead, he cranked the heat up, peeled off his own clothes and left them in a messy heap on the tile. With nothing but water and a travel toothbrush from his jacket, he scrubbed his teeth, then stepped under the steaming spray. The soap smelled like her, the shampoo too. He lingered, muscles tense, before finally surrendering and twisting the knob to cold. The shock hit him like a punch, gasping. He endured it for a solid 2 minutes before shutting it off and fumbling for a towel. A knock. "You finished in there?" Harper's voice was impatient. "I need my things." He cinched the towel around his waist and cracked the door, shoving her clothes into her waiting hands. She vanished down the motel hallway while he dried off, wrestling with his jeans in the cramped space. Finger combing his damp hair, he hesitated before stepping out. She was perched on the edge of the bed now, half-dressed shirt on, tie discarded, bra slung over the chair. Her phone lay abandoned near the ice bucket. "What'd you tell him?" he asked. "Exactly what you said. Meeting a contact tomorrow, no details." She tugged absently at her collar. "Polton's in Spokane." The Hertz lead was a dead end, just some business traveler. But Ups is digging through records. They'll have answers by morning. "Won't find LaSalle Kruger's name on any paperwork," he muttered. "Doesn't matter now. We've got him." She stood abruptly, restless, pacing the narrow gap between bed and table. The shirt tails barely covered her thighs, revealing toned legs and the curve of her hips. "We should celebrate," she said, flashing a grin. Reacher stacked pillows against the headboard and leaned back, eyes fixed on the water-stained ceiling. "No champagne service in a dump like this." She turned the top buttons of her shirt, undone just enough to be deliberate. "It's Jody, isn't it?" "Yeah," he admitted. "It is. If it weren't for her, you'd be interested?" "I am interested," he said, voice rough. "But I'm not going there. Because of her." Harper studied him, then smirked. "Steadfastness. I respect that." Silence settled, broken only by the drumming rain. "It's a good quality," she added, softer now. He didn't answer. "So you're staying in New York," she said, shifting gears. "That's the plan?" "She'll hate you for the house." "Her dad left it to you, not her." "Maybe," he said. "But he knew what he was doing. Gave me a choice, the place or the cash. Either way, he knew I'd pick what fit." Harper exhaled, barely audible, and put another inch between them. The tension eased, but the rain kept hammering down, relentless. The tension between them was thick enough to cut with a knife. "She shouldn't be upset," he muttered, brushing off her concern. "But it's personal for her," she countered. He scoffed. "Why?" "It's not like she has memories there. Just some old housewood and nails, that's all." "It's more than that to her," she insisted. "It's stability, a piece of her past." "Which is exactly why I'm unloading it," he shot back. She sighed. "So of course she's freaking out." He shrugged, indifferent. "She'll get over it. I'm not going anywhere, house or not." Silence settled between them as the rain softened to a drizzle. She sank onto the bed across from him, curling her legs beneath her. "You know what?" she said, a playful glint in her eye. "I'm in the mood to celebrate." She leaned forward, palm pressed between them. "Just a quick kiss. No strings, I swear." He studied her for a beat before sliding an arm around her waist, pulling her in. Their lips met soft at first, then deeper. Her fingers tangled in his hair, tilting his head as she deepened the kiss, her tongue urgent against his. For a moment, he let himself get lost in it until guilt crashed over him. He broke away, breath ragged. "Wait," he said, voice rough. "There's something you should know." She was flushed, lips parted, hair tousled. "What?" "I haven't been honest with you," he admitted. Her brow furrowed. "About what?" "Kruger." He exhaled sharply. "He's not our guy." Silence. They were so close, he could see the flecks of gold in her widened eyes. Her hand still gripped his hair. "What?" She whispered, "This was your theory, Reacher. You pushed this." He shook his head. "I was just talking out loud, throwing ideas at the wall. Honestly, I'm shocked anyone even bought it." She recoiled like she'd been burned. "You made it up." "Needed an excuse to get out of Quantico," he admitted. "Wanted to see who would back me, who actually cares about solving this thing." Her voice turned icy. "This isn't a game. People could die." Before he could respond, fists hammered against the door, hard, impatient. She jerked back, scrambling to button her shirt as he stood. He yanked the door open to find Leighton on the stoop, rain speckling his jacket. "Kruger's our guy," Leighton announced, barging past him. He froze mid-step, taking in Harper's disheveled state. Sorry," she glared. "It's stuffy in here." Leighton's gaze flicked to the rumpled bed before he blurted, "It's him. Everything lines up." Harper's phone screeched from the dresser. Leighton waved her off as she lunged for it. The voice on the line was tinny, distant. Reacher watched her face, pale as she snapped the phone shut. "We're recalled," she said hollowly. "Cuckoo's full record just came in. You were right, she was all over the map. But weapons never touched him." The room went still. Outside, the rain had stopped. But the storm between them was just beginning. "Not even close, not in a million years," Reacher muttered. Leighton leaned in, his voice firm. "Kruger's our guide, but he's not yours." Reacher gave a slow nod, while Harper crossed the room and dropped into the chair on the right, the same one Reacher had occupied earlier. She mirrored his posture, elbows on the table, head in her hands, frustration etched into her expression. "First off, there was never an official list," Harper admitted, lifting her gaze. "You asked me to track thefts tied to the victims' workplaces, so I needed names. But there wasn't one, so I made calls. Turns out, when your team came to us a month ago, we had to compile the list from scratch. Total nightmare, digging through old records. Some genius decided to take a shortcut, called one of the women directly under some flimsy excuse. We think it was Allison Lamar. She handed over the names because they'd already formed a tight-knit support group years ago. Reacher cut in. Samega called them her sisters. Remember? She said, 4 of my sisters are dead." Harper's eyes narrowed. "So the list came from them?" Leighton nodded. "We never had one. And when Kruger's records came in, the dates and locations didn't line up. Not even close. Could he have faked them?" Harper pressed. Leighton shrugged. "Sure. The guy was a pro at doctoring inventory logs, no question. But you haven't heard the real kicker yet." "Which is?" Reacher interjected. "A special forces guy winding up in supply?" "That needs explaining." Leighton exhaled. "I dug into it. Kruger was a rock star in the Gulf Major, leading a small unit hunting Scud launchers behind enemy lines. Bad comms, no real-time intel. Then boom, friendly fire. His unit got shredded. Kruger took the worst of it, but the Army was his life. They bumped him to full bird colonel and parked him in supply where his injuries wouldn't matter. My guess? He turned bitter, started running scams as payback against the Army, against everything." Harper frowned. "But what's the kicker?" Leighton hesitated. "The friendly fire cost him both legs. He's been in a wheelchair for a decade." A heavy silence fell. Harper muttered, "Damn. Yeah. No way he's sprinting upstairs to strangle anyone. Last time he took a step was before the Gulf War." Harper stared at the wall, jaw tight. "Okay. Bad lead." "Afraid so." "And Cook?" "She never lifted anything heavier than a stapler." "That's another thing I was gonna break to you." Harper sighed. "Fine. Guess we're heading back to Quantico to eat crow." "Wait," Leighton said. "There's the paint. More bad news. Weird news. I ran a search for missing camo green like you asked. Buried in a restricted file, a theft of a 110.3-gallon cans. Harper's eyes flashed. 3 dirty gallons total. 11 women, 30 gallons each. Case was solid, Layton said. They pinned it on a supply sergeant in Utah. Who? Sergeant Lorraine Stanley. Dead silence. Harper shook her head. That's impossible. She was a victim? Layton's voice was grim. I called Utah, woke up the investigator. He swore it was her means, opportunity, the works. She tried covering her tracks but slipped up. They couldn't prosecute too politically toxic after her harassment case. Harper's fingers drummed the table. The case had just taken another dark turn. There was no chance they'd confront her right then. They just waited, silent, until she finally gave up. But it was definitely her. One person took the paint? Reacher asked. And someone else handed over the names? Layton nodded, his expression grim. That's exactly how it happened. You know I wouldn't lie to one of Garber's guys. Reacher stayed quiet. The room fell into a heavy silence. Layton stayed seated while Harper pulled on her jacket like she was on autopilot. Reacher grabbed his coat, fished the Nissan keys from Harper's pocket, and stepped outside. The rain poured down, soaking him instantly. He stood there for a long moment, letting the cold water hit his face, before finally unlocking the car and sliding inside. The engine rumbled to life, and he waited. Harper and Layton emerged together. She jogged over to the Nissan while he headed for his own car, offering a quick, wordless wave before disappearing. Reacher shifted into drive and eased out of the lot. Pull up the map, he said. We need I-2095, then the turnpike. Harper nodded. Got it? You know the rest? Yeah, Lamar walked me through it. A beat of silence. Then Harper exhaled sharply. Why would Lorraine Stanley steal the damn paint? No clue, Reacher admitted. She shot him a look. And why drag us through this army mess when you knew it was a dead end? 36 hours wasted? What was the point? Like I said, an experiment. Needed time to think. About what? He didn't answer. Harper let it drop, but after a minute, she smirked. Lucky we didn't get too carried away celebrating, huh? Reacher stayed silent, eyes fixed on the road. The only thing replaying in his mind was the taste of her kiss, nothing like Jody's. Guess everyone's different. They made good time, cutting through the rain and hitting Quantico in just under 3 hours. The Marine checkpoint was quiet, the sentry flashing a light over their badges before waving them through. The parking lot was empty, the glass doors looming ahead. The rain had stopped somewhere in Maryland, leaving Virginia dry and still. All right, Harper muttered. Time to get our butts handed to us. Reacher killed the engine, sitting in the sudden quiet for a second before they both stepped out. Inside, the building was eerily calm. No angry superiors, no shouting, just the hum of the elevator as they descended to Blake's office. They found him at his desk, one hand on the phone, the other clutching a crumpled fax. The TV played muted political commentary, but Blake wasn't watching. He stared blankly at his desk, looking utterly defeated. Up's fax, he said, his voice unnervingly calm. Guess who shipped the paint to Allison Lamar? Lorraine Stanley, Reacher answered. Blake nodded. Bingo. From a self-storage place in Utah. And here's the kicker. She didn't even have her own place when she stashed it. Waited nearly a year before mailing it out to all 11 addresses, including her own in San Diego. Reacher frowned. So what's that mean? Blake sighed, rubbing his temples. Hell if I know. Then he picked up the phone, his expression unreadable. Blake studied the package for a long moment before setting it aside. Polton just phoned from Spokane, he said. You'll never guess what the UPS driver told him. Reacher leaned forward. Try me. The driver remembers everything remote location. Massive box. No surprise there. But here's the kicker. Allison was home when he arrived. She had the radio on in the kitchen, some baseball game. Invited him in for coffee. Even cheered when someone hit a grand slam. Then he mentions the delivery, and she lights up like it's Christmas morning. Reacher frowned. Like she knew it was coming? Exactly. The guy wheels the box into the garage on a dolly, and she's grinning the whole time. Then she does something weird. She rips off the document's enclosed label, takes it to the kitchen, shreds the delivery slip, and tosses it in the trash. The Epps guy's been doing this job for years, never seen anything like it. Think he's credible? Polton swears by him. Says the guy's sharp, no nonsense, would testify under oath. Reacher exhaled, rubbing his temples. So my theory was a dead end. Blake waved it off. Don't sweat it. We took the shot. No regrets. Reacher glanced around the dim office. Lamar's still out? Yeah. Says she's a mess, can't blame her. Won't even step foot on a plane right now. Blake's expression hardened. Look, we're bringing in another consultant. Once we do, you're done here. New York's waiting. Reacher just nodded. Fair enough. Harper escorted him out, the elevator ride silent. As they reached his floor, she finally asked, Why was Allison expecting that box when the others weren't? He shrugged. Beats me. She opened his door, hesitating. Good night. You mad at me? You burned 2 days. Invested them, he corrected. In what? Still figuring that out. She rolled her eyes. You're impossible. He smirked. So I've heard. Before she could dodge it, he kissed her cheek lightly and stepped inside. The room was pristine, fresh linens, new toiletries. He flopped onto the bed, still in his coat, staring at the ceiling. Then, on impulse, he grabbed the phone and dialed Jody. Her voice was groggy. Do you know what time it is? Almost 3, he admitted. You woke me up. Sorry. Just needed to hear your voice. The pause. Distant city sounds filtered through honking, a siren wailing somewhere near her apartment. How's it going? She asked. Nowhere fast. They're cutting me loose soon. Coming back to New York. Yeah. The line hummed with silence. Another siren blared. Closer this time, probably right outside her building. He pictured her there, wrapped in a blanket, the city's pulse thrumming through the walls. Get some sleep, she finally murmured. He hung up, the weight of failure pressing down. But beneath it something else, a nagging thought, just out of reach. The phone call ended with a hollow click, leaving only silence in its wake. This place isn't going to magically fix itself, he muttered, more to the empty room than to her. I already said that. She sighed on the other end. The partnership vote is tomorrow. Then we'll pop champagne when I get back, he replied, forcing a grin into his voice. Assuming I'm not behind bars. Deerfield and Kozo still have me in their crosshairs. I thought they were dropping it. Only if I came through for them, he admitted. And I didn't. A long pause stretched between them before she finally spoke again. You never should gotten mixed up with them. Yeah, no kidding. But I love you, she said softly. Same here, he answered. Knock 'em dead tomorrow. You too? The line went dead. He flopped back onto the bed, staring at the ceiling like it held some hidden message. He tried to picture her face up there, but instead his mind conjured Lisa Harper and Rita Semeka, 2 women he'd wanted, but couldn't have. Samiga? Completely off limits. Harper? That would have been cheating. Solid reasons, sure, but logic doesn't erase desire. Harper's easy confidence, the way she moved, that unguarded smile, it all played in his head like a reel. Then Simeka, the quiet pain in her eyes, the careful way she rebuilt her life out in Oregon. The polished piano, the scent of furniture wax, The way she locked every door and window like she was fortifying a castle. He exhaled sharply, rolling onto his side and grabbing the phone again. Dialed 0, waiting for the night operator. A stranger's voice answered. Yes, Reacher, 3rd floor. I know who you are. Is Harper still here? Agent Harper? A pause. Hold on. No hold music, no canned apologies, just dead air. Then the voice returned. She's still in the building. Tell her I need to see her. Now, I'll pass that along. The line clicked off. Reacher swung his legs over the side of the bed, eyes fixed on the door. Meanwhile, out in Oregon, midnight settled over Rita Simika's quiet house. Routine was her armor, military precision, mixed with the solitude of living alone. She shut down the garage, checked every lock, tested every window. 14 of them, all sealed tight against the cold. Then the piano. 4 hours of Bach, slow and deliberate, her fingers coaxing the music into being. She wiped the keys with a soft cloth, a ritual of respect. If she cared for it, maybe it would care for her in return. Lights off, she moved through the dark, avoiding the bathroom mirror, avoiding the tub. Some things didn't need to be seen twice. She hadn't glanced at the bathtub since Reacher mentioned the paint. Instead, she slipped into her bedroom, burrowed under the sheets, and curled into herself, knees tucked tight. For a moment she let herself linger on, Reacher how unexpectedly good it had been to see him again. But just as quickly, she turned over, forcing him from her thoughts. Some people weren't meant to stay. 20 minutes later, the door swung open without warning. Harper strode in, sleeves rolled up, her arms sun-kissed and lean. Her hair was down, loose around her shoulders, and she wasn't wearing a bra. Maybe she left it behind in that dingy Trenton motel. You called? She asked, arching a brow. Reacher didn't waste time. Still on the case. She moved deeper into the room, pausing to check her reflection in the mirror before leaning against the dresser. Yeah, perks of being a nobody. Nobody blames you when things go sideways. He let the silence stretch before cutting to the chase. What if we'd questioned Allison Lamar about the paint instead of the upsky? What would she have said? Harper shrugged. Same thing, probably. Polton vouched for the driver. No, Reacher countered. She would have lied. They all lied. Every single one of them. Those flimsy stories about roommates and mix-ups? Total garbage. If we'd cornered Allison first, she'd have fed us the same nonsense. Mise en table? How can you be sure? Because Rita Simika was lying. No doubt about it. She never had a roommate ever. Think about it. Her place? Spotless, rigid, borderline obsessive. You think someone like that would tolerate another person in her space? She barely tolerated us, and I was practically family. Plus, she didn't need the money. That fancy sedan? The grand piano. Those tools on her pegboard, each one held in place with little plastic loops. Harper scoffed. You're basing this on pegboard loops? On everything. It all adds up. So what's your theory? Reacher leaned forward. They were all expecting those deliveries. Just like Allison. They cleared space, stored the cartons, played along. Harper's eyes widened. Why? That makes no sense. Because he's got leverage. He forced Allison to hand over names. Made Lorraine Stanley steal the paint, hide it, ship it out. Made each of them accept the deliveries, stash them, destroy the evidence. And he prepped them to lie if anyone came asking. Harper stared, incredulous. How? How does someone pull that off? Reacher exhaled. No clue. Blackmail? Threats? But none of them seemed scared. Allison sure didn't. Rita. She doesn't scare easy. Harper's voice dropped. It's worse than just compliance, though. He made them happy about it. Allison said, oh good, when her box arrived. The room went still. Or, Harper murmured, was she just relieved? A beat. Relieved it wasn't something worse? Reacher didn't answer. The weight of the unspoken hung between them. Harper leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed. Did he really swear to her that getting a package by UPS instead of FedEx, or on a Tuesday instead of a Thursday, meant she was safe? She scoffed, rolling her eyes. Seriously? I don't know, he muttered for the third time, rubbing his temples. The silence between them stretched like a bad Wi-Fi connection. So what's the play here? Harper pressed, her foot tapping impatiently against the hardwood floor. He shrugged, avoiding her gaze. Keep turning it over in your head. You're the only one who can crack this now. The rest of them? They're running in circles. You have to tell Blake. A dry laugh escaped him. Blake stopped listening to me weeks ago. My credibility's shot. It's on you. She dropped onto the bed beside him, the mattress dipping under her weight. Maybe I'm done listening to you too. Her voice wavered, like she'd lost her balance mid-step. His eyes locked onto hers, intense, unreadable. What? She snapped. Is there a camera rolling? She shook her head. They ditched surveillance. Why? Because I want to kiss you again. Her eyebrows shot up. Excuse me? I liked it the first time. And why would I want to repeat? His smirk was infuriating. Because you liked it too. A flush crept up her neck. Just a kiss? He nodded. She exhaled sharply. Fine. Whatever. The second their lips met, it was like flipping a switch. Her hands tangled in his hair, pulling him closer. His grip tightened at her waist. The kiss deepened hot, frantic teeth and tongue and barely contained frustration. Then just as suddenly she shoved him back, gasping for air. We should stop, she panted. Yeah, probably. She stood, swaying slightly before steadying herself. With a sharp flick of her wrist, she tossed her hair back. I'm out. See you tomorrow. The door clicked shut behind her. He listened to her footsteps fade down the hall, the distant ding of the elevator. Collapsing onto the bed, he stared at the ceiling, wide awake. The night stretched ahead, a marathon of questions, obedience, deception, who stood to gain. Truth was a slippery thing. 5 hours later, Harper strode back in, crisp in a fresh navy suit, her hair still damp from the shower. He, meanwhile, looked like he'd been dragged through a hedge rumpled, exhausted, but wired with adrenaline. Let's go, he barked, already shrugging into his coat. No. Blake's office was a time capsule, same disarray, same muted news broadcast. A reporter droned on in front of the White House, the sky behind him postcard perfect. Back to the files today, Blake ordered without looking up. Reacher didn't blink. I need to get to Portland. Lend me the plane. Blake's head snapped up. The plane? Are you out of your mind? Never mind. Reacher turned on his heel, Harper hot on his heels in the hallway. Why Portland? She demanded. He met her gaze. Truth and lies. Meaning? Come with me and see. She grabbed his arm. What aren't you saying? He shook his head. If I say it out loud, you'll bail. It sounds insane. Try me? Not yet. Right now, it's a house of cards. One breath and it collapses. I need you there for the arrest. Her grip tightened. What arrest? Where's your car? Parking lot. Then move. Rita Skimica's alarm blared at 0600, same as every morning since her army days. 6 hours of sleep, no more, no less. The other 18? A relentless march through empty hours, each one heavier than the last. The yard lay dormant, as winter's grip tightened, the bitter cold making any gardening impossible. Planting was strictly a springtime affair, and by summer's end, pruning and tidying were long finished. Now, with the doors locked tight against the chill, she stayed indoors, her focus shifting to box, intricate, three-part inventions. There was something mesmerizing about their relentless logic, how they spiraled forward only to circle back like one of Escher's impossible staircases, climbing endlessly, yet never escaping. She adored them, even if they were devilishly hard to play. Today, she tackled them at half speed, painstakingly nailing each note before worrying about tempo. Bach deserved precision, not reckless haste. A quick shower in the icy bathroom, she kept the thermostat low, and she dressed in layers, stealing a glance out the window. Dawn streaked the sky like polished steel, promising a day neither bleak nor bright, just manageable. Down the dim corridor, she motioned for Reacher to follow, leading him outside where the crisp air bit at their cheeks. Her car, a tiny yellow two-seater he'd never noticed before, waited like a sunbeam against the gray. She tossed her bag into his lap as she slid behind the wheel, their elbows bumping in the cramped space. So how do we get there? She pressed. Commercial flight, he muttered, eyeing her phone. National airport. You got cards? She shook her head. Maxed out. I'm broke. All of them? Every last one. He exhaled. Join the club. Meanwhile, Beauvais 791, the fifth of Bach's inventions, hummed in her mind. It was a paradox, whimsical yet dead serious, polished yet unhinged. Secretly, she believed Bach had been a mad genius. Her piano, with its rich tone and delicate touch, was the perfect accomplice. 2 slow run-throughs left her satisfied enough to consider a break for lunch, then maybe more practice. Or maybe not. The afternoon stretched ahead, uncertain. Elsewhere, a stakeout unfolded with weary routine. The bureau agent, bleary-eyed, handed off to the Crown Vic at 8 sharp. The ritual was numbingly familiar. The Buick rolling away, the Vic settling in, the cop slouching low for his final shift. After today, they'd probably reassign him to guard a snowbank in Alaska. Back in the car, Harper frowned. Seriously, how do we get there? Reacher hesitated, then snatched her phone. Eyes shut, he willed Jody's number back into memory, fingers hovering over the keys. Reacher dialed the number with deliberate patience, each press of the button carrying a quiet hope. The line connected after a drawn-out ring, and a gruff, slightly winded voice answered, Colonel Trent speaking. Trent, it's Reacher, he said. Still got a soft spot for me? A pause. You serious? I need a lift 2 passengers, Andrews to Portland, Oregon. ASAP. Trent exhaled sharply. You're joking. Dead serious. We're 30 minutes out. Another beat of silence. Andrews to Portland. You want the fastest bird I've got? Fastest you've got, Reacher confirmed. A reluctant sigh. Fine. Consider it done. The line cut off. Harper glanced over as she shifted gears. He's in? Reacher smirked. He owes me. The little car jolted over speed bumps as they peeled out of the lot, past the FBI guard, and barreled through the first Marine checkpoint. Helmeted heads whipped around in surprise. Harper tightened her grip on the wheel. So what's the play here? Truth, lies, and the usual suspects means motive, opportunity. The golden trifecta. 3 for 3 means we've got our guy. She snorted. I can't even nail one. What's the missing piece? They blew past the second checkpoint, more Marines tracking their speed. We had the pieces, Reacher muttered. Just didn't put them together. Screwed up big time. Harper swerved onto I-95, merging into the sluggish remnants of D. C. His morning rush. Traffic crawled. She braked hard, cursed under her breath. Relax, she said. Samika's got protection. Not enough, Reacher shot back. This guy's ice cold. She weaved between lanes, but every route was clogged. Speed dropped to a crawl 20, then lower. Meanwhile, somewhere else. Through binoculars, a figure stepped out of his car, stretching stiff limbs before heading up the driveway. He rang the bell, exchanged unheard words, then disappeared inside. Minutes later, he was back, retreating to his car with a lingering glance. The door shut. The suspension groaned, and he settled in waiting, watching. Harper jerked the wheel, veering onto the shoulder, gravel crunching under tires. 18-wheelers loomed beside them like steel mountains. What mistakes? She pressed. Reacher's jaw tightened. The kind that make you laugh if they weren't so damn tragic. We bought into lies so huge they were practically invisible. Like what? Big, bold, blinding ones, he said. The kind that stare you right in the face. She exhaled, trying to shake off the tension. The cop's repeated interruptions didn't help. Each visit shattered her focus. To crack this, she needed to slip into that razor-sharp zone, but the world kept yanking her out. She settled at the piano and played the piece over and over, 20 times, maybe more, from the opening bars to the final chord. Technically flawless, but that wasn't the point. Did the music breathe? Did it carry weight, depth, something beyond just notes on a page? She thought so. After 2 more passes, a quiet smile tugged at her lips. Her reflection in the polished piano lid smiled back. Progress. Now just the tempo needed adjusting, not too fast. Bach demanded patience. Speed turned it into background noise, though. Let's be honest, it was just intricate doodling. Genius-level doodling, sure. But Bach's real trick was making musicians treat his musical puzzles like sacred texts. Standing, she stretched and shut the piano lid. Lunch loomed, another joyless solo affair. Living alone meant meals were more chore than pleasure. Then she spotted them huge, muddy boot prints scarring her hallway floor. That cop, ruining her focus, her clean floors, her damn day. The doorbell rang. Again? Was this guy part Labrador? She sidestepped the mess and yanked the door open. No, she snapped. He blinked. What? No, you can't use my bathroom. We're done. Mom, I have to. The deal's off. You're exhausting. She slammed the door, locked it, and stormed to the kitchen, pulse racing. Outside, he froze, baffled. His posture shifted, shoulders tight, hands half raised like she'd pull a weapon. 3 aborted words, then wham, the door hit his dignity. He lingered, wounded, before trudging back to his cruiser. Slumped in the driver's seat, radio in hand, he hesitated. No way he'd report this humiliation. Meanwhile, Harper's yellow rental stood out like a sore thumb among Andrew's military vehicles. The guard waved them through. Trent's heads up had worked. A chain of stairs, corporal to sergeant to captain, led to news. Their flight to Portland was delayed 3 hours. 3 hours? Reacher echoed. The captain shrugged. Blame fa paperwork. Best we got. The waiting room was sterile, quiet. Harper exhaled. Could be worse. Reacher shot her a look. How? Could have been a 6-hour delay. A beat. Then grudgingly, he almost smiled. The room was a no-frills military waiting area, harsh fluorescent lights buzzing overhead, scuffed linoleum floors, and mismatched plastic chairs scattered around cheap folding tables. Stale coffee stains dotted the surfaces, and a trash bin overflowed with crumpled paper cups. Not exactly 5-star, the captain admitted with a shrug. But hey, it's where even the big shots cool their heels. Reacher bit back the urge to ask if those big shots usually waited half the night. Instead, he muttered a thanks and wandered to the window, watching the empty runways. Harper sidled up beside him, then dropped into a chair with a sigh. Spit it out, she prodded. What's eating you? Start with the why, he said. Who stands to gain? Harper frowned. Beats me. Take Amy Callan? If she were the only victim, who'd be your prime suspect? Her husband? Obviously. Why obvious? Dead wife 101, you always check the spouse first. Motives are ugly personal things. And how'd you handle him? Same as any suspect. Grind him down, poke holes in his alibi, wait for him to slip. And he would eventually, like a rotten door. Reacher nodded. Now imagine he's smart. How does he dodge that heat? He can't. Wrong. He creates heat elsewhere, finds women who remind him of her, kills them in ways so weird the cops chase ghosts instead of him. It's misdirection hide the real target in a crowd. Where's the best place to stash a pebble? On a beach, Harper said slowly. Bingo. So is it Callan's husband? Nope. But only one of these women matters. The rest? Distractions. Static. Smoke and mirrors, Reacher muttered. So which one's real? He didn't answer. Just sank into a chair to wait. Patience. That's what the job demanded. Up in the hills, the wind cut like a knife, damp and relentless. But discomfort meant nothing when focus was everything. A few hundred yards below, some poor cop sat shivering in his cruiser, trapped by sidewalks and streetlights while nature called. Bet he's weighing frostbite against public indecency, Reacher mused. Meanwhile, up here, a whole wilderness for a bathroom. The irony almost made him smile. Almost. The captain reappeared just shy of 3 hours, herding them downstairs to a waiting staff car. Enjoy the ride, he said, as if they were headed to a vacation. The vehicle rumbled along the tarmac, veering toward a pristine Boeing no frills, no paint, just raw function. We skip the fancy colors till we know it won't fall out of the sky, the driver joked. At the ladder, crisp uniformed crew waved them aboard. Pick a seat, the co-pilot said. 260 identical khaki chairs, stripped of entertainment, pillows, even the illusion of comfort. The air smelled of new fabric and jet fuel. Reacher sprawled across 3 seats, his broad frame angled against the cabin window. We've been living on planes lately, he muttered. Harper dropped into the row behind him, clicking her seatbelt with a sigh. No kidding, she replied. The co-pilot's voice crackled over the intercom, dripping with military bravado. Welcome to your non-FAA-approved flight briefing. Relax, because we won't crash. And if we do, well, let's just say you'll be extra crispy before you hit the ground. Reacher smirked. Harper rolled her eyes and leaned forward. So which one's the real target? She pressed. You tell me, Reacher shot back. The jet taxied smoothly, pivoted, and roared down the runway. Within seconds, they were airborne, the Washington skyline shrinking beneath them as the plane climbed into thick clouds. Harper shifted, stretching across the empty seats opposite Reacher. The eerie quiet of the cabin made it feel like they were the last people on Earth. He wouldn't wait too long, she mused. If he's got a mark, he'd strike before things fall apart. Reacher nodded. 3rd or 4th. That's the window. Harper frowned. But which one? What's the tell? Reacher's voice was steady. Everything. The details never lie. Meanwhile, Rita stood in her kitchen, staring at the sad contents of her fridge, a shriveled apple, and a lonely slice of Swiss cheese. She arranged them on a plate like it was some kind of sad gourmet meal, then washed the dish just to feel normal. Steeling herself, she unlocked her front door and stepped into the biting cold. The cop car was still there, the officer eyeing her warily as she approached. Listen, she said, forcing a smile, I owe you an apology. I was out of line earlier. You're welcome to come inside anytime. The cop blinked, clearly thrown by the sudden shift. Oh, sure, thanks, he muttered, climbing out. She noticed he left the window down, his own little act of defiance. Back in the air, Harper exhaled sharply. Callan and Cook were just decoys, she said, meant to throw us off. Reacher's silence was agreement enough. The plane hummed beneath them, steady as a heartbeat. Somewhere below, a predator was waiting, patient as a spider. And time was running out. He trailed after her, looking a little frantic. This guy must really need to go, she mused. You remember where it is, she told him, leaning against the hallway wall. He emerged from the bathroom a minute later, looking much more at ease. She swung the front door open for him. Don't hesitate to knock, she offered. Thanks, ma'am, he replied, rubbing the back of his neck. If you don't mind. I don't, she assured him. Glad to help. He gave her a grateful, almost bashful smile before shuffling back to his patrol car. She locked the door behind him and wandered into the living room, her gaze landing on the piano. 45 more minutes, she decided. Maybe an hour. That should do it. Timing was tricky, she wasn't a doctor after all. But she'd bet money he'd need another bathroom break before his shift ended. Young guy like that? Probably twice more before nightfall. Once before, once after... Well, after things got messy. Outside, the sky over North Dakota had cleared, revealing the landscape 7 miles below. The co-pilot ambled back, pointing at a speck of a town near Bismarck. That's where I grew up, he said, tracing the Missouri River's faint silver line. Then he vanished again, leaving Reacher frowning at the flight path. Virginia to Oregon should have been a straight shot across the Midwest. But no, they detoured north. Great circle routes, he reminded himself. Supposedly faster, even if it made no damn sense. Lorraine Stanley took the paint, Harper said abruptly. No violence means he's faking. But what's the geography telling us? Scope, Reacher answered. And speed. She nodded. Mobility, too. Exactly. By the time she finished playing, she'd lost herself in the music for a solid 90 minutes. The cop stayed away, and her fingers flew over the keys, faster and smoother than ever. She pushed the tempo just to the edge of control, then dialed it back, still not quite the marked speed, but better. More live. Satisfied, she stretched, flexing her hands before shutting the piano lid. Upstairs, she ran a brush through her hair, then grabbed her jacket short enough for driving, warm enough for the chill. She swapped her shoes, unlocked the basement door, and stepped into the garage. The car's interior light flicked on as she slid inside. The engine roared to life, just as the garage door groaned open. She backed onto the driveway, then paused. The cruiser was still there, blocking her path. She left the engine running and marched over. The cop rolled down his window. Store run, she announced. He blinked, like this wasn't in the playbook. How long? Hour tops. He hesitated, then shrugged. Fine, but I stay here. We're watching the house, not tailing you. Works for me, she said, turning back to her car. Let him sit there, she thought. He'll be knocking it in soon enough. Nobody's gonna snatch me at the grocery store, she muttered more to herself than the cop. He just gave a silent nod, fired up his engine, and reversed up the slope just enough to let her slide past. She watched in her rear view as he settled back into position, like some bored sentry. From the shadows, you see it all, the garage door rolling up, the sleek car gliding out, the door shutting tight. You catch her pausing in the driveway, stepping out, exchanging a few words through the cop's window. Then she's backing onto the road, the cruiser shifting back into place, and she's gone, vanishing down the hill. You smirk, slipping deeper into the rocks before standing and dusting yourself off. Time to get to work. She took the left at the bottom of the hill, then a right onto the main drag toward Portland. The air was sharp, the kind of cold that promised snow in a week or two. And when it came, her choice of ride would look downright ridiculous. While everyone else in town was rolling around in lifted trucks or rugged jeeps, she was cruising in this low-slung, gold-painted sedan, all chrome wheels and butter-soft leather, but with the ground clearance of a skateboard. No all-wheel drive, no traction control. Come winter, she'd be stuck begging rides or trudging through slush. But for now, smooth, quiet, gliding like it was on rails. 2 miles west, she slowed for the shopping center, waiting as a lumbering diesel truck wheezed past before swinging into the lot. She tucked the car behind the row of stores, parking alone in the overflow lane. Keys dropped into her bag, she stepped out into the biting air, hugging herself as she headed for the supermarket. Inside, warmth wrapped around her. She grabbed a cart and wandered the aisles without a plan, picking up whatever caught her eye, which wasn't much. The store didn't carry what she really wanted: no sheet music, no gardening supplies. Her haul was light enough for the express lane. The cashier stuffed everything into a single paper bag. She paid in cash, and then she was back outside, cradling the sack like a fragile prize. She turned right, strolling past storefronts, her breath fogging the air. The hardware store caught her eye, an old-school place crammed with a little of everything. Last time, she'd bought fertilizer for her azaleas. Now she shifted the grocery bag to one arm and yanked the door open. A bell jingled overhead. The clerk, an old guy in a worn brown coat, nodded from behind the counter. She weaved through the cramped aisles, past hammers and nails, until she hit the paint section. Walls of color charts, cans stacked high. She set her groceries down and pulled a chart from the rack, unfolding a rainbow of options. "Need help, miss?" The old man had crept up behind her, eager but hesitant. "Does this stuff mix with water?" she asked, tapping the chart. "Yep, that's latex," he said. "Water-based. Thin it, clean your brushes all with water." "I want a dark green," she said, pointing. "Like this olive." "The avocado's nice," he offered. "Too light. You thinning it?" She shrugged. "Probably. That'll lighten it more." "Olive's fine," she said. "I want it to look military." He nodded. "How much?" "1 gallon. "Won't cover much," he warned. She just smiled. "It'll do." The cashier handed her the bag, with a lopsided logo printed on the free wooden stir stick. "Thinning it out should do the trick," he said, as she tucked her change away. Balancing the grocery sack and hardware store purchase, she stepped into the biting wind. Dark clouds rolled in from the west like an advancing army, making her quicken her pace behind the strip mall. By the time she reached her car, her fingers were numb. She tossed everything onto the back seat and cranked the heat the second the engine turned over. Meanwhile, the officer on surveillance duty rubbed his gloved hands together. Summer drowsiness wasn't an issue today. The freezing air kept him sharp. His eyes locked onto a figure cresting the hill, materializing piece by piece, salt and pepper hair, then broad shoulders in an army uniform, eagles gleaming on the insignia. The man moved with the precision of a drill sergeant, his clerical collar stark against the olive drab. The cop rolled down the window as the colonel halted abruptly, studying Sameka's house. "Great, a holy man with rank." "Sir?" he called, dialing back the authority just enough. The colonel turned, ducked to peer inside, his breath fogging the window. "Officer," he said, voice calm but insistent. "She's not here right now," the cop replied. "And we've got protocols." "Protocols?" The colonel's eyebrow arched. "ID, please." The cop braced for pushback, but the man just sighed, slid into the passenger seat, and produced a weathered military ID. The photo matched, though the cop noted beads of sweat on the colonel's temple. Nerves or that uphill power walk? Inside the plane, Reacher gritted his teeth as the pilot threw them into another rudder-heavy turn. "Polton's Spokane notes," he said over the engine's whine. "The answer's staring us in the face." Harper groaned. "If it's so obvious, why are we still circling?" Back on the ground, Rita's headlights swept over the cop car and the unfamiliar silhouette in the passenger seat. "Now what?" Her grip tightened on the wheel. The sky had gone fully dark, and the wind howled like it knew something she didn't. Rita Sameka pulled to a stop at the top of the hill, her tires crunching over loose gravel as she hesitated before turning into her driveway. The cop in the cruiser beside her didn't budge instead. He swung his door open and stepped out, stretching his legs like he had something important to say. She rolled down her window as he leaned against her car, his breath fogging in the crisp autumn air. His eyes flicked to the shopping bags piled in her back seat. "Find everything you needed?" he asked. She gave a tight nod, but his expression shifted. "There's someone here to see you," he said, jerking his thumb toward the figure in his passenger seat. "Army chaplain. Colonel something or other." His credentials checked out. Rita's grip tightened on the wheel. "Tell him to leave." The cop blinked. "He flew in from D. C. Says it's important. I don't care if he came from the moon. I'm not interested." Before the cop could argue, the colonel was already stepping out of the cruiser, straightening his jacket as he approached. Rita killed the engine and shoved her door open, the cold biting through her jacket as she faced him. "Rita's Gimmica?" His voice was smooth, the kind that could calm a room or make her skin crawl. "What do you want?" "I wanted to check on you," he said. "After everything you've been through." She scoffed. "My problems, you mean? If you're struggling, I can help." "Did the Army send you?" He shook his head, regret flashing in his eyes. "This is personal. They won't acknowledge what happened, but I couldn't just do nothing." Rita crossed her arms. "Why me?" "You're not the first," he admitted. "I started with the ones who seemed alone. Figured they might need it most." A bitter laugh escaped her. "Well, you wasted a trip. I don't need saving." The colonel didn't flinch. "Are you sure?" "I can come back," asked and answered. The cop cut in, stepping between them. "Time to go, sir." For a heartbeat, the colonel just stood there, the weight of the moment pressing down. Then, with a stiff nod, he turned and strode away, his silhouette swallowed by the slope of the road. Rita didn't watch him leave. She slid back into her car, the engine roaring to life as the cop tapped her roof. "Sweet ride," he muttered, like he was desperate to break the tension. She ignored him, turning into a driveway as the garage door groaned open. Inside, the darkness swallowed her whole. The trunk popped with a click, and she hauled her bags inside, dumping them on the kitchen counter before sinking onto a stool. Outside, the cop's cruiser rolled back into position, and Rita sat there waiting. The car was sleek and low to the ground, its trunk spacious, but not tall enough to sit upright. Cramped inside, you curled into a fetal position, knees pressed against your chest. Getting in had been simple. She left it unlocked, just as you instructed. You waited until she disappeared into the store, then slipped into the driver's seat, popped the trunk, and rolled inside before shutting the lid. The metal braces underneath gave you something to grip, but the weight dragged on. Finally, the engine roared to life, vibrations humming through the floor. Heat built under your thigh from the exhaust pipe, making the ride anything but pleasant. Every turn jostled you, but you tracked the route in your mind, knowing exactly when she pulled into her driveway. Then came the cop's voice, followed by some overly earnest preacher. "What kind of mess was this?" Your muscles tensed. What if she invited them inside? But she shut them down, her tone sharp as ice. You grinned in the darkness, flexing your fingers in silent victory. The garage swallowed the car, the engine's growl echoing off concrete walls before she killed it. Silence. Then the trunk popped open just like you'd reminded her. You stretched your stiff limbs, rubbing the burn on your thigh, then crept to the front of the car. Gloves snug, you perched on the fender, waiting. Meanwhile, the plane touched down at Portland International but stopped short of the terminal, idling on a remote tarmac. A Boeing-branded pickup with a makeshift staircase rolled up, followed by a minivan. Reacher and Harper were shuttled to the taxi line, where a beat-up Caprice with a checkerboard stripe waited. The driver fumbled with his map before heading east toward Mount Hood. Back at the house, the doorbell rang again. She sighed, unlocking it to find the cop standing there, shifting awkwardly. "Hi," she said flatly. He hesitated, then blurted, Can I use your bathroom? Cold air seeped in as she let him pass, shutting the door behind him. When he returned, he rubbed his hands together. Much warmer in here. She barely nodded. Truth was, she kept the house chilly for the piano's sake. Run your engine if you're cold, she suggested. Can't, he muttered. Pollution regs? Then take a drive, she said. I'll be fine. He frowned, clearly hoping for a warmer welcome. They'd fire me, he admitted. Gotta stay put. She said nothing, arms crossed, already counting the seconds until he left. Sorry to interrupt, Father, he said, making it clear he'd stepped in to handle the situation. She gave a quick nod. Let me get you some fresh coffee, she offered. 5 minutes sound good? His face lit up with a bashful grin. Then I'll probably need the restroom again, he admitted. Goes straight through me. No rush, she replied, shutting the door behind her. Back in the kitchen, she fired up the coffee maker and perched on a stool near the grocery bags, waiting. She grabbed her largest mug, the one with the chipped handle, and filled it to the brim, stirring in cream and sugar. He seemed like the type who'd want both, young and a little soft around the edges. Steam curled off the coffee as she carried it outside, forming a wispy trail all the way to the sidewalk. She rapped lightly on his window, and he turned, flashing a grateful smile as he rolled it down. He took the mug clumsily with both hands. Appreciate it, he murmured, lifting it in a small salute before sipping. She turned away, retracing her steps up the driveway, locking the door behind her only to freeze. The person she'd been waiting for stood motionless at the top of the garage stairs. Hello, Rita, the visitor said. Hi, she answered, her voice steady. Outside, the battered taxi rattled south on I-205, before veering east onto Highway 26. The car groaned like it belonged in a junkyard, its mismatched panels hinting at a rough life, maybe years grinding through New York streets, then more time in Chicago's suburbs. But it chugged along, its meter ticking slower than it would have in either city. A small mercy, since Reacher had just patted his pockets and realized he was nearly broke. Was proving you can move around matter so much? Harper asked. Reacher scoffed. Because we bought into the lie without questioning it. Back inside, Samaka stood rooted by the door, composed. The visitor studied her from down the hall, gaze unwavering. You got the paint? A nod. Yeah, it's here. So, are you set? I don't know. The visitor's smile was patient, almost serene. But you are ready, aren't you? Sameka swallowed. Yeah, I'm ready. Did you apologize to the cop? Another nod. Told him I was sorry. He needs access whenever he wants it. I said he could come by. Good. He has to be the one to find you. That's non-negotiable. Understood, Samika whispered. The silence stretched, the visitor's eyes locked onto hers. Finally, Samika broke it. If that's what you want, then yes, he should find me. You handled the priest well. He meant well. No one can help you. A beat. I know, she murmured. They moved to the kitchen, Samika brushing past in the tight hallway. She pulled the paint can from the bag, holding it up. Olive green. Closest they had. The visitor approved. Perfect. You're doing great. A faint blush crept up Samika's neck. Now focus, the visitor said. This next part's important. Samika squared her shoulders. Okay. First, I need you to smile for me. I don't really do that anymore. Try. Just for me. Samika ducked her head, summoning a fragile, hesitant smile, barely there, but it counted. She held it, clinging to the effort like a lifeline. The visitor grinned. That's great. Keep that smile going, all right? Got it, Skimeka replied. Gotta stay positive on the job, right? Right. Now we need something to pop this lid open. My toolbox is in the basement, Simika said. You got a screwdriver handy? Plenty, she answered. I've got a whole set. Grab me the biggest one you've got, will you? Sure thing. And hey, don't forget to keep smiling. Sorry? The oversized mug didn't fit in the Crown Vic's cup holder, so he downed the coffee in one go, no chance to set it down between sips. Typical. Same thing happened at parties. Standing with a beer in hand? Gone in minutes. Sitting at a bar with a coaster? That drink lasted forever. Even cigarettes burned faster when he was pacing around. Now he sat there, empty mug balanced on his knee, debating whether to return it. Here's your mug back, thanks a bunch. Maybe he could sneak in another hint about freezing his butt off out here. If he played it right, she might let him finish his shift inside. A chair in the hallway wouldn't hurt, right? Better security, too. But ringing that bell again? Risky. She was wound tight, no question. Even returning her mug might set her off, despite him being nothing but polite. Even after he'd gotten rid of that chaplain for her. He tapped the mug against his leg, weighing frostbite against her temper. The cab rolled on past Gresham, Kelso, Sandy. Route 26 turned into the Mount Hood Highway, the engine growling as it climbed. Who is it? Harper asked. The answer's in Polton's Spokane report. Seriously? He nodded. Blatant once you see it. Took me a while, though. The ups angle? We already covered that. Nah, before that. The rental car hurts. Skimeka reappeared from the basement, a screwdriver in hand, not the biggest but sturdy, with a blade just right for prying. This should work, she said, for what we need. The visitor eyed it from across the room. Looks good. As long as you're comfortable. You're the one using it. Skimeka nodded. It'll do. Where's your bathroom? Upstairs. Mind showing me? Sure. Bring the paint, the visitor added. And the screwdriver? Samika ducked back into the kitchen for the cam. Need the stirring stick too, she called. A pause. New job, new method. Yeah, grab that too. The stick was about a foot long. She tucked it under her arm with a screwdriver, hefted the can, and led the way upstairs down the hall, through her bedroom, into the bathroom. Here we go, she said. The visitor scanned the space, feeling like a bathroom connoisseur by now. Fifth one today. Mid-range, slightly dated, but it fit the house. Some fancy marble monstrosity would have looked ridiculous. Set everything on the floor, okay? Simeka crouched, the can clinking softly against the tile. She flipped the handle down, laid the tools across the lid. The visitor pulled a folded black trash bag from his coat, shook it open. Clothes go in here. He stepped out of the car, mug in hand, circled the hood, trudged up the driveway, took the porch steps slow. He hesitated with the mug in his hand, inches from ringing the doorbell. The house was eerily silent, no familiar piano melody drifting through the walls. Normally, she'd be hammering away at the same piece obsessively, lost in repetition. The absence of music threw him off. Was she busy? Napping? Or just not in the mood for visitors? The bureau had mentioned her early mornings. Maybe she crashed in the afternoon. Or maybe she was curled up with a book. Completely unaware, he was standing on her porch like some awkward door-to-door salesman. His hand hovered, then dropped. Decision made. He turned, retreating down the steps. The mug clutched awkwardly as he circled his car. Inside, he set it carefully in the passenger footwell. Rita blinked at him, confused. What clothes? She asked, brow furrowed. The ones you're wearing, the visitor replied flatly. Rita gave a slow nod, her smile faltering. Not good enough, the visitor snapped. That smile slipping. Try again big, happy like you mean it. She turned to the mirror, studying her reflection before forcing her lips wider, cheeks straining. Better, the visitor approved. Now the clothes. In the bag. Rita peeled off her thick knit sweater, the neckline clinging stubbornly, before she wrestled it over her head. Next came the faded flannel, softened from too many washes. She shivered as it hit the bag. Now I'm freezing, she muttered, fingers working the button of her jeans. Hurry up, the visitor urged. Kicking off her shoes, she stepped out of the denim, then peeled off her socks with a flick of her wrists. The bra came next, unhooked with practiced ease, followed by her panties, balled up and tossed into the growing pile. Naked, she stood waiting. Run the bath, the visitor ordered. Warm since you're cold. Rita bent to plug the drain, twisting the faucets until steam curled above the water. Open the paint. She grabbed the screwdriver, prying the lid loose with careful twists. The sharp tang of ammonia hit her nose as she lifted the can, arms trembling slightly under its weight. Careful, the visitor warned. She tipped it over the tub, watching thick green sludge ooze into the water. The current caught it, swirling into eerie patterns before dissolving into murky clouds. Don't make a mess, the visitor reminded her as she set the empty can down. Rita exhaled, staring at the now opaque water. Something about the way the paint sank felt heavier than it should have. Like it wasn't just the color settling, but something else too. The metal tub echoed with a dull, muffled thud as she tapped it, the sound softened by the residue clinging to its surface. Grab the stirring stick, time to mix it, the visitor instructed. Samika knelt beside the tub, plunging the stick into the thick, settled mass and swirling it in slow circles. It's blending, she murmured. The visitor gave a satisfied nod. That's the whole point of latex paint. The murky olive hue gradually lightened, shifting to the fresh green of spring grass after a rain, thinning until it flowed like milk. The visitor observed closely. Not as striking as the real deal, but still using paint at all in this situation. That alone was something. Good enough. Toss the stick in the can. Keep it clean. Sameka pulled the dripping stick free, gave it a careful shake, and propped it upright in the empty container. Now the screwdriver. She set it beside the stick. Seal it up. She grabbed the lid by its edge, balancing it awkwardly over the can. It tilted slightly. The stick was just a little too tall. Shut off the water. She twisted the faucet handles, stopping the flow just shy of the tub's rim. Where'd you keep your carton before? The visitor asked. Basement, Samika replied. But they took it. A knowing nod. Right. But can you picture exactly where it sat? Samika hesitated, then nodded. It was there forever. The visitor's voice softened. I need you to put the can in that same spot. Can you do that? Samika lifted the can, one hand on the handle, the other pressing firmly against the unsteady lid. She moved carefully down the stairs, through the dim hallway, past the garage, and into the chilly basement. The concrete floor sent a shiver through her as she paused, mentally mapping the space. One deliberate step to the left, and she set the can down, centering it where the carton had once been. Outside, a taxi groaned up a steep hill, passing a half-empty strip mall, with a supermarket anchoring its row of shops. Harper frowned. Why are we stopping here? Reacher didn't look away from the window. Because Simika's next. Harper exhaled sharply. Tell me who. Focus on the how, Reacher countered. That's the only proof that matters. Back in the basement, Simeka nudged the can an inch to the right, double-checking its placement before bolting upstairs, her breath ragged. Out of breath? The visitor asked mildly. Simeka gulped air, pushing damp hair from her face. I ran the whole way. Catch your breath, the visitor said. Samika steadied herself. I'm fine. Now into the tub. Simeka grinned. I'll turn green. Yep, the visitor agreed. head to toe green. She dipped a toe in, testing. It's warm. Good, the visitor murmured. Simeka stepped in fully, the water rising to her calves. Sit down easy, does it? She braced her hands on the rim, lowering herself until her knees vanished beneath the swirling green. Legs straight, arms in. She obeyed, sliding deeper until the warmth enveloped her shoulders. Head back, the visitor directed. Samiga tilted her chin up, her hair fanning out like seaweed. Ever had oysters? The visitor asked suddenly. Simeka blinked, the memory surfacing. A few times, she said, her voice distant. The water rippled as she shifted. Remember how they feel sliding down? The question hung in the air, strange and unexpected. For a moment, the tension cracked, just a flicker of something almost playful in the grim ritual. Then the moment passed, and the green water closed over her. The woman hesitated, then nodded. I like them, she admitted, her voice quiet. The stranger leaned in closer, eyes gleaming. Think of your tongue like an oyster, just swallow it whole, quick and easy. She frowned, confused. That doesn't make sense. Try it, he urged. Just gulp it down. She hesitated, then forced a swallow. Nothing. Just a weird gurgle in her throat. Didn't work, she muttered. The visitor smirked. Use your finger. Everyone else had to. She glanced at her hand where streaks of paint dripped down her wrist, some spots thicker, where the colors hadn't blended right. Which finger? She asked. Middle one, he said. It's the longest. She curled her other fingers in, pressing the tip under her tongue. Now push hard, he instructed. She did, then swallowed. Her eyes flew wide in shock. Meanwhile, the cab screeched to a halt inches from the cop car. Reacher was out before it fully stopped, partly from nerves, partly because Harper needed to handle the fare. He scanned the street, then strode toward the cruiser. Everything good here? He asked. The cop squinted. Who's asking? FBI, Reacher said. Harper, show him your badge. The taxi peeled away as Harper fished out her gold shield, eagle tilted, official as hell. The cop relaxed, nodding toward the house. She's inside. Just got back from the store. Reacher's jaw tightened. She left. Couldn't stop her, the cop shrugged. Even turned away some army chaplain earlier. Not the churchy type, I guess. Reacher snorted. Yeah, that tracks. He turned toward the house, but the cop thrust a coffee mug at him. Give this back? She's particular about her space. Harper was already at the door, jamming the bell. Silence. Again. Nothing. Reacher eyed the lock. Sturdy, expensive, the kind that promised to outlive the apocalypse. The door frame? Aged oak, hard as stone. Damn it, he muttered, setting the mug on the porch rail. One sharp kick. Then another. The wood groaned. Harper gaped. What the hell? 3 more hits. Splinters flew. The door gave way. He lunged at the porch railing like an Olympic skier launching off the ramp, bouncing twice before throwing his full weight into the door. With a single brutal kick, all 230 pounds of him, focused into the strike, the frame shattered, sending splinters flying as the door crashed inward. Upstairs now, he barked, charging up the steps with Harper right behind him. The first room he burst into was all wrong, stale air, stiff guest sheets, the kind of place nobody ever wanted to sleep in. He pivoted, shoving into the next door. This was it. Rumpled sheets, the faint scent of perfume, a half-empty water glass by the phone. The adjoining door stood slightly open. He didn't hesitate. The bathroom was a nightmare. Mirrors reflected the horror Skymeka submerged in murky green water, her body rigid, eyes wide with terror. And then there was Julia Lamar, perched on the tub's edge like some twisted guardian, her face twisted in fury. She barely had time to react before he grabbed her sweater, spun her around, and drove a fist into her jaw with enough force to send her crashing into the wall. She crumpled like a rag doll. No time to watch her fall. Sameka was arched out of the filthy water, gasping, suffocating. He plunged his hand into her mouth, fingers tearing against her teeth as he fought to pull her tongue free. It was slick, writhing like trying to grab an eel. Finally, he hooked it, yanking it forward just as her body convulsed, coughing up green sludge. "Run the shower?" he roared. Harper scrambled to turn it on while he yanked the drain plug, watching the foul water swirl away. He hauled Skymeka up, her skin slick with residue, and Harper stepped in without hesitation, fully clothed, holding her under the spray. The green dissolved into streaks, revealing raw, reddened skin beneath. Harper's arms trembled from the effort, the paint making Skymeka's body slippery. "Towels now," she gasped. Reacher snatched two from the hooks above Lamar's unconscious form, wrapping Skymeka tightly as Harper staggered out, drenched and exhausted. The fight wasn't over, but for now she was breathing. That was enough. Harper twisted the faucet shut, cutting off the stream of water, and grabbed the second towel. The bathroom fell silent, except for her ragged breathing as she pressed the towel against her face. Reacher scooped Skymeka into his arms, cradling her like a child, and carried her to the bedroom. He lowered her onto the mattress with care, brushing damp strands of hair from her forehead. Her breaths came in sharp, uneven gasps, her eyes glassy and unfocused. "Is she okay?" Harper called from the doorway, her voice tight. Reacher studied Skymeka's chest rising and falling, rapid as if she'd sprinted a marathon. "She's breathing," he muttered, pressing two fingers to her wrist. The pulse thrummed fast but steady. "Vitals are strong. She'll come around." "We should take her to the ER, Harper insisted, clutching a terry-cloth robe, her own clothes clinging to her, soaked through. The olive fabric of her shirt had turned sheer, streaked with smudges of paint. "She's safer here," Reacher countered, draping the robe over Skymeka's limp body. "But she'll need something to knock her out when she wakes. This'll hit her like a freight train." He tilted his head, listening as her breathing slowed deep, rhythmic, like someone lost in a dream, except her unblinking eyes stared blankly at the ceiling. Harper's jaw tightened. "Hypnosis? You're telling me she was hypnotized this whole time?" Reacher wiped a trickle of greenish fluid from Skymeka's temple. Every move, every step. Lamar was the Bureau's top specialist. She knew exactly how to pull the strings. Harper's gaze flicked to the bathroom door, then back. "When did you figure it out?" "Last night," he admitted. "Took me forever to see it." Kept circling the same damn questions. Why were they so wrong? Smart people, trained to spot patterns, but they missed the obvious. He adjusted the robe over Skymeka's shoulder as she shifted, her face pressing into the pillow like she was fighting invisible demons. "Because they wanted to miss it," Harper finished, her voice hollow. Reacher nodded. Lamar steered the narrative. Made it look random when it wasn't. But the motive, that's what didn't fit. No jealousy, no money, no bad blood, just a clean slate. He exhaled sharply. Until I realized the randomness was the cover. She wasn't hiding a motive, she was hiding the fact there wasn't one. Harper's fingers curled into fists. "And Allison?" "The loose end," Reacher said. Lamar couldn't risk her talking. A beat of silence. Then Harper let out a bitter laugh. "So the expert got played by her own game." Reacher's mouth quirked. "Funny how that works." Skymeka stirred again, her eyelids fluttering shut, as if finally surrendering to exhaustion. Reacher watched her for a long moment before turning back to Harper. "Now we just have to prove it." The realization hit like a freight train. How could Julia be the one if she couldn't fly? But then Allison's words came rushing back. That offhand comment about sisters taking care of each other. At the time, it sounded like emotional reassurance, But what if she meant it literally? Like when you say, I'll take care of dinner, meaning you're footing the bill. What if Allison was offering financial support? Julia had sworn their father split everything equally, that she was already set for life. But something didn't add up. Reacher's instincts kicked in. Julia didn't look wealthy. Her clothes were bargain bin. Her suitcase looked like it came from a discount store. People with money? It shows maybe in small ways, but it's there. With Julia? Nothing. So if she was lying about being rich, what else was she lying about? The inheritance? The sisterly bond? Maybe that childhood resentment never faded. Then came the real kicker. What if the fear of flying was just another lie? A perfect cover, so obvious, no one questioned it. She'd flown before years ago. Stopped when it suited her. But if the stakes were high enough, she'd get on a plane. And this was worth it. Allison stood to inherit everything, and Julia couldn't stomach that. Harper was skeptical. She cried in front of us that wasn't real. Reacher shook his head. Those weren't tears of grief. They were pure panic. When he started digging into motive, she tensed up. Then he veered off, blaming army theft, and boomed the waterworks. Not from sorrow. Relief. She dodged a bullet. Harper exhaled. She played us all. Reacher's hand stilled on Skemeka's hair. That was the point. The remote locations. Misdirection. Make everyone obsess over logistics, not her. And it worked until it didn't. A beat of silence. Then Harper muttered, "Damn." She was good. The best, Reacher agreed. Right up until she wasn't. Harper's face drained of color as the pieces clicked into place. She was covering for you on the stolen weapons angle, she murmured. Reacher smirked. Exactly. She was pushing my argument, feeding me lines. Suddenly she's all about thinking outside the box, going full throttle. Jumped right on that train, except she knew it was headed straight off the rails. She was scrambling, throwing us into another dead end. But here's the thing, that whole angle was garbage from the start. A glaring hole in the logic. What hole? Harper asked. 11 witnesses, all conveniently living alone after their service. Too perfect. I called it an experiment, wanted to see who would resist. Only Polton did. Blake was too distracted, reeling from Lamar's meltdown. But Lamar, she doubled down. Pushed it hard because it kept her in the clear. Then she played the grieving sister, soaked up the sympathy, and bolted, but not home. Just long enough to grab a suitcase before heading straight here to finish the job. Harper's hands clenched. She practically confessed before she left. Remember? I killed my sister, she said. Made it sound like some twisted joke about wasted time. But it was real. She meant it. Reacher nodded. She's twisted. Killed 4 women for her stepfather's cash. And this paint scheme? Ridiculous but effective. Think about the logistics, why go through all that trouble? To throw us off, Harper said. And because she got off on it, Harper whispered. She's not just smart, she's deranged. Deranged and meticulous, Reacher agreed. This wasn't some last-minute plan. She started 2 years ago, right when her stepfather got sick and her sister left the army. She got the support group list straight from Allison, cherry-picked the loners, then flew out on weekends to visit them, just like you waltzed past that cop earlier. Nobody questions a woman with an FBI badge. Probably spun some story about finally taking down the military, got them all riled up, then offered to hypnotize them for background intel. Made her come to Quantico. Allison said Julia hypnotized her for deep background, but there were no questions, just commands. Told her what to do, same as the others. Lorraine Stanley was still active duty, so she ordered her to steal the paint. The rest? Told them to expect a delivery and keep quiet if anyone asked. Even fed them fake alibis, phantom roommates, wrong addresses. Harper's gaze locked onto the bathroom door. Then she had Stanley trigger the deliveries, she realized. After that, she flew to Florida, killed Amy Callan, then Caroline Cook. Knew Cook's murder would flag a serial pattern. Send it straight to Blake's desk, where she was waiting to steer the investigation off course. Damn it, I should have seen it. She fought to stay on the case. Who wrote the profile? She did. Reacher exhaled. Perfect setup. And we walked right into it. The whole military angle? That was her idea. She's the one who pushed it. Convinced everyone we were hunting some rogue soldier. Hell, she even dragged you in as Exhibit A. Reacher stayed silent while Harper's gaze fixed on the door. But Allison was always the real target, she muttered. That's why she ditched the waiting period too amped up, couldn't hold back. Reacher scoffed. She played us. Remember how she pumped us for intel on Allison's place? Is it isolated? Is the door locked? She skipped her own recon and made us do the legwork. Harper shut her eyes, frustration tightening her jaw. She was off duty the day Allison died. Sunday. Quantico was a ghost town, perfect cover. She knew nobody'd question it. Clever, Reacher admitted. And it explains the clean scenes. She knows exactly what we'd flag as evidence. Harper's eyes snapped open. Plus, she's a woman. The team was hunting a man because she steered them that way. Same with the rental cars, figured a woman's name would get dismissed. And guess what? It worked. But what ID did she use? Harper pressed. Probably lifted from female convicts the Bureau locked up. You'll find matches, dates, locations, all too convenient. Harper winced. I'm the idiot who brushed off that Hertz lead. Just some businesswoman, I said. Reacher nodded. She is meticulous. Even mirrored the victim's outfit's cotton dress for cotton dress for cotton dress, jeans for jeans. Asked us what Allison was wearing like it was small talk. Still dressing like a cowboy? Yeah, so you know she showed up in denim and boots. Harper exhaled sharply, and the face scratches? Pure hatred. Reacher shook his head. No, that's on me. I kept harping on the lack of violence in front of her. Next victim? She delivered. She'd kept my trap shut. Silence hung between them before Reacher added, "That's how I knew she'd be here. She's been mimicking someone like me this whole time. I said I'd go for Skameka next, so she beat us to it. No hesitation." Harper's eyes flicked to the bathroom door, then away, her skin crawling. "How would you land on the hypnosis angle?" "Same as everything else," Reacher said. The how seemed impossible, so I chewed on it forever. Needed to get out of Quantico to think. Finally clicked it. Explained the passivity, the obedience. Victims did it all themselves, right down to the tubs and swallowing their own tongues. Only thing she did was what I did, tug the tongues back up to hide the evidence. Harper blinked. "How'd you know about the tongues?" A slow grin. "From kissing you? What? Yours is impressive. Got me thinking only thing that fits Staveley's autopsy notes. I always thought choking on your own tongue was impossible, until I realized Lamar was a hypnotist. Then everything clicked into place, like a twisted puzzle." Hopper stayed quiet, so Reacher filled the silence. "You know what's messed up? The first night we met, she tried to hypnotize me. Said it was for deep background, but really, she just wanted me to look like an idiot and go nowhere. Blake kept pushing me to do it, but I joked that she'd make me streak down Fifth Avenue. Turns out I wasn't far off." Harper shuddered. "How far would she have gone?" "One more victim," Reacher said. 6 would have been enough. Like grains of sand on a beach." Harper moved to sit beside him on the bed, her eyes fixed on Skimeka's motionless form under the bathrobe. "Will she be okay?" "Probably," Reacher muttered. "She's tougher than she looks." Harper glanced at him, his shirt and pants soaked, arms stained green up to the shoulders. "You're a mess," she said absently. "Not as bad as you," he shot back. She exhaled, shoulders slumping. "At least it's over." "Here's to success," she whispered suddenly, leaning in. Her damp arms looped around his neck, pulling him into a fierce kiss. Then she jerked back, grimacing. "That felt wrong. Now I'll never kiss anyone without thinking about tongues." Reacher smirked. "Gotta get back on the horse." Before she could react, he pulled her in again, his hand cradling the back of her head. This time, she melted into it, lingering before pulling away with a small, hesitant smile. "Go wake her up," Reacher said. "Start the interrogation. Big case ahead." Harper hesitated. "She won't talk to me." Reacher eyed Skimeka's unconscious face. "She will. Tell her if she stays quiet, I'll snap her arm. Second time, I'll grind the bones." Harper flinched and turned away, heading to the bathroom. The room fell silent except for Skimeka's, labored breathing, mechanical, unnatural. When Harper returned, her face was pale. "She won't talk. You didn't even ask. Because she's dead." A beat of silence. "You killed her," Harper whispered. "When you hit her, you broke her neck." Before Reacher could respond, heavy footsteps pounded up the stairs. The cop from earlier barged in, clutching his recovered coffee mug. "What the hell's happening here?" Hours later, Reacher sat alone in an FBI holding cell in Portland, the air thick and stale. His clothes had dried stiff, the green paint now a crusted reminder of the chaos. The cop had blabbed to his sergeant, who'd called the bureau, setting off a chain reaction all the way to D. C. Harper had vanished. Snimeka was hauled off in an ambulance, and jurisdiction shifted to the feds without a fight. 2 agents cuffed him, dumped him in the cell, and left. No explanations. No visitors. Just the hum of fluorescent lights and the weight of what had gone wrong. He wondered if they'd drag him back to Quantico or keep him here. But mostly he thought about Skimeka and whether she'd ever really had a chance. The tension in the holding cell was thick enough to cut with a knife. He pictured frantic doctors in the ER, scrambling to save her IVs, monitors, the whole sterile chaos. The silence stretched past midnight before the first signs of movement echoed through the building. Footsteps, hushed voices. Then Nelson Blake appeared, striding past the bars with a look that screamed, "You just dug your own grave." The guy was a mess, pale but flushed like he'd been running on fumes for days. An hour later, Alan Deerfield stormed in, fresh off a red-eye from New York. His glasses couldn't hide the exhaustion in his bloodshot eyes. He stopped, studied Reacher through the bars with that same detached curiosity from weeks ago. So this is the guy who wrecked everything. Then he vanished again, leaving nothing but silence in his wake. By 2 a.m., a local agent jangled keys at the cell door. "Let's chat," he muttered, leading Reacher down a dim hallway to a shabby conference room smaller than the New York setup, but just as depressing. Deerfield and Blake sat like a pair of grim statues across the table. Reacher took the lone chair opposite them. The air was heavy, nobody breathing too loud. Blake finally broke the stalemate, leaning forward. "I've got a dead agent," he spat. "And I don't take that lightly." Reacher didn't blink. "You got 4 dead women. Almost 5. Blake scoffed. "There was never going to be a 5th. Julia Lamar was right there, about to save Skimica when you took her out. Heroic intervention right before you turned her into a headline." Deerfield chimed in, voice slick with bureaucratic spin. "Plausible, don't you think? She cracks the case solo, conquers her fear of flying, races cross-country just in time. Then you barge in, play judge and jury. Now she's a martyr, and you're on trial for killing a Fed." Reacher smirked. "You really think that timeline holds?" "She magically jets from D.C. to Portland in what, 11 hours? Blake shrugged. "Plenty of flights. Cop on duty? Probably dozed off small-town guys. You know how it is. He saw a priest show up. Wide awake for that." Deerfield waved it off. "Army'll deny sending one. Must have been a stress hallucination." Reacher pressed. "And Lamar? Cops see her waltz in? Still snoring. She locked the door behind her while rushing to save Simica? Real humanitarian, huh?" Deerfield didn't flinch. "Apparently." The room went dead. "Simiga talking yet?" Reacher asked. Deerfield nodded. "Hospital says she's drawing blanks. Trauma response. We'll have experts back that up. She okay?" Peachy Blake cut in, grinning. "But we won't traumatize her by asking for details. Dots'll say it's too soon." Silence. Again. "Then where's Harper?" Blake's smile vanished. "Suspended. Bought into some fairy tale you sold her." Deerfield sighed. "Face it, Reacher. You had it out for Lamar from day one." The standoff crackled Blake's rage, Deerfield's cold calculus. And Reacher? He just leaned back, arms crossed. "Game on. You took her out for your own reasons and cooked up a flimsy cover story. But let's be honest, it doesn't hold up. There's zero proof tying Lamar to any of this. Not a shred." Reacher crossed his arms. "She was careful? No traces left behind." Blake smirked. "Funny, that's the same line you fed us at the start. All we had was a hunch about you now. All you have is a hunch about her. Where's her rental car, huh?" "She flew in from D.C. Drove to Semeca's place, so where's the vehicle?" "Maybe the killer took it," Blake shot back. "He sneaks in on foot, finds the cops snoozing, then bails in her wheels when she surprises him." Reacher leaned forward. "You really think you'll find a rental under her real name? Or her flight records?" Blake shrugged. "If we dig deep enough, sure. We always get what we need." Deerfield cut in, his voice tight. "Here's your problem. We can't have a dead agent without someone taking the fall. And we definitely can't admit one of ours was a murderer." Reacher scoffed. "Guess that means I'm not getting my paycheck." Deerfield's face twisted like he'd bitten into something rotten. "This isn't a joke. You're in deep. You can rant all you want about suspicions, but nobody's buying it. And even if they did, why didn't you let Harper cuff her? Why take matters into your own hands? No time to argue, Reacher said. Bull. Was she mid-swing with a knife when you clocked her? Blake challenged. Our lawyers will rip you apart. If you were so worried about Simeka, why not go straight for her and let Harper handle Lamar? 2 against 1 saves you precious seconds, right? Reacher clenched his jaw. Half a second, maybe? Deerfield pounced. Half a second matters in life or death situations. Wasting it on Lamar? That screams personal vendetta. The room went dead silent. Reacher stared at the table. Blake broke the quiet. You know the law. Defense has to happen during the attack, not after. After is just revenge. And don't even try calling it an accident. You told me yourself breaking a neck isn't something you do by mistake. More silence. Then Reacher exhaled. Fine. What's the offer? Deerfield smirked. Jail? No deals. Reacher laughed. There's always a deal. Minutes ticked by before Blake finally shrugged. Cooperate and we'll call it a suicide. Lama grieving her dad, haunted by her sister's death. You keep your mouth shut and stick to our script. Reacher narrowed his eyes. Why would I? Because you're not stupid, Deerfield said. There's nothing on Lamar. You know that. Sure, you could waste years in a fortune digging, but why bother? A slow grin spread across Reacher's face. Guess I'll take my chances. The evidence against him was flimsy at best, just a handful of vague details that wouldn't hold up in court. What jury would buy it? A towering ex-military guy with a grudge against a petite FBI agent? The kind of guy who snaps her neck and then has the nerve to blame her for it? Throw in some wild hypnosis theory, and the whole case falls apart. Let's be real, Blake cut in. You're stuck with us now. Silence hung in the air before Reacher finally shrugged. Hard pass. Then enjoy prison, Blake shot back. Reacher leaned forward. One question first, did I kill Lorraine Stanley? Blake exhaled. No, you didn't. How can you be sure? Because we had eyes on you the whole week. You know that? And my lawyer has the surveillance report, right? Right. Reacher smirked. Then you're screwed. Blake's jaw tightened. Care to explain? Think it through, Reacher said, his tone shifting from cool to razor sharp. You can try pinning Lamar's death on me, but you can't tie me to the other murders, not when your own files prove I wasn't involved. So what's your next move? Keep pretending there's some phantom killer out there? Waste taxpayer money chasing a ghost for the next decade? Or admit the truth and let the world know Lamar was the real monster? The room went dead silent. Reacher leaned back, arms crossed. You're stuck. Either way, you lose. If you keep up the charade, you bleed resources forever. If you come clean, you can't touch me because killing Lamar was justified. Blake and Deerfield exchanged glances. We're the FBI, Deerfield finally growled. We can make your life hell. Reacher laughed. Buddy, my life's already hell. But here's the deal, I'll keep your secret. Not for you, for Rita Simaka. Drag this out, and she's the one who suffers media circus. Reliving the trauma, all of it. I won't let that happen. Blake stared at the table, then gave a reluctant nod. Fine. Deerfield wasn't done. We'll be watching you. Every step. Reacher's grin turned icy. Just remember what happened to Petrosian. Don't let it happen to you. And just like that, the standoff ended no winners, no losers. Reacher pushed back from the table, strode out, and rode the elevator down to the empty lobby. The night air hit him as he stepped outside, the damp chill of a deserted Portland street wrapping around him. He stood there, hands in his pockets, staring at nothing. Then from the shadows, "Hey, Reacher." Harper's voice cut through the quiet. She lingered in the shadows behind him, half hidden by one of the marble pillars framing the building's entrance. When he turned, the dim light caught the gold in her hair and the crisp edge of her collar peeking out from her blazer. "Hey," she said softly. He gave her a tired grin. "Hey, Beck. You holding up okay?" She closed the distance between them with a quick step. "Getting there," she murmured. "Putting in for a transfer, maybe here. I could get used to this place." He raised an eyebrow. "Think they'll go for it?" She shrugged. "Right now? They'll rubber stamp anything to avoid drama during budget season. This whole mess might as well be invisible." His mouth quirked. "Officially, it never was." "Exactly how we left it upstairs," she agreed. "So you're in the clear?" "Clear as I'll ever be." Her expression softened. "For what it's worth, I'd have backed you. No matter what." He nodded. "I know. Wish there were more like you." She pressed a thin slip of paper into his hand, a travel voucher from Quantico's admin desk. "One way to New York," she said. He frowned. "What about you?" "I'll claim I lost it. They'll just issue another." Before he could argue, she rose on her toes and brushed a kiss against his stubbled cheek, then turned away. "Good luck," she called over her shoulder. "You too," he answered, watching her go. 12 miles later, his boots had pounded every inch of highway shoulder between him and the airport. 3 hours of walking, another hour killing time at the gate. Then he was airborne, dozing through the flight and the time zone hop. By 1 p.m., he was stepping onto the tarmac at LaGuardia, down to his last $20 for a bus to subway shuffle into Manhattan. Canal Street spat him out into the midday rush. He headed south, blending into the Wall Street crowd until he hit Jody's skyscraper. The lobby swallowed him whole, elevator banks humming with lawyers fresh from power lunches. Upstairs, her firm's reception area was eerily empty, no receptionist, just abandoned jackets and half-finished paperwork. He followed the murmur of voices down a corridor, lined with leather-bound legal volumes, past vacant offices where coffee cups sat cooling beside open files. Then bam! The double doors swung open to a scene straight out of a stockbroker's fantasy. A sunlit conference room packed with suits and champagne flutes, the air buzzing with deal-making laughter. And there was Jody, glowing in a designer dress that probably cost more than his last 3 paychecks combined, working the room like a CEO at a victory lap. Everywhere she moved, a fresh cluster of admirers formed, glasses clinking in her wake. Then she froze, spotting him in the doorway, a rumpled grass-stained anomaly in a sea of tailored wool. The room's chatter died as 100 heads swiveled. For a heartbeat, she just stared. Then she was elbowing through the crowd, champagne sloshing as she launched herself at him. "The partnership party," he muttered into her hair. "You nailed it." "Damn right I did," she laughed, pulling him into the fray. Suddenly, he was shaking more hands than a politician at a fundraiser, playing nice with a battalion of attorneys who eyed him like he'd wandered in from a construction site. The managing partner, a silver-haired dinosaur in a suit worth a small car, clasped his hand with the enthusiasm of a man greeting a questionable tax deduction. Reacher smirked. Some things never changed. The party's easygoing vibe softened the old man's usual sharpness. He seemed ready to greet anyone, even Jody's doorman, with a grin. "She's a superstar," he beamed, "and we're thrilled she's joining us." "Over the chatter," Reacher chimed in. "Sharpest legal mind I've ever seen." The man leaned closer. "You tagging along with her? Where to?" "London," he replied. "First assignment for new partners, 2 years heading up European operations." Before Reacher could respond, Jody reappeared, slipping her arm through his and steering him away. The crowd had broken into hushed clusters, swapping office gossip and shop talk. She guided him toward a narrow window framing a sliver of the harbor, wedged between towering skyscrapers. I called the FBI, she admitted, voice low. Still your lawyer, technically. Spoke to Deerfield's office. When? Couple hours back. They stonewalled me. Nothing to share. We're square. She studied him. So you finally settled the score. Upbeat. Will there be a trial? He shook his head. Closed case. Just a burial then. He shrugged. No family left. That was the idea. She hesitated, then asked the question hanging between them. How's it sitting with you? Calm. And if you had to do it over? He turned, meeting her gaze. Wouldn't hesitate. Her expression shifted. London's happening. 2-year stint. Yeah, the old guy mentioned. When's the move? 3 weeks. You don't need me there. It's Chaos Skeleton Crew, insane hours. Plus, it's not exactly a war zone, he added. She laughed softly. True. You asking me to come? 2 years straight? No. But visits, maybe. Her smile didn't reach her eyes. I'd like that. Silence. Then she sighed. 15 years, and now this? Can't live with you, can't live without you. Probably on me, he said. Feel the same? He held her stare. Yeah. The lie tasted bitter. We've got till month's end. He nodded. More than most. Afternoon free? Partner perks, she said, forcing lightness. Let's bail. They abandoned their glasses on the ledge and wove through the murmuring crowd. Every head turned as they exited, sparking a fresh wave of whispers the second the door clicked shut.